great pleasure in welcoming you all to the fourth edition of the India Today Conclave East 2021. It was all the way back in 2017, 4 years ago, that the India Today group acknowledged the vitality of the East by starting the India Today Conclave East to underline the economic resurgence, artistic heritage, and cultural engagement of this very region. This is also an unusual time. We are coming out of a pandemic and we are standing at the threshold in West Bengal at a tectonic election. Of course, Assam is also going into election, and this conclave happens at the backdrop of these two elections. It's from here, over the course of the next 2 days, that the poll bugle for the state of West Bengal and Assam will be sounded, viewers, from this very dais. The India Today Conclave has always been the country's biggest platform for brainstorming of ideas, and over the next 2 days, you'll see exactly why. Let's, without much ado, begin with our first session this evening. But before I do that, I want to quickly run our esteemed guests through our sponsors list. Our official hashtag, though, if those of you who are tweeting, do tweet under the hashtag of Conclave East 21. We do thank RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, presenting sponsor, Macho Hind, co-sponsor, Berger Paints, we are powered by Berger Paints, WBIDC, Government of West Bengal. Our associate sponsor is JIS Group, our beverage partner, ITC Sunbeam Coffee, and our media partner is, of course, Aaj Tak Bangla. All right, let's immediately get into our first session this evening, viewers. And our opening notes, Bihu to Bulea from the banks of Brahmaputra. And I want to invite one of the dearest sons of Brahmaputra, Papon. Right, ladies and gentlemen, after striking just the note we wanted for our opening session with Papon, I want to quickly move on to our second session, our next session of the day. And we are ready to roll. Let me introduce viewers and ladies and gentlemen to our next session of the day. Point of view, gubernatorial guideline, keeping a balance between politics and position. To take it from here, I would like to invite on stage Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today and Aaj Tak.
We are privileged and delighted to welcome at the India Today Conclave East one of the most outspoken voices in the state of Bengal, the Governor of the state, Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence at the India Today Conclave. It's great to have you with us. I want you, Governor, to start out this conversation by laying out what you believe is right and wrong about the state of West Bengal today.
Let me congratulate you to the city of joy. And to have a leading media house here is a matter of privilege for everyone in the state of West Bengal. It was so pleasant for me when someone told me late night yesterday, Governor, we have seen your hoarding. और फिर कहा, चलो किसी और का चेहरा तो दिखा. That happened. Coming back to the issue, the state of West Bengal is a very important state of the Union. It is epicenter of culture. Decades ago, it was #1 in industry. Right now, we are having serious issues of employment, lack of industrialization, absence of service sector, and those are painful issues. Let me tell you, Rahul, 2015 onwards, we have had 5 editions of Bengal Global Business Summit. 5. Cumulative investment projected is 12,30,000 crores, a huge, huge figure. And on the floor of the assembly, it was indicated more than 50% of the projects are at advanced stage of implementation. The governor is asking from the government, not the moon, but just some information. Where is this investment? पश्चिम बंगाल के कौन से भूभाग में वो investment है? Who is doing it? No response is coming forth. That's a terrible situation. Imagine just few days back, a projection is made. Some flyovers will come in the city of joy. The same announcement was made with respect to same flyovers in 2017. They are yet to start. Where are we heading? We are having this month expression of interest for Tajpur port. Something is being said. Same expression of interest was invited 2 years earlier. This surely does not augur well for governance. I can tell you, my greatest worry is governance in the state is getting away from constitutional parameters. It is distancing itself from rule of law. And no one knows it better than the governor. In public domain, I have revealed only tip of the iceberg. But can you imagine? Bureaucracy that is supposed to be convinced of development is politically committed to the core. We have public servants engaged in political work. Everyone knows it. It is an open secret. The commitment is so deep. They are unmindful of consequences. I don't say be politically neutral. The regime emanating from Indian Constitution calls upon them to be politically neutral. How can a public servant engage in political work? They do it 24/7. Let me tell you, on this point, they are not just political workers. They are frontline political workers. If they retire, they are retained. This is a state that has more than 24 senior IPS officers who upon retirement are holding equivalent posts and eating into the cadre posts. A very worrisome scenario.
So, Governor Dhankar, in the manner in which the post of the governor was envisaged, the governor's role is supposed to be the linchpin of the constitutional apparatus of the state. How do you envision your role? Are you a guiding light? Do you see yourself as the principal critic? Do you see yourself as somebody who's been sent by the center to oppose the state government? Or do you see yourself as just doing your job and highlighting the problems that you see in the state?
Let me tell you, a governor is easy punching bag. If the government is of a particular party in the state and of a different party in the center, it's so easy to level allegations. I am very clear about it. I take guidance only from Indian Constitution. I am very firm. I cannot be directed to do a particular thing either by the state government or by the central government. But coming back to my role, on 30th of July 2019 I took oath. What does that oath say? That oath says, I will preserve, protect and defend Indian Constitution. It says in so many words. And second it says, which is not noticed much, I will serve the people of the state of West Bengal. Now what do you expect from a governor? Fear all around. All pervasive fear. इतना डर है कि डरने के कारण डर की चर्चा नहीं करते. And that fear is in every section of the society, high and mighty, rich and poor. And sir, find out, you will not find a human soul who will disagree with it. I ask a question quite often to anyone who has place in industry, bureaucracy, society, academia. Do you have the authority to buy half a bag of cement, 10 bricks out of your option? The answer is no, if the conversation is one-to-one. Can you imagine the pain a governor suffers who has to protect the Constitution? People for whom governor has respect. Anyone will have respect. They are source of inspiration. They will make one request. Our name may not be disclosed at the North Gate. I would never ever give out those names till I meet my maker. Second, what does democracy mean if there is fear? What does freedom mean if there is fear? What does Constitution mean if there is fear? What does rule of law mean? I cannot disappoint people of the state that we must lose hope. We can't have fair elections. We can't have elections without violence. Some people ask me, why are you raising these issues? Does anyone disagree with me that democracy is founded on fairness of elections?
So how do you, Governor, anticipate the electoral process will roll out in the state of West Bengal? Elections will be announced in a few days from now. What kind of an election do you anticipate?
Rahul, I have been told I have been briefed effectively by people concerned. The 2018 Panchayat elections were a shame on democracy. Shame on democracy. 2019 Lok Sabha elections, every phase was attended with violence. I have been making an appeal to everyone. 2021 का बहुत बड़ा महायज्ञ है. इस महायज्ञ में हर किसी को आहुति देनी है, अपना योगदान देना है. I am alive. It is job of the Election Commission of India, a very powerful body. But ordinary citizen has a big role to play. And the problem which we have is सरकारी वाहन, सरकारी दफ्तर, सरकारी पद का उपयोग राजनीति के लिए हो, वो डेमोक्रेसी के लिए अच्छा दिन नहीं है. ये हालात मैं देखता हूँ. Let me tell you, media to which you belong, not only you belong, you are part of an establishment that has national and global image. मुझे उस दिन से बहुत डर लगता है जिस दिन मीडिया डर जाएगा. मैं ये कहने की हालात में नहीं हूं कि ये हालात यहां नहीं है. जब मैंने क्राइम अगेंस्ट वीमेन के बारे में एक ट्वीट किया, मेरा आधार राहुल क्या था? We have 5 divisional commissioners. They gave me the figures in writing under their signatures. Each of the divisional commissioners attached written report of the district magistrate. मैंने सिर्फ compile कराया, not by me, by a senior man who is my secretary, who is senior to the chief secretary. Compilation हुआ. I put those figures. होम डिपार्टमेंट का ट्वीट आता है, they are wrong, manipulated, mischievous, all defamatory words, 6 adjectives used. Where are we heading? But that issue I am handling. Second is more critical. They have stopped giving those details. When I got a report only yesterday, I was updating, since some question may come up, SP Bankura लिख दिया, these figures will not be shared. Now if you go to Constitution, Article 167, I have high respect for the Chief Minister, elected Chief Minister, and a Chief Minister, the present one. But Constitution has used the word duty of the Chief Minister towards the Governor. There is 100% failure. No information which I sought has been given so far.
Governor Danka, you said that your role is to serve the people of the state of West Bengal.
And protect Constitution.
Is that not the state government's job? So if your job is to serve the people of the state of West Bengal, whichever party wins the election, they will say our job is to serve the people of West Bengal. The governor is supposed to be a figurehead, constitutional figurehead. He should perform his constitutional duties without speaking, doing press conferences, tweeting. The charge against you is that you act and you speak like a member of the opposition to the state government. How do you respond to this?
Rahul, whatever I have spoken, whatever I have written, whatever I have tweeted is on record. Would you be kind enough to point out that this is one particular action which I should not have taken? I indicated I am revealing in public domain tip of the iceberg. We are sitting on a volcano. Not a fortnight passes without people being killed as a consequence of illegal bomb making. I am putting it to you. Can you imagine state apparatus operating one of the world's most vicious syndicate of thousands of crores?
Where is the evidence to
I'll tell you. It took the associations 15 months to seek audience with me. I said, if you don't have courage, if you don't come with material, why should I lend my ears? I know it is open secret. The syndicate operation, the transport associations, they came in good number, state and central. What they tell me, let me share it with you. If it is sent, one receipt of 3,000 rupees is ultimate passport. If a truck carries that receipt, the truck will not be questioned by anyone. The state apparatus in uniform, being paid out of state exchequer, will be serving the syndicate and mafia. For Gitti, stone, 10,000. For coal, 20,000. Imagine.
But where's the evidence, Governor? Because
Sir, receipts have been shown. Sir, you are a journalist. News is what is hidden. Just give 48 hours beyond this conclave, and you will accuse me. Governor, I charge you for understating a case. The system here is much worse. In the state of West Bengal, you have a ready-made script for another godfather. And as governor, if I become victim of fear, I better not sit in that chair. I am prepared to take any accusation against me. Someone has to join issue with me. I take this opportunity. I have enormous respect for Sogatji. He will be reacting immediately thereafter. Sogatda, I have great respect for you. Have a cup of tea with me. I'll come to your place. Tell me, do you disagree with me? Sir, no one, Rahul, has disagreed with me in private. They are helpless. State of West Bengal cannot be taken to be a state within a state. It is nobody's fiefdom. If I go to Diamond Harbour and the instruction goes, governor will not get guard of honor, क्या Diamond Harbour किसी की जागीर है? क्या वहाँ constitution नहीं चलेगा? Sir, this governor can be accused of being lenient.
lenient.
Very lenient.
Lenient.
I am telling you, Rahul, I am revealing to you only tip of the iceberg. There are so many issues we have in our bureaucracy. More multimillionaires than in commerce, industry and business in last 10 years. I am making this statement to you. This is one place cleansing has to take place very effectively if semblance of democracy has to survive. And let me tell you.
So are you advocating Pariborton? Are you advocating Pariborton in the state of Bengal?
No, what I am saying is, I am not a stakeholder in politics. I am sure about it. Take me at my face value. I am a stakeholder in governance. I am a stakeholder like everyone else in purity of election process. I am a stakeholder that if verdict is stolen by public servants acting as political workers, that will be a sad day for democracy. What comes out of that machine in sublime manner, with purity, we must bow down to that. But if we can have bureaucrats whose postings is like Supari posting, they will control the political outcome. Sir, we are about to celebrate 75th great occasion, Independence Day celebrations. Can we have this kind of situation? Sir, state of West Bengal deserves to be only at number 1. Where is industry? Where is service sector? Where is investment? Every year you will see 10, 20 people. They are respected industrialists. They will be around. No one has come. Nandigram and Singur. You can see the impact all through. We have missed opportunities. We have missed great opportunities. And that is why we have flight of human capital. Our human capital flight is very painful to the governor. When I find every university in the world can boast of a Bengali mind. And here, we have to live up to those traditions.
Sir, given your strong views on the state of affairs in the state of West Bengal and how bad things are, I wonder, what is your personal equation with Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee? When you meet Didi, how does that conversation go? What happens?
It is exactly as should be between a governor and the chief minister.
Which is what?
It has to be of the highest decorum. It has to be one of instant connectivity. From my side, I give great weightage, highest weightage to anything that comes from the Honorable Chief Minister. I am not in doubt about it. And she is a very experienced politician of the country. I only wish she had not shown that distancing from Constitution. Rahul, for me, you are not an outsider. I will feel sad and weep if anyone will call Arun Puriji an outsider in the state of West Bengal. How can a chief minister go in that refrain? Don't we know Indian Constitution? We the people. Why did Rabindranath Tagore relinquish his title for what happened hundreds of kilometers away at Jallianwala Bagh? Why did Netaji went all over the world to secure freedom for us? Why did, let's say, Khudiram Bose, a young boy, a young lad, led his life where? And where was he buried? Sir, challenge can't be beyond political. Political challenge, I'm not concerned. Existential challenge worries me. So this refrain of outsider is absolutely unconstitutional. I cautioned the Chief Minister when on a particular issue she wanted to go to United Nations. Surely this can't be countenanced. A political leader may be on road, on agitation, but can an elected Chief Minister, under the oath of office to protect Indian Constitution, be on the street against law emanating from Indian Parliament? These are the issues.
Governor Dhankar, the DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C.N. Anandurai once said that, like goats don't need beards and Indian states don't need governors. That it's not required. So what do you say to people who look at the post of governor and say that he is principal mischief maker sent by the center to destabilize the state, and at a philosophical level, India doesn't require the post of a governor at all? Why do you think governors are required?
Let me tell you, you will not find a support from Mamata ji on this point.
She wants you here.
No, she wouldn't support you.
No, but do you think she wants you here?
No, she knows that this government has nothing to do regarding tinkering by the governor. No, she knows it. I will never cross Lakshman Rekha of Constitution. I urge everyone with folded hands, please let me know one instance. Call me names you wish to. Call me anybody's agent. I am not in doubt. I am agent of the Indian Constitution. I follow the script of the Indian Constitution and I follow it fearlessly. Number one. Number two, commissions have been there about governor being there or not being there. I am very clear, founding fathers have thought something about it. The Constitution which Dr. Ambedkar has given us has involvement in it. Being in Rajbhavan, Kolkata, I can personally say, maybe someday I will write, this is a very important post. Not about governance, but about protecting a sense and spirit of the Indian Constitution. And that sense and spirit of the Indian Constitution is being heavily strained here because we have politicization of bureaucracy and police. Total.
Yeah, but how
and
is this
criminalization of
So,
politics.
Governor, how is this different from other states? Because, you know, the ruling Trinamool Congress and the Indian opposition can say, you are saying all of this because you've been appointed by the center to come here. If you were in a BJP ruled state like Uttar Pradesh or like Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat or any other state, you would not see the kind of shortcomings, and even if you saw some shortcoming, you might counsel and advise the Chief Minister in private. You won't do press conferences or start tweeting about it.
Rahul, it's a good question. And I'm glad you are giving me an opportunity. I don't tweet immediately. I don't go to the media immediately. I exhaust all avenues. Trust me. For example, by birth I am a farmer. 9 crore farmers in the state, in the country. Each of them has got 14,000 rupees. Directly in the bank, no middleman, no intermediary. They got it. And it is not loan. It is not subsidy. It is 100% grant, and it is available to every farmer, irrespective of holding. In the state of West Bengal, over 70 lakh farmers, my brothers and sisters, they have not got a single penny. Each of them has been deprived of 14,000 rupees, each of them. Total deprivation is 10,000 crores. Will anyone take it as good politics or prudent economics? I ask a question. Why it is being done? Spoken to the Chief Minister, written to the Chief Minister. Why अन्नदाता के पेट पर लात क्यों मारी जा रही है? कौन सा कारण है? Nothing had to be done. All that had to be done was share data. Now, after the governor has battled with the issue for 15, 16 months, now you take a political stance. I wish.
Didi said yesterday that data has been shared.
Sir, read what she has said. I hope someday, not only you, anyone in the state will ask questions to Didi. No one dare does. I am saying it on record.
She's coming to the India Today conclave. She'll be answering many questions, Governor.
Sir, please, at my very special suggestion, and I request with folded hands, update yourself with the state of affairs. I am extremely cautious in using my words, but we are facing a situation where emergency scenario pales into insignificance, more with respect to media. Don't.
So you keep saying this about the media. You are sitting live at the India Today Group Forum, the East Conclave, saying whatever you want. So what emergency are you referring to?
Sir, what I am saying is, and I indicated earlier, wherever I go in the state of West Bengal, and you can take me to be widely traveled, and I interact with the local media, I frankly tell them one thing, which I told here also a while ago. उस दिन से डर लगता है, तो मीडिया डर जाएगा, और सबको आंखों में आंख डालकर कहता हूँ, आप नहीं डरे हुए हो, ये मैं नहीं मानता, मेरे से किसी ने डिसएग्री नहीं किया है।
मैं डिसएग्री कर रहा हूँ,
क्योंकि आप बाहर के हैं, इस बात को लेकर।
हमारे लोकल रिपोर्टर
नहीं, सुनिए मेरी बात, आपके लोकल रिपोर्टर से मैं चर्चा कर सकता हूँ। आप बाहर के इसलिए हैं कि आप यहां समय नहीं देते हैं। यू आर आवर इंटीग्रल पार्ट। आप यहां पर 7 दिन बिता लेंगे तो आप मेरे को कटघरे में खड़ा करेंगे कि हालात तो इतने भयानक थे, बॉडी का टेम्परेचर तो 104 था, आप 100 क्यों बता रहे थे? सर, कितना डरा हुआ है, इतना डरा हुआ है कि डर की बात लोग नहीं कर पाते हैं। सबसे खतरनाक फियर वो है that we even fear to talk about the fear which is there. Sir, the state of West Bengal and Kolkata has very eminent people. I am enriched every day.
If things are so bad, do you think this is a state that's now fit for president's rule to be imposed?
No, I wouldn't reflect on these issues in public domain, you know it. But
इतना कुछ तो बोल दिया सर आपने।
नहीं,
ये फिर इसमें क्या है?
नहीं राहुल, You are being judgmental.
I'm asking a question.
नहीं मैंने बोला नहीं है. मैंने ग्राउंड रियलिटी को रिफ्लेक्ट किया है और ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी परसेप्शन नहीं है. ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी इसलिए है जब मैं कहता हूँ एम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात. कितने लोगों की मेरे पास चिट्ठियां आती हैं, क्या कहते हैं. The other day, Rajya Sainik Board Secretary came to me, a colonel. What he told me, I can never believe. I never thought this could happen. I told Colonel, how are things? He said, sir, there is one point of worry. I said, as governor, if I can do anything, I'll contribute. Those who have gone to armed forces from the state of West Bengal, 40% don't come back here. So very, very big figure. Why? We need to have opportunities. Opportunity होंगी कहाँ राहुल, मुझे बताइए ना. 10 साल में क्या आ गया, कौन सा उद्योग आ गया. My very dear friend Dr. Amit Mitra, statistics में good. We don't need statistician. I want to see on ground. जिस दिन डॉक्टर अमित मित्रा मुझे बता देंगे कि 2,30,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट यहाँ है, जिस दिन डॉक्टर मित्रा मुझे बता देंगे कि दुर्गापुर अंडाल एयरपोर्ट के अंदर पहले तो 26% लिया, अब 26% से 47% लिया. ऑन माई टेबल पीपल से इट्स अ स्कैम दैट इज अनफोल्डिंग. मैं जानना चाहता हूँ स्टेट का पैसा खर्च हो रहा है, एडवांटेज कौन ले रहा है. सर, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन द स्टेट, I don't want to go into individual situations. It's wearisome 24/7. It's a flourishing industry where people make hay through most non-transparent, corrupt means. And that is something which cannot and should not be countenanced in democracy. And I'm sure no one should disagree with this principle.
Governor Dhankar, you've had your say. Dr. Mitra will be here in a short while from now. The Chief Minister is going to come. She'll respond to many questions, and I've never seen a governor speak as forcefully, as forthrightly as you have over the last half an hour. We don't want to sit on judgment. You know, you've said your piece. We leave everyone who's sitting here, who's watching across the India Today network to make up their minds on what they make of whether you're doing the right thing, the wrong thing. Should governors be taking such an approach? Should they avoid such an approach? But we thank you very much for having...
I'll say two things.
Yes.
Kavi Guru Tagore, what he said, where mind is without fear, head is held high. Halat nahi hai. We have to follow now what Vivekananda said, awake till the goal is achieved. I am grateful to the very important media house of the country, a vital segment of democratic life, to have afforded me this opportunity to unfold what was in my heart in an unqualified manner. But I have been unfair that I have released only a very small part of it.
So hopefully we'll have you back for more. Thank you so much, Governor Dhankar, for joining us at the conclave. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm applause for the Governor of West Bengal. I urge you all to take your seats as we move into our next session. And like I said, if you're tweeting out, do tweet out with the hashtag ConclaveEast21. That's the hashtag that we are using. Do tweet out with ConclaveEast21. All right, let me take you now to our next session, our third session, day one of the Conclave East 21. That's the hashtag. Let me introduce you to our next session, Minority Matters, Vote for Faith, Empowerment or Divisive Discourse. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon my colleague, our Executive Editor, Shivarur.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go straight into our next session now. Now, the India Today Conclave has a legacy of starting very strong. So we've got a great lineup of high voltage sessions, and I have the honor of leading this next session. We on television have this habit, I must say, of constantly looking at any upcoming election as the biggest election ever. And I think we'd be guilty as charged as far as the Bengal election is concerned as well. But allow me to say that as far as the Bengal election is concerned, this is probably very true. This is a state that has had epoch-making elections in the past. It has a legacy of very strongly fought, vicious elections that have been game-changing, politically speaking. But what's raging now in West Bengal is a huge Pariborton versus polarization debate. And caught in the crossfire of this debate is the idea of secularism. There is so much happening. There is a Rath Yatra happening, which the ruling party says is not a Pariborton Yatra, but a polarization Yatra. And there are many other things happening. At this time, also as a result of the very vitiated political atmosphere, communal polarization and a communal narrative has come front and center, which is why this particular session is extremely important. Minority matters, empowerment or divisive discourse. I'd like to invite onto stage, great privilege to have a great lineup of speakers on this hugely interesting and engaging topic. Could I welcome onto stage former Governor of Tripura, Mr. Tathagat Roy. Abhijit Mukherjee, former Member of Parliament, Senior Leader of the Congress Party. Pirzada Abbas Siddiqui, who is leader and founder of the newly formed Indian Secular Front in West Bengal, a party which will be fighting the upcoming election. Biswajit Deb, leader and spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, the ruling party of West Bengal. And we'll be joined in just a short while from now by Mr. Mohammad Salim, former Member of Parliament, Senior Leader of the Communist Party of India. Welcome to all of you, and thank you for being with us here at the Conclave. Tathagatji, I'd like to start with you. Many people know you from the things you've said on the very topic that we are talking about this morning, sir. Minority affairs, empowerment or divisive discourse. You have frequently lit up social media with your comments on this very topic. But I'd like to get to the heart of the matter, which is the question we are asking, because of the many things that are happening in Bengal right now. Whether it is the narrative of the political conversation, whether it is newly formed parties like the ISF, whether it is the venturing in of Asaduddin Owaisi's AIMIM, whether it is the allegations of appeasement, and the idea of secularism. Are minorities ultimately just a vote bank in your view, sir, in view of everything that's happening in West Bengal right now?
Well, if you are asking for the point of view of our party, we look upon all the citizens of India with some uniformity and equanimity. We don't look upon minority or majority as a vote bank. In fact, majority hardly ever forms a vote bank because the majority usually votes every which way, and that is particularly true of India, where the majority is Hindu, which is essentially a polytheistic, whatever you call it, with different schools of thought. It's not one book, one God, one prophet type of religion. So the majority is, you can rule out the majority being a vote bank. As for the minority being a vote bank, there has been a concerted effort on the part of certain parties. I am a little reluctant to name them just now, but maybe later on.
You're usually never reluctant though.
If the situation demands, we could do that. See, on the part of such parties, there has been a tendency to do this. And the unfortunate part of it is that they have done it by playing on certain fears of theirs, that they are beleaguered, that they are threatened, that they are not wanted here, that kind of thing. Secondly, they have concertedly tried to keep them backward. If you take the case of West Bengal, you study the report of the different commissions that have studied it, notably the, what's that commission? Not Sarkaria. The name will come back to me. Sachet Commission. Sachet Commission, if you study the report, you will find that the Muslims happen to be the most backward in West Bengal. Why is it? Because it is in the interest of those parties whom I have not named to keep them backward so that they don't have to address the entire community. All they have to do is to address certain communal leaders and get them under their thumb so that through them they can influence the entire community. That would happen if only the community is educationally and culturally backward, which is what their effort has so long been. Particularly the women. Particularly in keeping the women backward, there has been a concerted effort, and whenever this thing has been pointed out, they say, no, let the question of liberation of the women come on from inside the community. Nonsense. It never happens like that. Did the demand for liberalization of Hindu society come on from inside the Hindu society as a whole? Nothing of the sort. 1 or 2 persons said it, and the British government did it, like the abolition of sati, like the abolition of child marriage, things like that. Here also, the Muslims, particularly the Muslim women, because they are the only substantial minority in this state, they have been kept backward principally with a view to garner their vote as a vote bank. And that has been a very, very unfortunate thing.
Siddiqui Sahab, and I want to get into specifics now, because for those who may not know, Pirzada Abbas Siddiqui has started a political party which is now less than a month old, called the Indian Secular Front. It was started, according to him, in direct response to what he feels was not enough being done and broken promises by the Trinamool as far as the minorities are concerned. Siddiqui Sahab, क्या आपका कहना है कि minorities अभी भी सिर्फ एक वोट बैंक हैं? आपने ये जो दल है, आपने क्यों शुरू किया?
शुक्रिया हमें बोलने के लिए, यहाँ आप लोग हमको बुलाया। पहले बार हम इस मजलिस में आए हैं, इससे पहले कभी हम ऐसी हालत में, ऐसी प्रोग्राम में नहीं आए हैं। शायद हम सही से बोल नहीं पाएंगे, फिर भी हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और हमको बांग्ला बोलना अच्छा आता है क्योंकि हम बंगाली हैं। फिर भी ये जो प्रोग्राम बना रहे, पूरा हिंदुस्तान और बाहर मुल्क में देख रहे, फिर भी बोलना चाहते हैं। अगर आपने पूछा जो टीएमसी के गवर्नमेंट में जो माइनॉरिटी, उसका हालत अब कैसा है, देखिए मेरा मानना है माइनॉरिटी तो हर बात में होता है। कोई कोई ऐसी है जो अल्फाज में माइनॉरिटी है, कोई संख्या में माइनॉरिटी है। यहाँ माइनॉरिटी किसको कहा जाता है? मुस्लिम के बारे में बोल रहे हैं। अगर मुस्लिम के बारे में पूछा तो मेरा मानना है जो साचार कमेटी रिपोर्ट 2006 में जो निकला हुआ था, उसके हिसाब से ममता बनर्जी ने बोले थे जो वो काम हम पूरा करेंगे, मगर अभी तक पूरा नहीं हुआ। और दूसरा 2007 में रंगनाथ मिश्र कमेटी जो निकला हुआ था, जो ये निकले थे उसको भी अभी कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है। अभी हमारा मानना ये है सिर्फ माइनॉरिटी नहीं, मुसलमान नहीं, एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी सबके बारे में हम सोच रहे हैं। मगर आप जब पूछे हैं हमको मुस्लिम के बारे में, अभी देखा जाता है जहाँ जहाँ मुस्लिम पॉपुलरिटी ज़्यादा है वहाँ कॉलेज, स्कूल, सुस्त के लिए हॉस्पिटल सही से नहीं है। उन इलाका के जो लोग रहते हैं उन लोगों को सिर्फ समाज विरोधी के बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और वोट के टाइम उनको लठियाल बना के कुछ फसाद कर रहे हैं। इसमें संख्यालघु मुसलमान का भी नाम बदनाम हो रहे हैं। अभी मेरा मानना है, अभी जो पश्चिम बंगाल में यूनिवर्सिटी है, अगर कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी अगर हम लोग देखें तो कलकत्ता यूनिवर्सिटी में जहां 624 टीचर्स हैं उनमें से मुस्लिम सिर्फ 20% है। देखिए इस जगह में सिर्फ 3.2% मुस्लिम का जॉब मिला है। अगर हम विद्यासागर यूनिवर्सिटी की बात बोले तो वहाँ 159 यहाँ जॉब कर रहे हैं, उनमें से सिर्फ 4% मुस्लिम है। अगर हम नॉर्थ बंगाल यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करें तो वहाँ 212 जॉब कर रहे हैं, मगर वहाँ सिर्फ मुस्लिम्स 8% है। अगर हम वर्धमान यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करें तो वहाँ 237, उनमें से मुसलमान सिर्फ 10 जॉब कर रहे हैं। और जादवपुर यूनिवर्सिटी की बात बोले, जादवपुर यूनिवर्सिटी में 589 जॉब कर रहे हैं, उनमें से सिर्फ 9 मुस्लिम है, यानी 1.5। शिक्षा से कितना पीछे आ गए इस कौम। अगर हमारे संविधान ने बोल रहे कि हर गवर्नमेंट को उसका जो पॉपुलर रहते हैं, हर मजहब हर धर्म की आदमी लोग को शिक्षा, एडुकेशन, रहने के लिए मकान और पहनने के लिए कपड़ा और स्वस्थ रहने के लिए चिकित्सा करना चाहिए। सबसे अफजल तो शिक्षा है। शिक्षा से मुसलमान को बहुत पीछे ऐसी प्लान करके रखा हुआ। हम लोग इसी हिसाब से चुनाव में उतरे हैं। जो लोग पिछड़ा हुआ आदमी हैं उन लोगों को शिक्षा और नौकरी और रहने के लिए मकान और सुस्त रहने के लिए सही चिकित्सा की व्यवस्था करने के लिए इसीलिए हम लोग चुनाव में उतरे हैं।
Biswajit Dev, the ruling party has labeled emerging outfits like the Indian Secular Front as vote cutters. You've seen Siddiqui Sahab's organization, in a handshake with Owaisi. Your party has said many things about Asaduddin Owaisi and his plans in Bengal after what happened in Bihar. Do you recognize that the emergence of parties like the ISF, Owaisi venturing into Bengal is also a reflection on the Trinamool? Because even though it is uncomfortable to see it as a large vote bank, that is a reality of it. And Mamata Banerjee has always prided herself as having the support of the minorities.
First of all, I would like to say that the All India Trinamool Congress believes that all religions are equal. We do not consider a particular community as a separate community altogether. For us, Hindus, Muslims, OBCs, SC, ST, they are all equal. Now the question is, regarding the stand taken by the ISF led by Mr. Siddiqui, I would first of all say that what made Mr. Siddiqui wake up just prior to the elections and think about the minority community? What was his party or he himself doing so long when the government led by the Mamata Banerjee was ruling the state of West Bengal? Why didn't he think earlier about the minority communities? For us, minority we consider not only the Muslim community but also the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribe, the OBCs, they are all minorities. And we have made special arrangements and special provisions for their development. I would like to refer to some particular figures, if you allow me. You see, first of all, the Minority Affairs and Madrasa Education Department had been allotted rupees 4,644 0.17 crores in the year 2021-2022 budget. Mr. Siddiqui should know about it, that this particular initiative had been taken by the government led by Mamata Banerjee. In the current financial year, I am referring to the figures, exact figures. Okay?
Yeah.
In the current financial years, 19,24,523 caste certificates had been issued by the West Bengal government, out of which 16,93,553 was under the Duare Sarkar scheme, which has been launched by the West Bengal government very recently. Now, with regard to the pension, pension is provided to all aged persons of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities under the Jai Johor and Tapshili Bundu schemes. Already 60 lakhs old widow had been provided pension proposal to allocate 1,000 crore for the next year. I'm just mentioning the figures.
Okay.
I am mentioning the figures.
Yeah.
And exactly what type of development had been done for the minorities as a whole. Scholarship of rupees 800 under the Shiksha Sri.
I want to get I want to get Siddiqui Saab to respond to that before I go to my other guest, because it was a direct question.
But please allow me.
Yeah.
Please allow me to finish.
Finish.
The scholarship of rupees 800 under the Shiksha Sri has been disbursed to SC students for class 8 to class 12 since 2014 to 2015. 8,90,841 SC students from class 8 to 12 got this scholarship during that period. And 14,643 students are getting hostel grants.
Okay.
So we know, and we have been doing a positive development work since the last 10 years under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee.
सिद्दीकी साहब, आपके लिए direct सवाल है from तृणमूल की, आपने बिल्कुल elections, चुनाव के पहले ही आपने ये पार्टी शुरू करने के लिए क्यों सोचा?
देखिए कभी आवाज आ रहा है? देखिए, अगर वाम बोलिए, कांग्रेस बोलिए, टीएमसी बोलिए, जितना भी पार्टी है, बीजेपी बोलिए, पहले जब चुनाव में उतरे तब तो पहले से ही शुरू किए थे। तो इस 2021 के 21 जनवरी में हमने पार्टी को लॉन्च किए हैं। अभी लॉन्च किए हैं तो अभी तो शुरू होगा। तो देखिए, हम लोग तो बहुत दिन से बोल रहे हैं कि हम लोगों को शिक्षा के बारे में सोचिए। जो 10,000 मदरसा देने के भी बात किए थे, 15% संरक्षण देने के बात किए थे, औकाफ स्टेट को पुनरुद्धार करने के बात किए थे, फुरफुरा शरीफ में रेल की बात किए थे, फुरफुरा शरीफ में विश्व पर्यटन केंद्रों की बात किए थे, और बहुत सारे मजहब के बारे में तो बात किए थे। जितना वादा किए थे उतना तो वादा कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ। इसीलिए हम लोग ने सोचा है, चलिए जितना पिछड़ा हुआ आदमी है, दलित, आदिवासी, मुस्लिम और गरीब जो हिंदू है, सब एक साथ मिल के हम लोग अपना जो अधिकार है, संविधान ने जो अधिकार दिया, वो अधिकार को हम खुद छीन के लेंगे। क्योंकि बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने बताए थे, जो अधिकार भिख से नहीं मिलता उसको छीन लेना पड़ता है। इसी हिसाब से हम लोगों ने सोचा।
Okay. Abhijit Da, coming to you now. In the midst of this very loud, this very high volume crossfire that's on, where the main players, at least to anyone tracking it even remotely, is between the Trinamool and the BJP. If we're talking about a divisive discourse, one is accusing the other of appeasement, the other is accusing the other of a divisive discourse and communalization of the narrative. That whole secularism space has been taken over by parties, new outfits and new voices like Siddiqui Saab here, like the Owaisi who is entering Bengal, etc. Where does the Congress stand on this?
Well,
and on the discourse in general?
Congress has always been advocate of secularism. Secularism that doesn't mean they support a particular religious group or particular community. It is inclusive and everybody should have a right to practice, profess his or her own religion as per their own belief. One should not interfere in others' religious belief, etc. Congress is to believe in democracy as well as secularism and inclusive growth. That means development for all. But please remember, India's population is enormous. Governments means, whether it's a state government or central government, was not that much like in big developed countries that you'll be able to find fund or money for them. Still, overall development, some parties, some people, they say, 60 साल से कुछ नहीं हुआ, 60 साल से अगर कुछ नहीं हुआ, तो न्यूक्लियर बम हम कैसे बना सका 1974 में. Subsequently 92, जैसे ही वाजपेयी जी आए, next day, within 13 days, second explosion was conducted. अगर कुछ नहीं हुआ तो मैं एक एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ. ये जस्ट कहने का बात है. Congress idea and Congress philosophy is very clear. We always believe in सबको लेके चलो, सबका साथ चलो, सबका डेवलपमेंट करो. उसके बाद हम बोलेंगे भाई ये हम ये काम किया, you vote for my party, my candidate. Congress doesn't believe it's a vote by division. Congress always believes in integration. Sometimes these ideas are taken, sometimes not taken for the time being. But time and again, this has been proved. The Congress philosophy of inclusive growth, that is secularism in sense of practicing own religion as per their own belief, living in this country, great country called Bharatvarsha or India. Or sometimes it is called Hindustan also. That everyone in India, irrespective of caste, creed and religion, is Indian citizen, वो हिंदुस्तानी है और भारतीय है और इंडियन है. जो कुछ भी है सबके लिए एक साथ करनी है. उसमें sometimes somebody gets, some portion gets little more. Bengal was one of the highest industrialist state, but अभी नहीं है. Why? क्यों नहीं इंडस्ट्री आ रहा है? इंडस्ट्री आने से उसको भगाया जा रहा है. All these things are happening, but it has a bearing on that. That is why Congress never played on a communal division or communal, played on only secularism and developmental work.
Okay, I'll come back to I'll come back to the idea of appeasement if we have time a little later. But Mohammad Salim Sahib, welcome. Thanks for joining the panel as well. Empowerment versus a divisive discourse is the topic of this panel, sir. From the sidelines, because this is a, you know, I'm repeating myself, but the loudest voices you're seeing on this particular topic are the Trinamool and the BJP right now. What do you think? Is this empowerment with everything that the left has seen in Bengal so far? Is this empowerment or is this a divisive discourse?
For last 2 decades, particularly in India as well as in Bengal, this divisive politics has played a havoc. Now it's no more. Now Bengal is a Waterloo for these divisive policies. Because since pre-independence days, all of us...
You're saying it's a Waterloo for the divisive politics?
Yes. Okay. And that's why you are debating now. And I think from the backdrop also, I think that stereotyping of Muslims is not going to work. Like they failed to identify Sikh peasants in the name of Khalistan, Sikh Pagdi, or during this anti-CA movement, anti-NRC, NPR movement in Bengal, the BJP leaders talk about identifying people with lungis. In Bengal, Bengali Hindus or Bengali Muslims, they wear lungis, be it at home or outside. That's the difference. Now the question is, you're talking about appeasement. This appeasement politics of none has played here a role. And that's why BJP failed to have its acceptance here in Bengal all these days. The last 1 decade, Mamata Banerjee tried to use these divisive tactics because she was taught in the same school where Tathagata Rai and Modi and Amit Shah were taught, in Advani's school. When you are talking about this going to temples, Naddaji comes or Amit Shah comes or whoever comes from Coach Bihar to Kakdeep, now it's a pilgrimage. So let it be a religious pilgrimage, no problem. But when you have a Vod Yatra, why you name it Rath Yatra? That doesn't fall under faith. Okay. When Muslims raise his voice, or Christians raise his voice, or Sikhs raise his voice, or Adivasis or Dalits, then you identify. Because it's a mainstream of urban, upper caste, educated Hindus. That's the mainstream of India. India is comprising of so many nationalities, so many languages. You have to identify. एक देश, एक धर्म, एक जाति, एक राष्ट्र, एक झंडा, एक नेता, वो आजादी के वक्त में नहीं हुआ है. In Bengali, Atul Prasad Sur has written, because the multilingual, during freedom struggle. How dharo mein te dheer, how karo mein te beer, how unnato shir nahi bhoy. What this Modi Didi politics is, how dharo mein te beer and karo mein te dheer. Then you don't have development, you don't have employment, youths are now unemployed, and you are talking about temples, and that does fall under faith.
Tathagaji, do you want to respond to that? That the divisive agenda is something where the chief instigator is the BJP and only the, and that as far as divisive politics is concerned, Muhammad Salim says that this election is going to be a Waterloo.
See, Mr. Muhammad Salim inadvertently has given himself away when he mentioned just a little while back that India consists of so many nationalities.
Yes.
I was under the impression that India consists of only one nationality, that is Indian. But he has, his party earlier, please, you have had your chance, Mr. Salim.
Nana bhasha, nana mot, nana poridhan, vividher majhe dekho milano mohan.
Will you complete your ranting of poetry, then I'll talk.
You can go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
You chant mantra, no problem.
Yeah,
See,
okay, one at a time.
You mustn't interfere. If you do that, then I will interfere in your talk. Please don't do that. See, he has given away this thing of nationality because our nationality is Indian. So is mine, so is yours, so is Mr. Salit. But this is a thing that had been floated by the undivided Communist Party back in 1942. Something which was called the Adhikari thesis, which has not yet been disowned by the Communist Party, any of the Communist parties, which says that India is not a nation, it consists of 18 different nationalities. And that is what Mr. Salim gave away inadvertently. Now, as a result of that, you can make out that what he is trying to foment, he is trying to foment some dissension among these different nationalities because he believes, his party believes, that they are not one, they are not Indians, they are either Hindus or Muslims, or they are Bengalis or Biharis or Maharashtrians. This is a principal objection. And
but moving away from the left side,
just
focusing on
just
in
one
our
more
national
sentence.
anthem is Punjab,
Just
Sindhu,
one more
Gujarat,
sentence.
Maratha, Dravid,
Just
Utkal,
one more sentence. That is that now from this, you can judge who is playing divisive politics.
Okay.
His Adhikari thesis said India consists of 18 nationalities.
But away from the left now, on the Bengal divisive agenda where he accuses the BJP of being the chief instigator on this.
He began with the divisive agenda. His party began with the divisive agenda. As far back as in 1942.
I have a right to reply.
Okay, please.
He's accusing.
Are you finished with your point? You haven't answered the specific point on this being a Waterloo for the divisive agenda. I'm guessing he meant the Hindutva agenda in West Bengal.
No, but Hindutva is not the only agenda. There is the agenda of dividing people among linguistic lines, which Mamata Banerjee has very recently taken up, trying to pit Bengalis against non-Bengalis, conveniently forgetting that her chief advisor is a Bihari. The other parties also conveniently do it, but the particular action, particular guilt, particular thing of which Mr. Salim's party is guilty is that they always play on these differences. They always play on these differences. And particularly in respect of the Hindu-Muslim divide, right through they had been playing on it, and they had been posing themselves as the protector of the minority vote bank.
CPIM or the left of this country or Bengal does not need a certificate from a Sakha going Mr. Roy.
That is why you are not found anywhere else in India.
Secondly, he's distorting.
I am proud that I go to a Shaka.
Why Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, when invited Rabindranath Tagore to lay the foundation stone of Mahajati Sangho, not
Who
Jati
called
Sangho?
Netaji Subhash
Because
Chandra Bose
India
the
is
running dog of
comprising of
imperialism?
so many nationalities and sub-nationalities. Indian freedom strugglers united as one.
Who
and
called
they have not
Netaji
participated in
Subhash
freedom
Chandra Bose
struggle.
the running
He was
dog
a
of
traitor.
imperialism?
He was a traitor.
Okay.
Sangh Parivar was a traitor. And that's why Bengal of Rabindranath, Nazrul and Rabindranath, we still believe in that because it's a comprising, it's a bowl.
What
people are there.
Tathagat Roy has basically said is that the left has no right to speak about the Hindu-Muslim agenda because apart from other divisive agendas, this is also one that you've manipulated. That's a specific point that he made about the left.
Now we are against this divisive politics, be it from the communal forces of all hues on the basis of religion, Sikh, Isai, Hindu, Muslim, or be it the question of like Mamata Banerjee is playing now, or what they did in Assam, Bengali, Assamese, non-Bengali, Bengalis, because division is division. Now you yardstick, you use religion, region, language, caste, subcaste, anything. And this is what is happening for last 2 decades in Bengal to take on left, to divide the unity of the working people and the middle class. They have used this subcaste, Motua, Rajbongshi, Adivasi, Gorkhali, Bimal Gurungs, BJP
the All
of
India,
Tripura.
All India Trinamool Congress, I would like to make it very
minority
clear.
communalization and divisive agenda is
I would like to make it
that
very
allegation has been made about the Trinamool as well, that the BJP has set the agenda on that topic, but the Trinamool itself has started participating in that conversation.
Not at all. You see, we do not believe in divisive politics. We always believe that people from all communities, all religions, they are all equal. We believe in the constitution of our country. We believe under the provisions of the constitution, everybody is equal. We believe in development. We do not talk about this divisive politics, whoever it is, whether it is the CPIM or whether it is the BJP. We are not concerned about that. We are concerned about development. The development work which has been done under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee since the last 10 years in Bengal, which is visible, which we can see. It is not only for the minorities, it is for the minority Muslims, it is for the scheduled caste, it is for the upper caste Hindus, it is for the scheduled tribes. I have given you figures. I have mentioned, I have quoted the figures.
Okay.
Let anybody challenge it.
But to the outside viewer, and especially since we're talking so much about insiders and outsiders, the view is that the Trinamool has gotten triggered into speaking in the same language as the BJP when it comes to the communal conversation.
No. I don't agree with that. See, insider and outsider, we have never mentioned it like that. We are talking about the interest of Bengal, the interest of the people of Bengal, the people who do not understand the culture of Bengal, people who do not understand the basic ethics of Bengal. That is where we differ from them.
Tathagat Roy, the Trinamool has constantly said that whether it is the Rath Yatra, which they have termed the polarization, not Pariborton Yatra, to Jai Shri Ram, we have a separate session in fact on that tomorrow. They say that the BJP will never make any inroads as far as that is concerned, and that you remain the chief provocators as far as communalization is concerned in this election.
No, I'll give you a very small example from something pretty early in Mamata Banerjee's reign. She had started, or she had proposed, a allowance for imams of mosques. Now, what business should a party, should a government in a secular country have to award allowances to imams of mosques? There is no answer. She simply wrote on the file that this is necessary because they do a lot of work for the society. So we were helpless.
Mr. Roy should also mention about the Brahmin Purohits. About the Brahmin Purohits.
I will mention everything, but you must let me talk.
For the Brahmin Purohits, had also been announced.
When I am talking, please don't disturb. When I am talking, please don't disturb.
Do not try to mislead.
Then I will not let you talk. I will not let you talk when you are talking. Please don't disturb. Please let me talk. This is not civilized debate. This is
I'll give you time to rebut.
Please do not mislead.
I'll give you time to rebut.
I can shout better than you. Please don't raise your voice.
I'll give you time to rebut.
Horrible.
But I must be allowed to finish. I must be allowed to finish.
You'll get your time, sir.
Did or did not Mamata Banerjee arrange for an allowance to imams in a secular state which should have nothing to do with religion? She did. And ultimately we had to go to the High Court.
She learned it from you.
See, she is interfering because it's hurting him.
She learned it from you.
It is hurting him.
When
It is
Congress was
hurting him.
formed,
It
Because
is hurting
RSS
him.
instigated.
It is hurting both of
Both
them.
West Bengal is hurting
Mohammed
TMC
Salim,
too.
want to
hurting
respond?
Mohammed
Let him finish,
Salim.
I'll come to both of you.
It is hurting him because he is also in the same boat. They have done the same thing.
Okay,
So we
It's
went
a
to the High
BJP
Court.
TMC too.
We went to a
BJP
High Court,
TMC too.
and the High Court
There is
threw
no
it out.
difference between
We
Sagat Rai
never
and Sagat
believe,
Rai.
as I said
They
earlier
are in
also,
the same
we
boat.
never
Let him answer you,
believed,
sir. Let him answer you now.
we
Same
never
boat.
believed in appeasement or in divisive politics, as I mentioned
I
earlier.
just now mentioned
Mr.
what
Roy
they did.
mentioned about the Imam Bhatas. Then why didn't he mention about the Bhatas which have been given to the Brahmin Pandits? That
Oh,
has also
yes,
been
yes.
announced.
I shall come to that.
Why did he keep
I
quiet
shall
about
come
that?
to that
So
Should
should
not
not
presently.
have kept
Imam.
quiet
I
about
shall
Yeah.
come to
about that
presently.
Let him
issue.
finish, sir. Let him finish.
I shall come to that presently. First,
let
he
him-
did the Imam Bhatta.
Okay.
Why
First he
you are
did the Imam Bhatta.
concentrating only on Imams?
Yes, yes, because the Imams came first. Then when the High Court threw it out, then they, to do a balancing act, Mamata Banerjee came out with a Purohit Bhatta.
No, not at all.
It was
not at all.
never
The
needed.
High Court did
It
not
was
interfere.
never needed.
The
No
High Court did not
secular
interfere.
state,
You
no
are
secular state should have
misleading.
anything to do with
You-
Imam
you-
Bhatta
you are-
or Granthi Bhatta
Distorted
or
facts.
priest
These are all
Bhatta.
distorted facts.
Mohammed Salim, Tadagat
This
Roy
is,
says
I am
that
citing
you
facts.
the
This is
original
saying-
arch rivals, the left and the Trinamool, are one and the same when it comes to this.
Absolutely.
Appeasement. That's what Tadagat Roy is saying.
That's a foolishness. I'm sorry, an education person can talk about this. You should read the history. When Trinamool was formed, it was under the aegis of BJP. When you question why ISF is formed and for the election, when TMC says TMC was formed in 93-99 election to join hands with BJP within 3 weeks. And then for 9 years they stayed together. And whatever Mamata Banerjee is doing, she learned it in the same Pathshala of Advani Modi. And dividing, they used Dharm Sanshad, she used Maulana Maulvis. Because here Muslim is 30%, their Hindus were there. So whatever BJP played the role of Dharm Samagam, she did the same thing.
Okay,
We are
okay.
opposed to both. That's why.
We have only a few minutes left, so I want to now shift away from the blame game over who is more responsible for the divisive agenda and speak about what's currently happening and with the elections coming up. So my question is once again to Siddiqui Sahab कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस का कहना है कि आपने जो असदुद्दीन ओवैसी के साथ एक यू हैव एन एग्रीमेंट विद हिम, क्या आपको नहीं लगता है कि ये बीजेपी को फायदा पहुंचाएगा इस चुनाव में?
देखिए, मेरा मानना है संविधान
क्योंकि उनका कहना है कि दिस पार्टनरशिप आईएसएफ और ओवैसी विल ओनली प्ले द रोल ऑफ वोट कटर का रोल प्ले करेगा।
देखिए, मेरा मानना है किसी के लिए किसी का वोट कटवा होगा, ये बात कहना ही गलत है।
क्योंकि ये बार-बार कहते हैं ये
कहते हैं, उसका मर्जी है, उसी का मर्जी है, मगर ये बात कहना गलत है क्योंकि सबका अधिकार है, अपना पार्टी बना सकते हैं, आदमी के पास जाएंगे, जिसको जो पसंद है उसी को चुनाव में वोट डालेंगे। आप अगर काम के लिए वोट चाहेंगे तो आप काम किए हैं तो वोट मिल जाएंगे, और नहीं काम किए हैं तो आपको डर लग जाएगा। देखिए, हम लोग चाह रहे हैं कि ऐसा सरकार चाहिए जो हर बंदे की, हर आदमी के पेट में खाना देंगे, रहने के लिए घर देंगे और नौकरी देंगे, सुस्त रहने के लिए हॉस्पिटल सही से बनाएंगे, चिकित्सा, ऐसा सरकार चाहिए। हम भी नहीं चाह रहे किसी सरकार ऐसी आई इमाम को भाता दे के उसको लेके चुनाव का कोई मुद्दा बने, ये भी हम नहीं चाह रहे। फिर भी हम बोल रहे हैं इमाम का जो भाता दे रहे वो तो मुस्लिम पर्सनल पार्टी से दे रहे हैं, औकाफ स्टेट से दे रहे हैं, वो तो कोई राजकोट से नहीं दे रहे हैं। फिर भी ममता बनर्जी को पहले बोलना चाहिए था, अगर पहले बोल देते इतना डिवाइड नहीं होते। अगर कोई भी धर्म गुरु को राजकोट से भाता दे, ये मेरे संविधान की शायद बेखिलाफ होगा। गणतंत्री राष्ट्र में ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, मेरा मानना है।
Yes, I wanted you to respond to
just
that.
have one point.
शायद सिद्दीकी साहब,
Perhaps Siddiqui Sahib is not aware.
Specifically on the
one minute, can I
vote cutter
respond,
issue as well.
please?
Yeah, quick
Can I
point.
respond, please? शायद सिद्दीकी साहब को पता नहीं है कि बंगाल में हेल्थ केयर इज फ्री, हेल्थ इज फ्री, even
What has that got to do with this?
even the investigation,
जवाब दो।
People have seen during
all-
the
all-
across the country and in
all
Bengal.
hospitals,
आज जो स्वास्थ्य कार्ड
सब सरकारी
I like
हॉस्पिटल
आज जो
specifics.
आप जाके
स्वास्थ्य कार्ड
देखिए,
बन रहे हैं वो
34 साल
वो एक आदमी को गुमराह बनाने के लिए कार्ड बना जा रहे हैं।
हेल्थ
ऐसे कार्ड दिखा के
क्या
वो
था?
हॉस्पिटल से उसको
34
भगा रहे हैं।
साल लेफ्ट फ्रंट रेजिम में क्या था और अभी क्या है देख लीजिए। अपने आप
देखिए,
जाके
हम
अस्पताल
किसी
में
को
देख
साथ
लीजिए।
किसी के तुलना नहीं करने आए हैं। आपके ऊपर विश्वास करके हम लोग वोट दिए हैं। हम लोग चाह रहे थे एसटी, एससी, ओबीसी, माइनॉरिटी जितना आदमी है सबका नौकरी होगा, पिछड़ा हुआ आदमी का काम होगा। इसी सोच के आपको बम को हटा के वोट दिए हैं।
आप चैलेंज
आप
कीजिए,
उसके साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज क्यों कर रहे हैं?
बोलिए कि
आप अपना क्या
भूल
काम
कर रहे
है
हैं।
वही बोलिए।
हम कोई भूल फिगर दे रहा है, आप बोलिए।
आप लोग
हम कोई
सिर्फ
गलत
वादा
फिगर दे
कर
रहा
रहे
है,
हैं,
बोलिए।
इतना बजट है, बजट है। हम
only
यहाँ से
budget,
बोल रहे हैं, हर
not only
बंगाल की
budget,
जितने लोग हैं सबको हम नौकरी दे देंगे।
हम
बजट
लोग किया
है,
है।
बजट से कम नहीं चलता, पहले काम को करके दिखाना पड़ता है।
पेंशन के लिए सब कुछ हम लोग दिया है,
So
सब कुछ फिगर्स दिया है हम
the
लोग।
allegation against parties
चलो,
who have been
TMC सब कुछ कर दिया, वो
who-
जाने वाला
No,
है।
the parties who've been accused of appeasement in the
जाएगा
past, this
कि
is
आएगा,
something
वो
that's said
तो-
about them.
वो तो
That they
public
look
विचार
at
करेगा।
Muslims as a vote bank
वो
and
तो
then
सीपीआईएम का भी
they
एक भी
also-
लोकसभा सीट नहीं है।
Not only-
इतना काम किया है 34 साल में
Not
कि
only-
बंगाल में एक भी लोकसभा सीट नहीं है।
Okay, not only that, parties like the Trinamool and the Congress party, which have been accused of appeasement in the past, are often accused of not just seeing Muslims as a vote bank, but also misleading them. You've heard Owaisi Saab say it a lot. You've just heard Siddiqui Saab also say it. But Tathagat Roy, sir, I want to come to you once again on whether it is the BJP that gains the most in all of this. The vote cutter issue that I'm talking about, the consolidation of the Hindu vote. Is this the BJP that's going to gain from this very high voltage divisive conversation? Because no matter where you stand, it is a divisive conversation that's happening.
See, before answering your question, I just put in one sentence about something that Siddiqui Saab said. Perhaps he is not aware. He said that राजकोष से जो पैसा दिया जाता है वो गलत है। लेकिन पहले राजकोष से ही पैसा दिया जाता था इमामों को। बाद में जब हम कोर्ट में जाकर मुकदमा किए तो वो खारिज करके वो दूसरी ओर से वो पैसे दिला रहा है। अच्छा, now to answer your question, whether it is benefiting the BJP or not, divisive politics, that's your, how are we bothered? We are neither supporting the CPM, nor the Congress, nor Siddiqui Saab's party, nor any other party. So how are we bothered about what they are doing among themselves? Let them fight. No, but if they want to fight and it is to our advantage, we will
But
have
what
a
are
nice
you
time.
doing? What your party is doing, Mr. Roy? What development you have done?
Once
You
again,
tell us
this
what
is,
development you have done.
Please try to stick to one topic. What development we have done has
Yes,
got to be
please.
seen in the context
say,
of what you have
don't
done.
talk
You
only
have
about-
driven out.
don't
You have
talk
driven
only
out
about
Tata
appeasement.
Motors. You have driven
only
out.
about appeasement.
You have driven out Tata Motors out
Together
of
with
West
you.
Bengal. Never forget.
Together with you, Mr. Tathagat Roy, don't forget Rajnath Singh, Sushma Swaraj. Together with you, whatever Mamta did, she did it with you together.
We are
You have
almost...
felt togetherness that
Mamata
time.
Banerjee drove out Tata Motors. You have driven out at least 60,000 companies from West Bengal.
This is, there are many different
I will
threads
answer
to
his
this, so I'm
question,
going to try.
whether BJP is going to gain or not. He
Sir,
avoided the question.
We're
I
almost,
will answer.
we are almost.
I will
out of
answer.
time.
I
Abhijit
will
has been
answer.
very patient, so I want to try and give the last.
No, Tathagat Roy will never answer your question.
Yeah, okay.
I will answer his question.
Quickly, very quickly.
Why they are poaching Trinamool Congress? Why there is a shopping spree? If they were gainer, there are a lot of ration there. Either they are hoarder or black marketeer. You have so many people, then you are going to buy all these thugs of Trinamool Congress.
I'm going to...
Because you are not gaining, you are losing. That's why.
I can tell you that on India Today television, we cover that story extensively, so I promise we will take it up there. But since we are on a different topic here and almost out of time, I'd like to give the last word to Abhijit Da, which is that, so where does the Congress find itself in all of this? You know, the Congress is drowned out. This is like a fight for relevance even in this particular conversation. You might say that, you know, secularism is completely something else as far as the Congress is concerned. But has the Congress completely been drowned out in this conversation, politically and otherwise?
I don't think so. You know that there's a kahani in Ramayana, called name is Lankavag. They are fighting with each other, but there is a, hidden support for secular force and the people who want development. Who can give good governance and development is a Congress. Now is thanks that hopefully that 10% agreement will be done, agreed with the left, Front, in a day or two, will become a formidable force here. I cannot claim that will be number one, number two, or whatever may be. Whatever at our level as on date, we'll gain from that. And gradually will progress. And I think everyone has to agree that religion is a kind of euphoria. It will come and stay for some time and it will go. Ultimately, you need what my younger brother has said, roti, kapra or makan. Who can give that? Who can provide that? Who can give a stable economy which has positive growth? ऐसा नहीं है आपका पॉइंट था 8, उसका बाद 6 हो गया, फिर वो 7 हो गया, पॉजिटिव ग्रोथ हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है. So only one government can give, one party can give, or rather a consortium of party of like-minded that can give, that is Congress. So it is not, for almost 43 years, Congress is not in power in Bengal. But still, we have some percentage of vote. Most of the votes migrated to some other party, but it will come back. And it's a temporary euphoria, what you say. And we strongly believe that people of West Bengal have already decided their mind, and which will be reflected very soon. Thank you
Just
very much.
only a few weeks to go for this election. There is a big rath rumbling through West Bengal, and the one thing we can all be sure of in this election is that minority affairs is not just going to be front and center, it's going to be an increasing part of the conversation as we go forward. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. This has been a great panel. Thank you very much for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we raise a warm applause for what has been our fieriest session till now? Appreciate you all for joining us. Thank you, Shiv. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists. And if this is to go by, it's pretty much a quick precursor on what we're going to witness in West Bengal election, promising to be a tectonic one. All right, we're going to just take about a minute's turnaround time, but once again, for those who are tweeting, do tweet under the hashtag ConclaveEast21. That's the hashtag you need to tweet under, hashtag ConclaveEast21. All right, viewers, as we power into our next session, let me quickly introduce that session to you. Politics Redefined, the march of new age politicians. Is India ready for a new kind of politics, and can the young politicians in this country change the political narrative of this country? Well, that's what we're going to touch upon, and to take it from here, well, I'd be moderating the session, and I'd like to call upon Nusrat Jahan, Lok Sabha MP, TMC, Agni Mitra Paul, President BJP, Mahila Morcha. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for our panelists. Good afternoon, ladies. All right, so it's often said that we're and very aptly said, and I'm sure both of you agree, that we're a very, very young country, steeped in old leadership. Very young, full of old leaders. And just to go with some of the figures that we have, 65% of India is below the age of 35. Median age of that would come to about 29 years. Let's look at the average age of MPs in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha combined. Nusrat, you're in the Lok Sabha. The average age is about 55 years. The median age of our MPs is 50 years. So pretty much the fault lines are quite exposed in that, where how young as a country we are, where our aspirations sometimes don't quite match the people who are representing it. So when somebody as young as the both of you are blooded into politics, given positions of power, Ms. Paul, you are in a position of power, you head the Mahila Morcha for the Bharatiya Janata Party, or positions of great importance, Nusrat, and 3.5 lakh votes is what you won in Bashirhat of. So, and put in a position like that, there are a lot of questions which come up, some warranted, some highly unwarranted. But one of the warranted questions is, what's brought you both here? Why are you here? And what is it that you bring to the table? Because you're young, you represent 65% of this country. Both of you joined Indian politics pretty much the same month in the same year, March 2019, right? And both of you today stand in very different positions where ideology is concerned. But I want to begin with that. And Nusrat, let's go with you. Why, forget about all the questions that come. Why are you here? And what does Nusrat Jahan bring to the table when it talks to that 65% it represents in this country?
Very, very good afternoon to all present here. Thank you, Preeti, for introducing us. Made it sound such powerhouse. And it's always lovely sharing the stage with Agnidi. She's a lovely human being, and I've been very fond of her. So before I start off, so when I got the mail from India Today team that we are going to be discussing on a topic, it read, accidental politicians. That's what it read. It sounded very, very harsh. So I would like to acknowledge and say kudos to the entire team to change it, to change the entire topic of discussion today and make it sound much less harsh. I would like big round of applause to the entire team. I would request you all on my behalf, please. They've actually done this for us. Because being accidental politician sounds very harsh. It sounds slightly mean. So when we talk about the youth today in politics, so politics has always had people from different fields coming together, being celebrated together. When you leave out the youth, a big portion goes missing. A big portion is not being able to raise their voices or cause any influence in the decision-making in the governance of a country. So why would we let that happen? Like youth in politics is a global phenomenon. Why would India be lagging behind? Why would someone not take the initiative of being a part of active politics in India as a youth? We'll talk about it. There are like n number of reasons why the youth today would stand from far and criticize politics and not want to be completely into it. But again, you see, let's go back in the times of history, be it any Indian freedom movement, or be it any movement to create states or any revolutionary movement, it has all been led, sustained, and inspired by selfless sacrifices of the youth. And me, being part of the youth, I aspire to bring about a change. I probably do not want to change the rulers, but I do want to change the system by which the country is being ruled. And what better way than getting into politics where me as a youth would not, for politics for me would not just be contesting elections and then winning with a whooping vote of 3.5 lakhs, but the wider perspective is be the change, be the game changer. It actually gave me the opportunity to take up a lot of issues, to cause a lot of awareness, to bring about a lot of difference in various fields. For instance, education, or for instance, various fields where I can bring about a change, representing the youth of India today. So why wouldn't I do that? I took the initiative, and I'm sure today, with people like us being part of the new age India, there are a lot more younger people who would want to be part of active politics and want to be actively participating in the decision-making of the country. This is what I'm looking forward to. This is what the new India demands. Because the youth is, they are the torchbearers who can free India of all possible social and political evils. And it's time, and it's a high time that we start working towards it. Because, for me, politics is, what do I say? It's, in simple words, it's more conscious and uninterrupted understanding of what? Society and people's issues. For people like us who do not come from hardcore political background, it's just about understanding people's issues. It's about, for example, getting the public sector welfare institutions more democratized. It's about getting the government to reach the disadvantaged. Thus, I want to bridge the gap between the rich and the poor, And thus the government should be available for everybody so that everybody has a dignified and good life. That's what I want to bring to the table.
All right, so like I said, both of you represent 65% of the country, but it's not every day that the likes of both of you can sit here and represent the youth. So there is an advantage from the fields that both of you have come from. But we'll get to that. And Ms. Paul, coming back to what I asked Nusrat, forget about all that's gone down in print and otherwise on the both of you entering politics. In your mind, why are you here and what does Ms. Agnimitra Paul bring to the table?
A very good afternoon to the lovely audience present here. Thank you, India Today, for giving me this platform, this prestigious platform. I feel so privileged. See, I have been a designer for the last 23 years. This is my 24th year. And very fortunately, Nusrat has been my model, my showstopper.
That's what I was wondering. In an alternate universe,
yes,
you would be the designer and she could be your muse.
Yes.
But that alternate universe is today's reality where both of you are sitting on opposite sides of the spectrum representing two very different
But I would still wear something if she designs for me. Why not? I mean,
I
wouldn't let opposition or politics come in between personal relationship that I behold with her.
Absolutely.
I'll come in. She's designed a really cool mask. Want to wear that?
Which mask are you talking about?
I would love to.
Mask is all
we have designed.
We all need masks for our own protection, and we all need our ideologies to protect ourselves also. So a mask, little more on the neutral grounds, is most welcome, Didi.
So I have always been associated with a number of NGOs and social work. I have been doing with Kolkata Police, with the Loreto Convent School. And I had a school, I was doing a project in Sundarban, where we were teaching stitching to the women over there. And I thought of, probably touching more lives. In 2014, I joined BJP through dialing the phone number. But 2019, I thought of doing active politics. That's because, my role model, my icon is my Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and I'm so influenced by the work that he has been doing, especially the projects that he has been promoting, for the women, like the grassroots women, like the toilets that he has been giving, the Ujjala gas, the one-stop center project for the rape victims. And also something, which kind of pushed me into politics was the kind of killings happening in West Bengal, the rapes happening on the women of West Bengal, which we have been seeing for the last so many years. And fortunately or unfortunately, I joined in 2019 and I was made the president of Mahila Morcha in 2020. In just 1 year's time, I'm so thankful to my party senior leaders for having the faith on me. But from 2020 till date, Preeti, there hasn't been a single day when I didn't have to rush to different parts of Bengal where a woman or a child hasn't been tortured. So this was again a reason to work for the security of women, to do something for the women, to do something for the people of Bengal, because all these years, they were just not given anything and they were fooled by one government after the other.
On that very note, taking care of the girl child and empowering the girl child are two very different things. So on that note, I have just one question that I put up in front of all you people, that if the central government really cares about empowerment, then why today Mamata Banerjee's party has 41% of women in the Lok Sabha and 31% in the Rajya Sabha, and the national percentage is just 12. So why are we not getting the women reservation bill tomorrow? Get it in March? Even if the Lok Sabha, the bill gets dissolved in the Lok Sabha, keep it in Rajya Sabha, have a debate and get over with it. empowerment is very, very, very important. So we do not really wait for the bills to empower our women here. Bengal is all about women empowerment.
Okay.
Bengal is all about Ma Durga. Bengal is all about being a woman of substance, which is led by a woman of substance today, which is Mamata Banerjee.
All right.
But if a woman of substance, Mamata Banerjee, is leading the government, I'm very happy that she had come to power in 2011, and ordinary women like us, we had a lot of hopes that she would do many things for the women of Bengal. But I would like to ask the audience over here and the thousands and lakhs of audience who have been watching us in television, why is it that NCRB data is not being sent to center from 2018? Why we are #1 in women trafficking? If she is Ma Durga and West Bengal is for women empowerment and TMC is for women empowerment, why is child trafficking #1? Why is acid abuse #1 in West Bengal? My question.
Okay.
And
All right.
Mamta Di has been giving cycles. I really appreciate you all have been giving cycles. But why are those cycles not being made in West Bengal? We have been talking about MSME, cottage industry, give employment to women,
Okay.
give employment
So
to the
if
men.
the cycles
The
are
cycles
not
are being
made
made
in West
outside.
Bengal, why is the opposition taking up the same cycles and moving around
Okay.
from one place to
All
another?
right, ladies, what we did.
See, I appreciate, Nusrat, that cycles have been given, but these are all broken cycles.
Okay.
Some are, of course, working. And
At
the
least
cycles
scooters
been
have
given.
not reached yet.
The cycles
The
have been
mopeds
given
and scooters
for the,
promised
Okay,
by the
ladies,
centers
ladies.
haven't reached yet.
Ladies,
At
The
least
cycles have
ladies.
been given for the girls of Bengal to go to
Ladies.
school.
Just
The schools
backstage-
aren't there.
Ladies, just backstage, both of you said, we're not going to fight. It's going to be very cordial.
We
It's
are
going to
not
be very
fighting.
easy.
We aren't fighting
we are
at all.
just
We are
being
just discussing.
opinionated. We're
We are just
discussing.
discussing.
All right, opinionated, fiery, young, that's exactly what we want. But like I said, in an alternate universe, you could have been the designer, she could have been the muse.
We still can be the same.
Yeah,
But like I said, the designer mask that she was trying to give to you, you don't want to wear that, do you? But having said that.
That is not a designer mask.
Okay.
That is
you
not
wanna
a
just show it to
designer
our
mask.
audience what it
And
is?
I, as the model, I can choose to say, I can choose to request my designer to, and I can say that, Didi, I don't like the color.
The mask
I
that
probably
she's-
don't like the color. Just change the color. Bring in more
I
color.
I promise to the audience that I'll make a blue mask with the lotus symbol
Okay, this
in
is what
orange.
she was, okay, so this is
And
what
what
she
if
was, can you
blue
show the
mask
what
with the
she's
lotus
talking
symbol?
about? Okay.
Didi, I hope.
Okay, no, you don't need to wear it. You don't need to wear it. All right, so the fact is, coming back to the 65% of the youth that both of you represent in this country, can the youth leaders that you both are change the political narrative of this country where you stand on such opposite polar divides? Look at for any issue that we've talked about which is facing your state, which is going into what anybody would easily say is a tectonic election. Let's go one by one. Where you talk about today, the youth in this country is highly divided on each issues that face the center and your state. Let's talk about religion. Nusrat, let's go with you. What happened was about a couple of weeks ago is when Mamata Banerjee was right here and she walked off when chants of Jai Shri Ram echoed, right? Now, religion is subjective. You said that this is not a religious chant, this is a political chant. Where do you stand on this?
I still stand by what I said. Because the question again crops up that why Jai Shri Ram, which is just chanting Ram's name, in our country which says that we have freedom of speech, why would someone get irritated or annoyed? What we don't see is the intention behind using the chant as a political slogan. I had also said that if Jai Shri Ram is not a political slogan, I stand by my words by saying that Ma Mati Manush is not TMC's slogan also. It is just the way you use it to annoy someone because you're making it more political. You're getting religion, using religion as a political agenda just to annoy someone. And moreover, that event wasn't a political event.
All right.
It wasn't a political event.
All right, but okay, I'll get you in. Now, there are different points of views. Some say that religion and politics is intrinsic, you can't divide it. But somebody who's representing a part of the youth which feels today you do stand by the chant of Jai Shri Ram as your Rath rolls through West Bengal, don't you? What is your take on this?
See, I don't agree with Nusrat that Jai Shri Ram is a political slogan. Ram Ram, Jai Shri Ram, this has been, we have been chanting this for last thousands and thousands of years. Jai Siya Ram or Jai Shri Ram is about prosperity, is about development.
More million Hindu gods.
I just wish my CM would have been little more sporting than, spoiling the entire program on the 23rd and trying to insult our Honorable Prime Minister and spoiling, and not only insult the Honorable Prime Minister, trying to insult Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose.
She was heckled. It wasn't a political event.
If she is a citizen,
and why was the Honorable Prime Minister silent when a woman was heckled on stage?
If she is a Hindu, if she is a citizen of India, what is her problem in chanting
I think
Jai
she's
Shri
more
Ram?
secular than
She should have
anybody.
been
Bengal has
sporting
always
enough.
been very, very
She should
secular.
have been sporting enough and say Jai Shri Ram. She should have been sporting enough.
36 more million gods say Joy Ma
Mati
Kali also.
is not
Joy Ma Kali also.
completely a political
ladies,
statement.
can I come?
Say
Can
Ganpati
I
Bappa
come?
Moria.
Mati Manush is a political
Say two
statement.
times,
Jai Shri Ram
Nobody
is
can hear you.
a slogan of
everything.
India
Nobody
for
can
the
hear
last
you.
thousands
For
of
more
years.
secular,
Okay, let's quickly
India is
change.
just not about Hinduism.
Okay,
India
okay.
has lot many more religions.
Okay,
We are
I want
all
to
living here
move on.
together.
Okay, I want to move on. The fact
If
is,
Honorable CM can say in an official program, in a government program, la ilaha
All right, okay.
illallah, if
Tell
she
me,
can
madam.
say that,
Tell me,
then
madam.
what is the
Why
problem
not?
in having...
okay, I want to ask you, Miss Paul,
why
Miss
does
Paul,
the
Miss
use
Paul, I want to ask you. Are you equally comfortable with Jai Shri Ram and slogans of any other religion?
Absolutely.
You're fine with that.
Absolutely,
Not a problem
yes.
with that.
If you
Okay.
ask me, I am also equally comfortable if you take any god's name.
Okay.
You chant any god's name.
Then
It's
why
not
was she so
personal.
Okay,
annoyed?
I'm moderator. I'm moderator.
Why did she come out of the car and she ran after the children?
Let's go one
when
by
she
one.
was going
Madam,
around
let's go
the-
one by one. Let's not make it into a television debate. Let's go one by one.
Why
Calm
did
down.
she-
Can I get you some water?
Unnecessarily, we're just giving high TRP.
I'm
Alright,
saying,
okay.
why did the Honorable CM had to get down of the car and run after those children who
Okay,
had
let's
said,
not. Okay, can we
she's
just,
making a fool of
All right,
herself?
where we talk about all religions are equal, why was it a problem when Nusrat dressed as Durga to wish everybody I think Durga Puja, and
Yes, I
a
get
lot
that
of
threat.
a lot of the flag that she got was from your party cadre. Is it because she's Muslim?
See, it was not an official statement. I, as a woman and Mahila Morcha's president, has always been supporting this. I have always supported Nusrat. I have supported Mimi also when Mimi was attacked by a auto driver. I had protested that.
Let's go
I'm
one by one.
always
Let's
by
go one
women.
by one. Yeah.
I'm always by women.
So
It
she
is
was
not
fine. So she was fine that she dressed as Ma Durga.
Absolutely. Why
So-
not?
So you don't agree with your own cadre, which went after her like how?
I'm saying that wasn't an official statement. If some leader says something,
Okay.
that is not a party statement.
All right, let's move on. I want to touch on a lot of contentious issues which face the youth today, which are divided. Let's talk about love jihad. What's your take on love jihad? Are you okay with the law that most of the states have right now? UP's adopted it. There are 5 states looking at adopting it. Ms. Paul, you go
Yes,
first.
of course. It's a serious problem. It's a serious problem which is happening in the border states. If you, in the border areas, in the border villages, if you go to Murshidabad, Malda, these kind of states, you hardly find Hindu families over there. In Calcutta, in the city of joy in Calcutta, this has been happening. Boys of the minority community, they have been, playing this love game. And
Would you
taking-
advocate the same law for West Bengal? You're the
See,
Mahila Morcha head.
I am a very, very simple karyakarta. I will not talk about laws. But definitely this is something which is wrong. What is happening is something wrong. And there need to be measures to check it.
All right, Nusrat, you've had a very strong
I
take
agree
on it.
what she's saying is if something wrong is happening, that should be taken care of. Do we not trust our judiciary system? Can this country not trust the judiciary system when it comes to something wrong like love jihad happening to any particular family? The system will take care of that. But the system will not bring about a rule which sounds more autocratic than democratic, where you will tell us what to eat, what to wear, who to marry, who to fall in love with,
Nusrat, I want to
and
ask
to do what.
a personal question. Would you think it would have been easier right now, which is easier for you? Would it be more difficult? Let's say if you were a Hindu woman and you were marrying a Muslim man, would that be more difficult if you turn the situation?
Why do we have to think like that? We are living in free India. Why do we have to think like that? It will be difficult for me if I'm a Hindu. It will be difficult for me if I'm a Muslim. It will be difficult for me if I'm a Christian. No. It'll be very difficult if somebody else starts judging me like that. It's my life. I choose to be with whoever I want to be with. And if in the process something wrong happens, Didi, let me just finish. If something wrong happens, you cannot really blame the entire community for just a few causing ruckus. Then comes in between the judiciary system who has to step in and take the necessary steps to be taken.
Okay.
It has to be done.
All right, let's move on to the other thing which is highly contentious. And once again, the youth of this country are standing on two very, very different, polar opposite sides of the divide. Let's talk about freedom of expression. Now, you know, we'll begin with you, madam. In West Bengal, Ms. Paul, the BJP is saying that there is no freedom of expression. Mamata Banerjee is a dictator. Now, you look at a national scale, the TMC is saying the same thing about the center, where that this is a dictatorship and there is no freedom of expression in the country. So what you're doing on a national state, you're facing the same question in your own state, where Mamata Banerjee is concerned. Go first, ma'am.
See, Preeti, in West Bengal, we have seen cases. A Mahila Morcha member from Howrah, she had created a meme and she was sentenced to jail for quite a few days. We all know about the case of the Jadavpur professor who had created a sketch of Honorable CM, and she was also harassed and heckled.
Have you heard of JNU?
Sorry?
Have you heard of JNU?
Of course.
And you know what's happening in Delhi?
See, what is happening in JNU, what is happening with what had happened at the Delhi riot, what has happened on 26th of January.
No, ma'am, I'm
it
not
is
talking
not
about an
exactly
incident. I'm leading
what
to
we
a
are
larger
seeing.
question. I'm leading to a larger question, and that's why I'm coming.
We are not.
It's
It
the
is not
hypocrisy of it
we
all.
have,
It's the hypocrisy of it all. Because what you are blaming and what you are saying in the state, what you're accusing this government of, you're facing the same questions
West
by
Bengal,
this.
there is no freedom of expression.
Okay.
If you are BJP or if you are not BJP also, if you write something in your social media handle, you will be arrested, taken into custody, and you will be heckled and harassed and threatened.
Ma'am, you know what's happening on a national scale when we talk about social media handles on what's happening in the center right now?
I don't support it. If that is it's something which is happening at the center, I really
face
don't
it every day.
support it.
If you
Okay.
talk
But
about
don't
heckling on
compare
social media,
JNU.
Sorry?
If
no,
you
no,
don't
there are
know
multiple,
where getting into
multiple
JNU,
issues.
if
Okay,
you're
no,
talking
no,
about
one
getting-
second. Hear my question. All right. Okay, my question is, so what you're accusing the center of doing on a national scale, it's the same you're facing here. She said there's no freedom of expression in your state. You're saying there's no freedom of
difference
expression in the country.
opinions. So see, she's talking from her experience. I would speak from my experience.
Why you don't know,
Let's
Nusrat,
go one
that
by one.
people have been arrested.
Madam, let's go
Everybody
one by
knows.
one. Let's go
Everybody-
one.
Let me
Madam, come
finish,
on.
Didi.
You
People-
same courtesy to each other accord. Yes.
Yes, of course. People have been arrested so that unrest isn't caused. A small meme or a small post can cause riots in Gujarat. We've seen that. Small post can cause riots in my constituency way back
Then why
in Basirhat.
stand for the cause of Greta Thunberg? Where
So why- no, I'm just-
where
let
then
me-
why
let me
stand
finish,
for her
Preeti,
cause?
let me-
Where a FIR today is against the toolkit she tweeted out.
Let me finish.
You defended that, but you're in hypocrisy.
Let me finish, Preeti. So I was just talking on the note where Agnidi says that people are heckled. So now when you come to heckling, I face heckling every day from the opposition with any goddamn post I make or any statement I make. Where is the freedom of expression are you talking about? Where is it?
See.
I'm sitting in state, but I have like millions of followers, which is not just restricted to state. It is all over. And I see the opposition heckling me every day. I get death threats.
Preeti, trolling
I get rape threats.
Trolling and arresting is two different
All right, madam,
things.
let me ask the
I
same
wish I
question.
could arrest all of them.
Let's
But
go.
if you're
Okay, I'm going to
arrested
come
for
in.
7 to 10
Madam,
days,
the same
1 month.
question applies to you. You're okay with an FIR lodged against the toolkit which Greta Thunberg tweeted out, but you're not okay with an arrest made in your
Yeah,
state.
so don't we know what she tweeted and what was
Ma'am,
the
most say
intention
no.
behind
They-
it?
most will say no,
Everything
most will
came
also
out.
say yes.
Everything came out in the public.
You don't think this is
how she
hypocrisy?
had planned and how other things were planned, how Mr. Rahul Gandhi was behind it. Everybody knows about it. It's all in the open.
All
so
right, ma'am.
that FIR is absolutely fine. But
this is
heckling,
not.
trolling, and a person, if he draws a sketch or if he creates a meme, she'll be arrested for 10 days, 15 days, 1 month. Is it same as trolling, you want to say?
Causing unrest is right or wrong.
Oh,
We leave the
creating meme
question-
of Mamata
we
Banerjee is
leave the
causing
question
unrest?
To the viewers, we leave the question to public. You know, they
Creating
say-
meme of, I
they
didn't know
say
creating
Let's
meme
go
of
one by
Mamata
one.
Banerjee
There's
is
no
causing
point.
unrest.
जो मंजूर आवाम होता है, so we'll leave it to the awam. Yeah, you all decide what to do.
All right, okay. Let's go on to, I have 2 minutes, okay? So there's this other topic which is another issue which has at least your state very, very divided, where the youth of your state is concerned. Her mic is not working. Can we please get, hello? No, it's working, Nusrat. No, it was working. We all heard you. We all heard you. Okay. Which is that this polarization versus appeasement. What's the difference? Go ahead. Because you have charged Mamata Banerjee of blatant appeasement. The fact is, yes, she does hold the appeasement, the minority welfare portfolio as well. But what are you doing? What are you doing in terms of polarization? You think what's going on is fine?
It is not fine at all. What has Mamata Banerjee, what has the TMC government done for the minorities? What has they done? Except for using them as vote banks. What has it done? She has been giving bhata, those, help to the muajjims for the last so many years. And she claims that BJP is non-secular and they are secular. If they are secular, then why didn't the Hindu Purohits get money? Why did only the Muslim muajjims get money for all these years? And in the bordering districts of Murshidabad, Malda, where Hindus are minorities,
Madam, 3 months ago, if I am correct, she did give it to the Hindu Purohits.
Just a few months back.
But she did.
Yes,
so don't
she did.
Don't,
a few months back,
yeah, but
because 2 months are left for elections.
Yes, but she did.
Listen, all these 10 years she didn't do. When 3 months are left for election, then she has done it. Then
Does
she
the
has given
opposition
because
not do
she's thinking
things
of
just
vote.
before election?
All these 10 years she could remember. What is wrong with the Sikh who people who are doing the puja at the Gurudwara? Why won't they get it? Why won't the Buddhist monks get it? Why only the Muslims get it?
Ma'am, but the fact is she's done it 3
She
months
has
ago.
been
So
always
let's quote
politicizing
facts.
and using the Muslim, but she hasn't done anything good for the Muslim community. Even Nusrat will agree to that.
I will not agree with
There
that.
is,
I
there
am
has
a
been
Muslim myself.
madrasas, but there has been no modern education in madrasas.
Madam, okay, time up. Go ahead, go.
I wouldn't be agree. I cannot agree to the fact that she has not worked for the minorities. Basically, why are we actually calling it minority ke liye kaam karna and Hindu ke liye kaam nahi karna? I think the government should work for everybody, and that is what the Bengal government has been doing. All Bengal and
Then
people,
why accuse the BJP of polarization?
People, because the history says you look at the riots. You look at Delhi riots. You look at Gujarat, Haryana. Everywhere, minorities in India today.
There's been no riot in Haryana, madam. No,
So,
none.
All right. So
Yes,
what I'm talking about is people, minority in India today have the fear कि BJP की सरकार जहाँ आएगी वहाँ हमारी उल्टी गिनती
Do
शुरू हो
both of
जाएगी.
you see
ऐसा
the
क्यों है?
hypocrisy, or am I the only
So
one
I
who's
just want to know
seeing it?
why is this fear? Why? From where did
We are
this
talking
fear
about
start
Gujarat.
getting
All right,
instilled?
madam, we have 22 seconds. Okay,
Preeti,
we've disagreed. We've
Preeti,
disagreed.
we are talking about
We are
Gujarat.
disagreeing to
We
what?
agree to
In
disagree.
Gujarat.
What do we agree on? Going
Preeti,
ahead, representing 65%
We-
of the population of this country, what do we agree on?
We agree on sabka saath, sabka vikas, sabka vishwas.
We
Okay,
agree
we
on
agree with everybody.
We
want to
agree
take
on bringing
everybody.
about a change. We agree
by
on
one.
being together on the grounds of secularity, being a human being first, rather than saying Hindutva, or rather than saying I'm good being minority. So I think being together is what matters today. And me being, if I am the torchbearer of the new India, being part of the youth, I
Do you
stand by
see
my
change
words.
being brought about by leaders such as you that represent the youth when you both can't sit on the same platform and speak at least in one voice on one subject? How do we move ahead? How do you warrant change in this country?
We from our party, I from our party and my other leaders, we are extremely determined that we would bring a change, and the change would be good for the betterment of the people of Bengal.
So I think...
Not secular in front and Muslim appeasement at the back.
So I think...
We're still disagreeing, but okay.
This
No,
hypocrisy
yes,
of Ms.
on-
Mamata Banerjee.
Okay,
So
let's-
on
let's-
that
let's
note,
end-
let's not
yeah.
get into more political stuff. What I genuinely believe is we're talking about youth being a part of politics. I think experienced leaders, they should come up to guide us. Let's not get to parties. I'm talking a very neutral note. We need the experienced one to guide us. And they have to make way for people like us who are the new age India, who would come up with new ideas and more enthusiasm, strike the balance, and then work together to bring about a new, better India.
Who's your youth icon? Each of you, if you look up to one leader and say, I want to emulate this person, my youth icon, youth, not somebody who's 70 years old.
It can be anybody, like anybody right in front of me, bringing about a small change. Does not really have to be a very known face, a renowned political person, or film star or anybody making a small change right in front of my eyes is an inspiration to me at least.
Ms. Paul, and we'll end on that.
There are many. Of course, Mr. Narendra Modi is my biggest icon. And of course, Swami Vivekananda, Netaji Subhash Chandra. But youth icon, of course, would be Mr. Dilip Ghosh, would be Mr. Babul Supriyo. Of course, why not? Of course. Of course, Mr. Dilip Ghosh also. Okay. The way he connects with the people, he of course is a youth icon. Dilip Ghosh is
All right,
of
okay,
course.
okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for joining us. You both promised me you're not going to fight. You know, it's not good to mislead your moderator. All right, appreciate you joining us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the warmest applause for these two lovely ladies. Do well. And yes, you represent 65% of this country. Good luck. What? Growth versus Populism, the Bengal Model. I want to invite our session's moderator, Mr. Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director, Publishing, India Today Group.
Thank you, and hello everyone. As West Bengal gears up for a major assembly poll, we would be discussing in this session a hotly debated topic: growth versus populism, the West Bengal model. To discuss this, we have an eminent economist turned politician, Dr. Amit Mitra, the veteran finance minister of West Bengal. Welcome, Dr. Mitra, to the India Today East Conclave.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Mitra, if you look at the current West Bengal model, and if you look at the kind of populistic schemes that have been set up, you have it right from birth to adolescence, to marriage, to education, to work, and right up to death. Okay? There's this whole gamut of schemes that is there, and it seems that the Bengal model is being dominated by populism and populistic schemes versus economic growth. That in some senses, economic growth is suffering because of these kind of doles that are going on. What is your point of view on that?
I think, first of all, this growth versus populism is a misnomer. It's a myth. In the 19th century, this word populism was discovered, where it was meant to be people versus the elite. Now, in that case, I'm with the people, so is Mamata Banerjee. In fact, Ernesto Loclau, one of the political scientists very well known, says, populism is emancipatory social force through which marginalized groups challenge the dominant power structure. That's precisely what Mamata Banerjee has done. So, and two, I will show you in a moment that so-called populism in this context of empowerment, in fact, leads to growth.
Okay.
So they are not only not you must know that you would probably know in 2019, if you take nominal growth rate of states and India, West Bengal grew at over 12%, which was #1 in the country.
Though
now,
somewhat
why
disputed.
Is it that, yes, why is it that at every parameter you take, you'll find West Bengal is well ahead of India? Why is that so? Because there is a connection between the schemes that we take and GDP growth. For example, capital expenditure, West Bengal has grown up by 11 times since we came to office. That produces the Keynesian multiplier. All that is not talked about. I come to populism and I would like to defend it. I would like to go straight to it. For example, the Narodniks of Russia were called populists. The People's Party in USA were called populists. Let me go straight to a story that will explain what you're saying right away. A young girl called Moshumi Mirza, from where? From Sundarban, the Royal Bengal tiger. Her father died when she was very. Her uncle brought her up, Mama, went to school in the local school nearby. Then she came to a stop, because she couldn't do anymore. School uplinked digitally her details when she became 18 years of age. And you know what happened? 25,000 rupees came into her bank digitally, for which the highest award in the world has been received by Mamata Banerjee's West Bengal, called the Kanya Sri. Now, you know what happened to that girl? She went to college, got an honors degree because of the 25,000 and 1,000 rupees additional, populist, and he graduated from Sundarban Hazi Desharath College in Pathankali. So that girl has created human capital, which will then translate into growth into the future. Now, the second, I would like to
Dr. Mitra, can we come to the second example? I'm sure as we talk, you'd like to give the second example as well. But I'd just like to interject at this point.
Yes, please do.
That while you say that populism and populistic leads to growth, somehow this seems to have a duality in it. When it comes to central government schemes, like the one for Kisans, which was giving rupees 6,000 a year for them, which the central government had initiated in February 2019, the Modi government accuses the Mamata government of non-implementation of these schemes. Now, what is the explanation for that? On one side, you say we welcome it, but when it comes from the central government, because it is the Modi government there, you all don't, welcome it at all.
No, just before going on to this scheme, on the central government issue, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao was a big project of the central government, right? Clap, clap. Now, by that time, our Kanyashri has already come into place. Do you know how much it has spent? We have spent 9,000 crores on the Kanyashri program. All of India's central government has spent 523 crores. And what is most dangerous is 78.91%, almost 80% of the money has gone into advertising. Advertising whose face? So you allocate 500 and entire sum, 80%, you just do advertising. Do you know that the research shows only 5% has gone to education? Now, why is that so? I challenge the central government. 9,000 crores against your 5,500 crores, which all of it, 80% goes into advertising. For one man, for one prime minister. So when you give you schemes to the states, which state is already doing, we introduced the health scheme, insurance scheme much before the center. And some people are saying that they have copied our scheme. Today we are providing 100% help from health insurance for every citizen of Bengal without taking 1 paisa from the center. And it's the same 5 lakh rupees which you get compensated. You've got a card now, which is a cashless card and completely digital. We don't need that central scheme. Same for the Kisan. We have got 6,000 rupees we are giving to the farmers. Now, ultimately, Mamata Banerjee, after Prime Minister talked to her, she said, okay, I will take the Kisan one. To this day, there's been no movement. And had we taken it from the beginning, God knows what would have happened. So there is a propaganda element in this, where you will not believe the insurance given originally by the center, those who are receiving it were getting a picture of Mr. Modi in the receipt. Now this is absolutely, ridiculous. The whole propaganda machinery is the singular focus, not the scheme. And I've given you a live example of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. It's a farce.
But Dr. Mitra, if you look at this, right, your farmers, you say you have a better scheme than what the center is doing. The center didn't say replace that scheme. It said here's an additional 6,000 rupees that your farmers can get. How does it matter, whether it's named PM Kisan or whatever you all call it?
It doesn't matter.
Right? So why don't you all accept that rather than...
We have accepted the farmers one that you're saying. To this day, we've got nothing. But we are persisting in what the scheme we have given. They are very happy with it. As far as health insurance is concerned, ours is older. Ours has a digitized card. It is cashless and exactly the same scheme, better in quality and better in digitization. Okay. So this is a myth that is being propagated. May I go to my second example for 1 second on populism, please? You see, I'll go to the second kind of program we can call populist, which is giving bicycles to the... Oh, you're distributing bicycles, populist. Now, Anima Karak from Jhargram, which as you know is in Jungle Mahal. She could not go to school because her high school shifted. Her high school was about 7 kilometers from her house. So once she finished the lower school, she couldn't go to the high school. Now she has a bicycle. And do you know how many bicycles? 80 lakh bicycles have been distributed. Result is what? I must give you the result. What is the impact of this? You can ask me. School dropout rate in West Bengal was 3.3 before these projects came. Now it has fallen to 1.5%. And what happened to India? School dropout rate, all India was 4%. It has gone up to 5.5%. How did the school dropout rate fall from 3.3 to 1.5? I want to know. Because of the Kanyashri scheme, which requires you to remain in the educational stream, then you only get the 25,000 rupees at the age of 18. Because of the bicycle scheme, where girls in particular are able to reach the schools which they could never do, even boys also. So my question to you is, if the result, by the way, UNESCO did the baseline study for us, and they've come back saying, United Nations gave the highest award to the state of West Bengal in The Hague. Out of 62 countries competing, 520 projects, Kanyashi got #1 and Mamata Banerjee received the award on behalf of the people of West Bengal in The Hague, in Netherlands.
Fair enough. Congratulations for that. But let's look at the growth question that we talked about. And the Home Minister, Amit Shah, recently said, when comparing Bengal's growth to the rest of the country, he said Bengal at one time led the country at independence in terms of industrial growth, as well as economic growth. But 3 decades of communist rule, 2 decades of TMC has seen Bengal's growth rate and its position in the country plunge considerably. And he gives for industry, for instance, it says that Bengal's position right now is 20th out of the 32 states and union territories, that the FDI is negligible, and yet in your budget speech, and I'm saying this, not Mr. Shah, you said that Bengal has become the new destination for the industry, this I'm quoting you, commerce, manufacturing and communication, that Bengal is becoming the destination in the world map. Now, here are two contradictory views. How do you stand by the fact that Bengal's overall growth as compared to the rest of the country certainly doesn't match up and has dropped considerably in the last 50, 60 years?
I think first point I made to you about the GDP, which I'm sure Honorable Chief Minister, when she comes on, she'll talk more about it. As far as industry is concerned, I'll give you a physical example people can take away. When we came to office, following that, Bengal has become the cement hub of India. Who all have invested that? Mr. Shah know that? Today, Sajjan Jindal has invested. You have Puneet Dalmia has invested. And one by one, and Star Cement has invested. Now, the minute about 6 big investments came in cement, you know who came here? The German company called BASF. You know what were they making? Invested in Bengal. You're talking about foreign direct investment. You know what they're making? Construction chemicals. Why? Because Bengal has become a cement center. Are you aware that Bengal exports 13%, 13% of India's steel and iron? That is nothing. That was not there before in this format. I'm not talking about public sector. And I'm not talking about Durgapur. Primarily 13%. Now, let me go to the next question of investment. TCS, Tata Consulting Service, is today employing 44,000 people in Kolkata. I repeat, 44,000 people. They have just taken land for investing 20 acres where they will invest another 15,000. You know what that will mean? TCS will be larger in Kolkata than Bengaluru. They're already close to Bengaluru. With the additional 15,000, they'll be larger. Nobody wants to talk about it. Do you know why? Attrition rate in Kolkata is 3%. It is 35% in Bengaluru and Hyderabad. Because Bengal's boys and girls do not take your human capital and walk away. Nobody talks about that. Already there's expansion in Wipro. And they have taken a piece of land and another 500 crore investment in the Silicon Valley hub. Are you aware that Jio is making a big investment in Bengal, creating the most modern center for IT, which advanced IT, which will be artificial intelligence included, with a joint venture they don't want to reveal with whom, because that's a corporate secret. They've taken 40 acres of land, building a fabulous center. Now, why don't people talk about this? Cognizant. Do you know that Cognizant, the American company, is employing 18,000 people in Kolkata? Now you're talking about leather, MSME. In one single leather hub, today there are 220,000 people working. Do you know it is Asia's largest leather hub? It has 8 CETPs, which cleans the environment. Nowhere else in Asia you have it, not even in China. Now, we are going to go to 5 lakh people in that leather hub in employment with 80,000 crores investment. So I'm giving you big, I'm giving you small, I'm giving you IT, I'm giving you manufacturing.
But can I just come in at... No, can I come in? We had Governor of West Bengal, Mr. Dhankar, talk to us this morning, and one of the issues he raised was that this government apparently keeps announcing various schemes in the budget, but doesn't implement them. And he gave several examples of that.
This is complete nonsense. This is complete nonsense.
And let me just finish what he said. He said
please,
that
please.
he has asked the West Bengal government for a report on the various investment summits that they have, this government has held in the past couple of years, but he has got no report from it, from yours.
He has got a report. If he has said that, he is absolutely wrong, and he's saying something that is falsehood. I have personally responded to it.
And what does the report show? He says that there's not much happening.
Well, the report shows that approximately 40% of the investment offers in Bengal Global Business Summits are in process. I have given you a full detail. So this is, I can't understand. I have personally responded to the Honorable Governor. Why doesn't he produce that letter before the public? 40% is in process, and within 3 years to have 40% in process, you have to be very implementation oriented.
He said,
so this is complete falsehood.
Well, he, I think, also mentioned that is it the Tajpur deep sea port in East Midnapore, the expression of interest has been going on for the last 2 years. There's been no progress. Implementation is slow. His larger point is that you'll make big announcement, but when it comes to actual implementation, it's pretty low.
Well, I think if the Honorable Governor is unaware of the fact that the Tajpur port was to be built by the central government with the state of West Bengal, does he know that? Mr. Gadkari came and announced in Bengal Global Business Summit 20,000 crores investment. Then what happened? Then he asked that they want to keep 74%, we keep 26% equity. I agreed to it after talking to the Chief Minister. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. So who's not implementing? You make an announcement in public, you agree to a 74-26, you don't do it, because then what happened is he lost the ministry from shipping, and after that everything got silent. So what we decided is, we will do the Tajpur port ourselves, and you'll be happy to know, and you should inform him, that the expression of interest for competitive bidding is in the market today. And 16 companies have taken the papers, 6 of which are giants in the world. He doesn't know that, or he doesn't care to know, or doesn't want to say so. So Tajpur port at 15 meters depth will be able to take Panama-sized vessels, which is 100,000 tons vessels. And the DPR has been done by the 2 most professional organizations in the country. Therefore, Tajpur port is on. It will bring 15,000 crores investment. It will bring 25,000 crores jobs. So, basically, unfortunately, what he's saying, I'd be happy to provide him all this data. I have written to him on the BGBS. Why doesn't he show that letter to the public? He's a good friend. I know him for many years. Just simply make that letter public.
Right.
What I have written to him.
Well, he also, I mean, one of the things to encourage businesses we've been talking about has become like a slogan, ease of doing business. But Governor Dhankar says that what operates in West Bengal is a syndicate Raj, that even for truckloads of coals, a certain amount of hafta has to be paid. That wherever you go down, even for construction, there is a certain price to be paid, a party cut that's there. How true are these allegations that he's making?
I think he can make any allegations. I am not here to have the tone and tenor of accusation and counter-accusation. I'm here to give you the facts.
And what are the facts?
Ease of doing business, as per World Bank's 374 parameters, West Bengal was number 1 2 years ago. I'll give you an example. Government of India gave us an award on e-taxation 4 years ago. Isn't that ease of doing business? Recently, Government of India has given us an award on e-Afghari, which is excise. And you know, corruption in excise is all over the world. They have given us the highest award in the country called e-Afghari Award. Why did they do that? So I can give you 20 examples where we are number 1 in the country today, where Government of India is giving us awards. We have got 4 major awards from the Government of India, 6 major awards from other major institutions in the world. Please ask him. United Nations gives an award to West Bengal in competition with the whole world.
So tell us something about Dr. Mitra, apart from the awards, which we applaud you, what is the kind of ease that you're doing business with here? I mean, is there special single windows? Yeah.
I'll tell you, basically we have identified where ease of business is a problem. And each one we have tackled systematically. For example, when you do a registration of a property, do you know that in West Bengal it is digitally muted automatically? Which state can show you that? That the entire documentation of ownership of land is now digital. And when you register something, mutation happens automatically back to back. I want to know which state has been able to do that. And states are coming to West Bengal to learn as to how we are able to do this. Integrated financial management system. I want whoever is accusing, want him to know, not 1 rupee in West Bengal goes out of the treasury in cash or even in check. Can you believe? It's entirely digital. And who has recognized that? Government of India, Modi government, giving us an award for integrated financial management system. 3 states are sitting right today in Kolkata, working with my colleagues to understand how the integrated financial management system has been put up, what's the software used, what's the methodology, what's the technology. Can anyone, I don't want to speak of the governor, and anyone deny this? Go and ask the Modi government, why did you give them an award? Why did you give them an award of e-taxation as ease of doing business? Why e-Abgari? So what is fascinating to me is we are getting tracked out into accusation and counter-accusation.
Well,
I am just giving you the bare-bone facts.
Okay, let's get to an issue that when we are talking about growth, one of the key issues is debt and the amount of debt that West Bengal is facing. Last time counted, it was 33% of its GSDP, much higher than the 20% of GSDP that the FRBM prescribes. What are you doing about debt?
FRBM prescribes no debt.
Well, a review committee recently recommended that. Let's be
No,
accurate.
I'm sorry. I completely disagree. There is no such thing. FRBM is the proportion of GDP that you can borrow. And that was 3% before the COVID. You'd be happy to know West Bengal kept well below 3% every day, every year. Now, yes, when we came to office, the debt GDP ratio, as you know, Raj, you don't talk about debt. Because Nagaland's debt and Maharashtra's debt are not comparable. You have to have a denominator. What is a denominator? GDP. So debt GDP ratio, that's what you and I as economists call, not debt. Now, when we came to office, debt GDP ratio was 44%. Approximately in that range. Do you know that this has come down to 34%? Because GDP was 4.5 lakh crores when we came to office. According to CSO, Central Statistical Organization's accepted figure, GDP is 12.5 lakh crores today. Since GDP has ballooned in size, according to central government's own statistic, naturally our capacity to service debt has gone down. By the way, what is the debt GDP ratio of Government of India today? Please tell me. It's about 80%. In that some range in that. What is United States debt GDP ratio? It's 106%. West Bengal's debt GDP ratio today is 34%, way below what we came when we came to this office, when 37 years of misrule by the communists took place. They kept on borrowing and there was no GDP. So their debt GDP ratio skyrocketed. So my answer to anybody who says that is, don't talk about debt. No economist ever talks about debt. They talk about debt to GDP ratio as a ratio to something. And that has come down. Fiscal deficit. Do you know in the middle of COVID, I just announced in the budget 2.9% fiscal deficit. 2.9. What is the center trying to do? Struggling with 9%. So my question is, you look at the discipline of the fiscal structure. I think we have already got awards on it. We'll get another award on the fiscal discipline of the state.
We are running out of time, but I've got a question for you on disinvestment. We have seen that the central government in the recent budget has made an outline of disinvestment of its major public sector enterprises, given a roadmap down what all it'd like to divest with and what all it would like to keep. Has the state done a similar exercise? Because the biggest thing is also, again, state enterprises eating into your funds and particularly loss-making state units.
I think there are two things I'd like to I know time is running out. One is disinvestment. Let me tell you. You want to disinvest LIC. Life Insurance Corporation, do you know, has 250 million, 50 million people who have Life Insurance Corporation? Do you know that Life Insurance Corporation had an income growth of 9.5%? Here I want to give you a sense. I was on the board of SAIL and GAIL boards. Big problem that Mr. Modi government does not understand, because it doesn't understand macroeconomics, it doesn't understand many other things. They are not interested in understanding. They are more interested in dividing society in majoritarian structure and win elections. So they don't understand. What is the reason? SAIL and GAIL, the joint secretary, additional secretaries of ministries, they run the public sector. In one occasion, I said SAIL should buy a coking coal mine in Australia. I must tell you, later to be chairman of the Election Commission, Dr. Qureshi, additional secretary from the ministry, said, please listen to the independent director. For once, the government guy said, listen, so everybody followed. So please understand, give them autonomy. They are marvelous institutions. I have been 5 years in both. In the case of GAIL, I saw the same thing. They were going to do city gas in China. Do you know the consultant hired was to be paid 50 lakhs? I said, no, you must know Mandarin. Otherwise, the Chinese will, take you off the table because they have characters, not words. Finally, they agreed because the government fellow agreed, and 8 crores was saved with the city gas in China produced by GAIL. So, fundamental question that Modi government does not understand. Give autonomy to these people, they will flower. In terms of banks, private banks today, best bank is HDFC. What is the foreign holding in that? 73%. ICICI, it's not, by the way, officially it's not an Indian bank. ICICI, 67% foreign holding. Okay, that's a model for private people. What happened to Yes Bank? When it collapsed, State Bank of India has put in 9,000 crores into Yes Bank. So you want to privatize banks. When a private bank has failed, you take from government bank and you put in 9,000 crores. So do you want, is this a model? Let there be a discussion in the country. Let the data come onto the table about public sector. I've been on the boards of 2 public sector units. Give them autonomy, not run it by the ministry, and you will see they will flower.
So you don't agree with the current government's policy that it is outlined in the budget?
The government's current policy is totally unresearched. I'm giving you the data. First, you start by giving autonomy to the public sectors and see how they perform. Have discussion in the country. Banks' NPAs are shooting up. You are shooting the banks. 20,000 crores of capitalization. Raj, you and I know 1.3 lakh crores is needed for capitalization. So squeeze the banks and then privatize them.
Dr. Mitra, you know you're on the same place.
Let me say, after privatization, they become taken over by global financial institutions, as it is the case with private banks today. It's a model.
This is what, when I was speaking recently to the Swadeshi Jagran Manch convener, this is what he likes. I mean, you're on the same page with him on this.
Then I don't know what Swadeshi Jagran Manch is an RSS organization. Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh is an RSS organization, but keeping quiet today. The worst labor laws have been initiated in India. They're keeping quiet. Bharatiya Kisan Sangh is an RSS-affiliated organization. Do you hear its name now with the Kisan movement all over the country? So I'm not sure, what front organizations of 300 front organizations, who's saying what, that's their business, that is their prerogative. All I'm saying is, let us study it. I'm not saying just simply throw away everything. I'm saying you have family silver. Have you given them autonomy? I am telling you, as an independent director for 10 years in 2 largest public sector companies, there was no autonomy. The ministry ran them, even with the eyes. The chairman will look at the eyes of the additional secretary and joint secretary, see whether they are approving of what we are discussing. Give them real autonomy.
You know,
Then do an analysis.
You made your
None
point.
of that.
We are running out of time, Dr. Mitra. Just a final question for you. You've handled the finances for 10 years. What would you do if you came back to power? What is the big thing you would do?
I think that will come out very soon in our manifesto, to be announced by, which is every party does so. Mamata Banerjee would be the one who will answer your question, I think, in the evening. Let me add, one thing we discussed earlier, we talk about is federalism. I'll just put 2 words on that. I want to say central government is squeezing out the heart of the economy, which is the federal finances of the states, not my party state, BJP state, Congress state. First, GST, compensation, you take it to a point where the trust is lost. Federalism is destroyed. Cutting central schemes in the name of reorganization. Increasing state share in state sponsorship schemes. So if I'm paying 50%, government is paying 50%, raise it to 70%, squeeze. Cutting off devolution. Do you know that last year the central government denied West Bengal 11,000 crores of devolution? It's a constitutional right. They collect taxes from us and give us 42% back. They never gave us 11,000 crores. Increasing cess and surcharge. Modi government has gone from 8% to 16% of their revenue, cess and surcharge. Why? They don't have to share cess and surcharge by the state. So I'm just closing with this thought. This is a federalist polity of India. Systematically, the federalist polity is being destroyed, piece by piece. When the union finance minister says, COVID is being fought by the states on the ground, she said this on record. In that case, why don't you give resources? Do you know how much they have given? We have spent 4,000 crores on COVID. Center has given 279 crores. It's a shame. So you cut off the state's finances, put them in the dock, and then you talk about federalism and cooperative federalism. I'm very concerned that this is not the India that we know.
Well, this is a good way to end the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Mitra. We have, following you, Mr. Vivek Debroy is here, and he probably can answer some of the questions on behalf of the center. Till then, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Raj. Thank you very much.
Preeti, you just go straight. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Now that we've heard from the West Bengal Finance Minister, Dr. Amit Mitra, we have someone who can counter a lot of that, what he said. We have Mr. Vivek Debroy, Chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, an economist of repute in his own right. Mr. Debroy, to begin with, you've listened to what Dr. Mitra said. And let's look at the issue that we're debating, which is the West Bengal model or the Bengal model, growth versus populism. He believes, and he's argued, that populism does lead to growth. The populistic measures that his government took actually enabled a lot of development and growth with it. Where do you stand on this?
Well, Raj, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the India Today group. It's always a pleasure. The topic, of course, is industrialization in West Bengal or its lack, and I hope we come back to that. I'm not very sure which part of Dr. Mitra's statement you want me to react to, because some of it was with a view to his aspirations of if and when he becomes a member of parliament. I don't really think he answered your question. I am a victim at that time and a beneficiary in hindsight of human capital flight from West Bengal, which was the 1970s. In the 1970s, many people here will have forgotten it, there was a refrain in West Bengal, articulated amongst others by the then Finance Minister of West Bengal, Dr. Ashok Mitra, but others also articulated it. I will state it in Bengali because it sounds better in Bengali. Kendrer bimatri shulabh acharon, the stepmotherly treatment of the center. So every problem is because of the stepmotherly treatment of the center. So that refrain does not seem to have changed at all in the last several years. So that would be my response. So far as health is concerned, because he also made a point about health, anyone who discusses India's policies should be familiar with the 7th schedule of the Constitution, which has a union list, it has a state list, and it has a concurrent list. Health, contrary to popular impressions in several places, is squarely in the state list. That is the reason states are getting resources untied through the Finance Commission. COVID is an exception, but otherwise, why do you think the Finance Commission is giving states money? It is primarily to spend on the social sectors, most of which, some of which are in the state list. Health entirely a part of education. Why are you looking skeptically at me? You can take out the 7th schedule.
I was listening to you and I was thinking, if you look at the central government schemes, they are close to something over 250, would you say, centrally sponsored as well as central schemes themselves. Isn't this also vote bank politics that is being played out? And, you know, while on one side
Which one is the vote bank politics? The existence of centrally sponsored schemes or the attempt to prune them? Which one?
Well,
wait a minute.
Sure.
Because there is a difference between central sector schemes and centrally sponsored schemes. Central sector schemes are 100% funded by the union government.
Like the Kisan.
We should not use the word center. In fact, someone like Dr. Mitra, who is so very conscious of federalism, should never use the word center and center-state relations. The word center does not exist in the Constitution. The word center suggests that there is something sitting at the center and everything else is a periphery. The word used in the Constitution is union. So let us stick to the word union. However, they happen to be called central sector schemes, 100% funded by the union government, and centrally sponsored schemes which are require a matching contribution by state governments. When did the increase in the number of centrally sponsored schemes happen in the 1960s, second half of the 1960s, under Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. So that is a word to reflect on.
But Prime Minister Modi has, Prime Minister Modi himself has introduced a whole range of
just 1 second.
Union schemes, if you'd like to talk about.
Not a whole, in terms of numbers, not a whole list. Until recently, there were 455 centrally sponsored schemes. Not central schemes, centrally sponsored schemes. Progressively, they have been pruned. And today, not major schemes, all schemes together, there are about 170. Under the GST system, we have a forum for discussing union state taxation issues, at least so far as indirect taxes are concerned. Equivalently, we need a forum to discuss expenditure consensus between the union government and the states. In fact, the states themselves have been saying, ever since 1967, the meeting of the National Development Council pruned centrally sponsored schemes. What is the status today? We have the Finance Commission. The Finance Commission has made some recommendations on centrally sponsored schemes, the 15th Finance Commission. The Finance Minister has announced in a budget speech that in the course of the year, they will be examined and pruned. That, to me, is federalism, because this is based on the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, not at the whims and the fancies of the maligned union government.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the question of growth versus populism. I'm putting across a proposition to you. If you were in Dr. Amit Mitra's place, you said he has ambitions of becoming a member of parliament. You might
I did not say that. I said I would deduce that.
Yeah, you might, may have ambitions to become West Bengal's finance minister. Even if you didn't, what would your advice be what would you do for West Bengal?
I have no such desires. Let me state it very categorically. First thing I would do is stop pointing a figure at others and try and ask the question of, is there something wrong with me? Focus a little less on, what is the expression he used? The propaganda and the myth, he probably equated the two, and look at what are the problems. Why is it the case? This is not, if I am going to do what is good for the state of West Bengal, I should be less fixated on what I have done in the last 5 years and ask myself the question that in the 60s, if one is going to correlate with someone, Dr. Bidhan Chandra Ray, until the time of Dr. Bidhan Chandra Ray as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, whether it is in per capita GSDP terms, whether it is in industrial growth terms, West Bengal was amongst the top. Today, whether it is per capita GSDP, whether it is the rate of industrial growth, and there is a difference between industry and manufacture, which I hope we come back to, West Bengal is just about average.
And why did this happen?
Today, the question to ask, I'll answer that in a minute. Today, the question to ask, is West Bengal content with being just about average or marginally better? Or should West Bengal be talked about in the same breath as Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Gujarat, and Maharashtra? That is really the question to ask. In terms of what is responsible for all of this, a large number of studies have been done, empirical studies, respectable academic studies, long list of them, about what hinders, and now I'm particularly talking about manufacturing. Because there is agriculture, there is services, and within industry there is a non-manufacturing
And we have an
component
eminent
also.
industrialist here, Mr. Nyotia. He's listening to you.
No, he will disagree. He's very nice and polite. He will disagree with me in private, not in public. So if you look at all of these studies, and you look at the list, you find number one is law and order. Uniformly across all of these, number one is law and order. Number two, invariably, is labor. Now, when I say labor, one is not simply talking about labor laws. One is talking about labor militancy. One is talking about work ethics. One is talking about skills. One is talking about productivity. And Mr. Neutia will well remember what happened. I forget the year. Was it 1967 when a noted industrialist was virtually stripped and dragged in a certain part of that sends a signal. So there is labor. And then there is land. Because classic manufacturing, unlike services and IT, requires land. Below that, you have infrastructure. You have roads, particularly power rates. And much below that, at the margin, you have fiscal incentives. And fiscal incentives, A, make a difference only at the margin, and B, because of the taxation reforms, fiscal incentives are on the way out. So if one is going to ask a question about what needs to be done for revival, one would ask law and order, labor, not purely the labor laws, the work in ethics, skills, etc., roads, power rates, and land.
Well, if you listen to Dr. Mitra, he did seem to indicate that there was an impressive growth in industry during the TMC period. But there's also a point that I'd like you to answer. The fact is that if new industry is not coming into West Bengal or West Bengal industry is not going, let us not forget also that the economy has slowed down under the Modi government even before COVID happened. Under your watch in some senses, let's put it that way. And therefore, you're getting less greenfield investments, more brownfield expansion that is happening. Industrialists are holding back elsewhere. Why blame Bengal?
No one is blaming Bengal, but in the midst of this, forget COVID and the lockdown, in the midst of the slowdown, after all, this is a relative question. In the midst of the slowdown, there are states that have done relatively better than West Bengal. It's a relative question. There's a quote attributed to Lord Keynes. There's no evidence he ever said that, but it's a quote attributed to Keynes, because anything you cannot attribute to an economist is invariably attributed to Lord Keynes, just as something you do not know who said it but sounds clever is attributed in the area of literature to Oscar Wilde. So Lord Keynes was apparently once asked, how is your wife? And he said, compared to whose wife? So if we are looking at West Bengal, we have to ask the question in the perspective of Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka. These are all different, by the way, because the composition is a little bit different. Gujarat is the real manufacturing one. Tamil Nadu, Karnataka have a little bit of that. But so that is the question to ask. Now, so far as manufacturing is concerned, it is not that there is no manufacturing in West Bengal. Many people here will be surprised to know that the number of people employed in manufacturing in West Bengal, the data are a little bit dated, doesn't matter. The number of people employed in manufacturing in West Bengal is 3 times the number in Gujarat. Thrice. The problem is the nature of manufacturing. The manufacturing here is micro, cottage. The question to ask is manufacturing, just as manufacturing does not happen in India, manufacturing happens in different states. Exactly similarly, here we are sitting here discussing the industrial manufacturing future of West Bengal, but we need to ask ourselves, what is West Bengal? I think there are 23 districts now. There are 23 districts. In which of these 23 districts is manufacturing likely to occur? I'm not talking about agro-based diversification. I'm not talking about aquaculture and forestry and this, that and the other. And the answer you will come up to with manufacturing is essentially North 24 Parganas, South 24 Parganas, maybe Howrah and Hooghly. Not even Kolkata. Kolkata is not manufacturing. And what we need to ask is what were the traditional industries here? The likes of shipbuilding, chemicals, jute, how many of them will survive now? With technological changes, much of modern manufacturing is capital intensive. So I need to do an identification, whoever is the finance minister, picking out the comparative advantage in manufacturing of each of these districts. The last time an inter-district analysis was done for West Bengal, unless I am wrong, was in the year 2004. 16 years have passed. Why do we not have a comparative perspective? 16 years ago, it was the Human Development Report. After that, why don't we have something comparable for the districts? What is the point of shouting from the rooftops about manufacturing growth in West Bengal? That's not going to happen. It's going to happen in Howrah. What? Engineering goods? What kind of industry?
But can I stop you for a moment? If you look at the center itself, which you oversee, what has been the growth in manufacturing? The Modi government had promised to go up to 20%, 25% at one time. It's still stagnant at around 14 to 16%. You haven't answered the question on two things. I mean, yeah, let's finish with manufacturing.
No. You're mixing up.
And therefore, we're looking at, yeah, go ahead.
You're mixing up two different metrics.
Sure.
One metric is the growth rate in manufacturing, which is an absolute. The other metric is the share of manufacturing in GDP or GSDP, as the case may be. A share, like Lord Keynes, is relative. It is a function of how services are doing. It's a function of how agriculture is doing.
No, so would you say manufacturing India, that is, right across, not just West Bengal, has kept pace, has really, this thing, everyone talks of it being stagnant. It really hasn't improved.
No, like I said,
under Modi government, I'm talking about.
Under Modi government, under the government preceding it, since the mid-60s, West Bengal has been average. Now, you may be comfortable with the average. Averages for all India, the figure you're talking about is all India. But look, if one is talking about GDP for India, except defense and railways, and to some extent national highways and airports, the rest of it is generated in the states. Averages reveal certain things, they also hide certain things. If you catch hold of me, put one of my feet inside a fridge and the other one inside an oven, on an average I will be comfortable.
No, but let's take
the question is West Bengal pulling up the country's average? Is it pulling down the country's average? Or is it maintaining the average at what it is? It is not pulling it down, but it is not pulling it up either.
But look at India's GDP under your watch. It is average. Whose wife would you like to compare with on this?
Sorry?
Why is it slowed down so much? I mean, this was a government that promised, mocked the previous government for low growth, and now is stuck in a low growth path, and it is not going to match at the end.
Okay, I have no problem with answering the question, but let us recognize that now we have switched the topic from what is wrong with industry in West Bengal to blaming the Modi government. I have no problems.
Yeah, because if you are saying Modi government's performance is average, let us see the performance of the central government when it came to any of these things. And therefore, we are comparing wives in some senses.
But I already responded saying West Bengal is around the average. Now, so far
is Modi government around average, would you say?
I just told you that the Modi government, 95% of national income happens at the level of the states. It does not happen, manufacturing does not happen in 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Had it happened, the performance would have been far better.
So the states are to blame on this, you're saying?
I'm not saying the states have to be blamed. Factually, it happens in the states. There are various reasons why it has not happened. You asked 2 questions. One was about GDP. GDP, there are essentially 4 sources of growth. There is consumption, there is private investment, there is government expenditure, and there is the external sector. World over, everyone knows that much before COVID, the external sector had begun to slow down. And the high growth years that India witnessed of 9% GDP growth, they were all years in which India's exports in dollar terms grew by 15% and more. If you do a simple calculation of the share of exports in GDP, you will find that 3% to 3.5% is whittled away because the export effect has gone. So automatically from 9% you drop to about 6%. Now so far as manufacturing is concerned, regardless of the state, there are issues of forest clearances, there are issues of clearances generally, the issues of environmental clearances, and there are issues connected with land, power, water, etc., some of which is sought to be addressed in something that Dr. Mitra mentioned, the DIPP's ease of doing business, but not all of it.
Now, if you come to another thing, we're coming back to populism and the kind of schemes we had talked of earlier. One of the things that seems to be a problem is implementation of these schemes, not just at the West Bengal level, but also at the central level. Though the track record on some of the schemes that the Modi government has done has been particularly good. The issue is, which is that independent body that is monitoring these schemes? I'm told earlier in the Planning Commission there was such a body, but since Niti Aayog, and you were a member of Niti Aayog, has come, that body is gone, and therefore we as public don't have, even as press, we are not able to assess how successful these schemes are.
You see, look, Raj, this links up with a question that you had asked earlier. Everyone has an annual budget. The India Today group has an annual budget. Harsh has an annual budget. When you do an annual budget, you have to do a prioritization. And therefore, as a polity, not as a union government, as a polity, union and state governments, we must decide what are the priorities for public expenditure. If we have 165 plus schemes or 200 plus schemes, I will never be able to monitor them effectively. We need to have that prioritization, that these are the 10 most schemes that we will implement, which means I cut down on the centrally planned schemes. It cannot be, and this prioritization is for states as well as the center, because if I think as a state that giving bicycles free is important, let me generate my resources through other means or using the resources that the Finance Commission has given me. That's the reason Finance Commission.
No, but my question still remains, how do you go about assessing this? Because you either have the sample surveys, which is again a sample, and people say, which sample did you choose? Or if you look at, as I said, an independent body, why aren't you all advocating for that? That you have a body that reviews the progress, stop the fudging of figures. We are not certain. I mean, if I go down and see a few things, you'll say, well, you're biased. You went to this district, but you go to that, they're doing properly.
No, look. A mechanical kind of examination is very easy. Is the money being spent on the purpose for which it is being spent? To some extent, an arm of Niti Aayog still does it. In some fashion, the CAG also does it. But obviously, whether it is the CAG or some wing of Niti Aayog, you cannot do it for all of those schemes. But you must remember a fundamental issue. Many of these public expenditure schemes, I'm not talking about national highways, and a lot of the central schemes now have geotagging, including in the social sectors. But if I'm going to argue, is this social sector intervention leading to an improvement in social sector outcomes? That's much more difficult to do because the causal relationships are much, much more complicated.
And it will take a decade to also assess if you have to look at education And if you see growth in literacy, growth in,
This is a function of all kinds of complicated things. If I look at the reasons why the infant mortality rate has dropped in Kerala and compare them to the reasons why the infant mortality rate has dropped in Tamil Nadu, the reasons are completely different.
Well, we've got about 3 minutes or 4 minutes left, Vivekji. And I want to focus on what you said, an industrial policy for West Bengal. What are its competitive advantages? Is West Bengal leveraging it? And what would you do in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if West Bengal has to grow industrially?
Firstly, I will
faster. I'm saying grow faster.
Firstly, I will say that I have to figure out, do I want manufacturing? Why am I saying this? Traditionally, Howrah had a lot of manufacturing. But there is environmental consciousness. So something like leather or something that's not environmentally friendly, and Howrah now has a municipality, it's being pushed out. So I have to ask, do I want manufacturing? What kind of manufacturing, knowing that modern manufacturing is not going to be labor intensive? Where, in which districts? What am I going to produce? Is it light engineering? Am I going to do something that's linked to Haldia in Purva Medinipur? Am I going to do something in Bardhaman, both districts? Next, what is the stock of land I have? I cannot expect the private sector to go out and acquire land, too complicated. Do I have state government acquired land? And I'm talking about manufacturing. I'm not talking about ITA and ITES. Next, I will have to ask about education and skills. I will have to ask the question, why is it the case that train loads of students from West Bengal go to study elsewhere? I will have to ask the question that why is education, which is a determinant of skills, which is a determinant of IT also, so heavily controlled in West Bengal across governments since for a very, very long time. Why is it the case that there has been a steady deterioration in standards of education, particularly higher education in West Bengal? I will have to improve law and order. You mentioned, you didn't use a word for it, you mentioned the 10% tax. The 10% tax
Syndicate Raj, are you talking about?
The 10% tax is never, an issue. Don't get me wrong, I'm not being moralistic about it. The 10% tax is not an issue provided I know who to pay it to, and provided the work gets done after that 10% is paid. There are problematic states where I don't know where that 10% is to be paid, who that 10% is to be paid to, and the work does not get done even after that 10% is paid. So I also need to talk about law and order in the sense of administration. There must be an administration which delivers governance, an administration that is de-linked from the party apparatus. And finally, look inside. Not continuously blame Raj Changappa for all the problems of West Bengal.
But I'm coming. You got exactly 45 seconds. Now, you are advising the Prime Minister, and if you had to advise him what to give West Bengal in terms of incentives for manufacturing or any other thing, what would you do? And have you told him that?
So far as the Prime Minister is concerned, whatever advice I give him remains for his ears, not for public disclosure. So far as the West Bengal citizens are concerned, I guess the only advice I have is vote wisely.
Hold?
Vote wisely.
Now you're playing politics. It looks like you're getting to this.
No, did I say vote for the BJP? I did not. I said vote wisely.
But you're still not coming up with one thing that the center can do for West Bengal right now, if it wanted to.
Union government, manufacturing will happen in West Bengal, not because of what the union government does.
So you don't have anything on your plate?
Platter, one will have to wait.
Okay. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Vivek Debroy, for this. Please give him a warm round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, raise a warm round of applause for our panelists. All right, just a quick reminder for those of you who are here, the hall will be sealed from 7 p.m. for 1 hour till the Home Minister's session is over. So do stay where you are. You will not be allowed to move. So do remember that. 7 p.m. is when the house gets sealed for a good 1 hour till the Home Minister's session is over. No movement would be allowed at that point of time. All right, with that, let me quickly move on. Give us about a minute to turn around our stage, and I'll take that time to quickly.
Session of this kind, and the person who's going to be joining us right now live from the national capital. This is a virtual session, as Preeti just told us. As you know, social media is frequently in the hot seat. You're seeing it make all the headlines right now in the big Twitter versus government collision that's taking place right now. It has implications for companies across the board in the social media sphere. And our guest right here at Conclave East 21 is Ajit Mohan. He's Vice President and Managing Director of Facebook India. Ajit, welcome. Really good to see you. Wish you were here with us, but great to have you nevertheless. A very, very interesting time, Ajit. I want to dive straight into it because, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget that Facebook pervades everyone's lives in this country mostly, because in one way or the other, you've got Facebook in your life. The numbers are staggering. It's somehow so inadequate to call Facebook a social media company, because we all know it's so much more than that. It's a part of our life. It's not just how we express ourselves, but also how we communicate. And it's very much in the news these days as well. Ajit, I want to dive straight into something that we've been covering journalistically. It's been in the news. And so I want to start strong with that. You've got this big collision between the government and Twitter as far as public policy is concerned. And that is also the topic of this conversation, Ajit, on the banning of handles and things like that. And I know Twitter doesn't concern you, but the implications of what happens in this collision, and permit me to say collision because it's seen to be something that's escalating day on day. There are pretty aggressive statements that have come out from the government. Twitter has defended. How do you see it? How do you see it, and what kind of implications it may have for the relationship between the Indian government and social media companies?
Shiv, thank you for having me. Would have loved to have been there in person. Let me step back and talk about the overall context, Shiv, as you mentioned, rather than dive into a particular aspect of another company. And I want to call out a few things, Shiv. One, there's no question that we benefit as a company that believes in freedom of speech and expression. We definitely benefit from the ability to operate in India with freedom on the back of an open internet. I think across Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, as a company, we have benefited from it. And I genuinely also think if you look at the last few years in terms of the dramatic explosion and access to the internet in India, while a lot of the focus may be on content moderation, I do think there's been extraordinary leaps that India has made that really allows us as a country to leverage the internet to make dramatic improvements in people's lives, and in many ways to create new models for the world as a whole. So I think for me, that is the starting point. The second point to address your question is, I do think, and I think you alluded to it, Shiv.
Yes.
As a company, when we have platforms like Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, and as you mentioned, we benefit from the fact that hundreds of millions of Indians they live their lives on these platforms. Can you hear me, Shiv? Anything you want me to do different?
We can hear you, Ajit. Go ahead.
Okay. We do absolutely have a responsibility. We absolutely have a responsibility to make sure that even as these platforms are used for free expression, they're deeply embedded in the lives of Indians every day. Equally, we also have a responsibility when it comes to making sure that we do everything we can to reduce harm. And there is always a trade-off. And the way we deal with those trade-offs is through the articulation of our community standards that are global in nature. That allows us to say what kind of behavior is not allowed on our platforms. And a lot of those community standards were developed over the years with inputs from multiple stakeholders, including governments around the world, that allows us to create these canvases for expression, especially in a democratic country like India, while equally allowing us to play the obligation and responsibility we have to keep users safe. And the third one that I want to mention is we do have under Section 69A of the law,
yes,
we have established protocols for engaging with the government, in this case, the IT ministry, for orders that we receive from the governments outside of the actions that we do under our community standards. And as a responsible company, we absolutely respect Indian law. And I believe that the process that we have established, both under the law and through clarifications from the courts in India, allows us as private companies, as social media companies, to engage with the government, to articulate our point of view, and then to take the necessary measures. And those protocols have been in place, Shiv, for a long time. And I trust those processes. We engage sincerely on the back of what is clearly articulated as protocols under Section 69A. So hopefully that gives you a context of how we at Facebook think about it. Sure.
Ajit, since you mentioned the IT ministry as well as, community standards that have been worked upon, to quote the IT minister today, in fact, he actually said that misuse of social media will not be tolerated and action will be taken. You just spoke about the modalities under which you can interface with the government on issues like this and respect for the law. Can you tell us about whether this perceived misuse of social media has gone down? Facebook itself has had run-ins with the government and a conversation on this in the past as well. Can you give us any specific data or indications of whether community standards or the tweaks to those community standards have resulted in less misuse?
I think we are aligned on the objective in India and globally, Shiv, that as much as platforms like ours enable hundreds of millions of users and businesses to build what they consider important, to connect with friends and family, to expand the canvas of expression, we're absolutely aligned on the agenda that we don't want our platforms to be misused. And therefore, over the last few years in particular, Shiv, we have invested an extraordinary amount of energy and resources and investments to make sure that whether it is in our automated systems that can pick up content on the platform that violates our community standards even before they get distribution, to engaging with civil society and governments and experts to understand how those standards can evolve. We are aligned on that agenda because the reality is, as much as our platforms have enabled people all over the world to create enormous value, to make it easier to connect with each other, we also have a responsibility and to recognize that sometimes there is a small minority of people and actions on the platform that can cause harm. And we want to make sure that that misuse doesn't happen. So I think we have been very public about this, not just in India but globally. And I see that as an aligned objective.
Coming to WhatsApp, because that's the other big thing that's been in the news recently, for a variety of reasons. There were some leaks. There was the terms of use issue that became a problem. We saw the front page ads where Facebook tried to clarify on that. Can you tell us a little bit about the learning experiences off of that, Ajit? Because WhatsApp is here to stay. We've seen people going in droves to rival apps like Signal, etc. But people are still using WhatsApp in enormous numbers. If I'm not mistaken, 350 million is the number of users that you have in the country at this time as far as WhatsApp is concerned. You've got an audience that's plugged in from all over the country, probably all over the world right now. Can you tell us clearly, Ajit, what the issue was with WhatsApp? Has it been sorted now? How would you address concerns that continue to linger in people's minds about the privacy of WhatsApp? Because that's the one app that truly unites us all in this country.
Absolutely, Shah. And like I'm sure almost 100% of people in the room, my life is on WhatsApp as well.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that I want to say is the commitment to encryption on WhatsApp and privacy is absolute. We cannot read your messages. we cannot read anyone's messages. That's always been true. That will always remain true. And I'll come to explaining sort of what are the learnings from how we rolled out the privacy policy and what we're taking from it. But I think it's important to, without any caveats, be very clear that no one can read the messages. We don't have access to the messages because they're end-to-end encrypted, and therefore that is never at risk. The second part, Shiv, is in many ways, I think the few weeks in January also gave an indication of something that I think at WhatsApp we have known for a long time, that people genuinely care about the privacy and sanctity of their communication. And if there is even an assumption that the messages are not private, then there will be other apps that will provide those alternatives. And I think you mentioned that WhatsApp will always be around. We hope so, but we also know that there is a lot of competition. As much as Facebook as a company has platforms that are large and we benefit from the loyalty of people around the country and we're deeply embedded in the social fabric of India, I think we have to earn the trust every day. And whenever another service can come up with a better proposition, there's competition, so we don't take that for granted. Now, having said all of this, especially that nothing about the policy changes that the sanctity and encryption of those messages stays, I do want to acknowledge that I think we could have done a better job in terms of how we rolled out the changes in privacy policy. I don't think we did a great job of explaining it, but I want to make a distinction between what the policy does and the intent behind it, and of course, the way in which it was rolled out. And it may not be easy to understand for people who look at this and say, you're a large company. If you're being so clear, why could you not have been this clear early? And one of the things is, in the company with the WhatsApp global teams and products and engineers, the idea that encryption is at the heart, the privacy and sanctity of the messages is at the heart of the service, is so deeply embedded. I think we almost probably forgot that we may need to assert that and clarify that every time. Yeah. Because that is so deeply understood that there is never going to be a challenge to it. And I think that our conviction may be limited us from understanding that anytime there are changes, it creates anxiety. The other part that I do want to call out, Shiv, is in the internet world, all platforms have their terms of service, right? We call it privacy policy, TOS, terms of service. One of the things that you saw from WhatsApp was extreme transparency. It was WhatsApp flagging overtly saying, hey, let us tell you what we are doing, in a way that I think actually raised the bar for transparency in the internet. Every day, there are lots of apps where there are changes to the terms of service, changes to policies. Because the conviction on transparency is so high, WhatsApp as a team said, let's be very clear. But I think as we did that, I think we should have understood that in a world where there is a lot of misinformation, where people are anxious about, what does it really mean in terms of all kinds of different platforms and services on the internet, I think we should have done a much better job of explaining what we did. And what we have done is, from a policy point of view, a lot of the changes were already done in 2016. What we were being more transparent about in January, Shiv, was that when people communicate with businesses, nothing changes on the encryption, but those businesses can have access to tools that allow some of that, the data to be leveraged in a way where I think if you kind of, for example, if I tell you that if you're running a small shop and you're getting inquiries from customers, let's make it easier to build tools so that you can respond to multiple customers at the same time. You would look at it and say, yeah, absolutely, that makes sense. So it was hyper transparency. But I acknowledge that I think we could have explained it much better. I think everyone should know that WhatsApp cannot read your messages. Nothing changes about encryption.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that, Ajit, but I just want to dwell on WhatsApp just for a minute longer because, like I said, this is something that connects to everyone and everyone's interested, especially in what happens with WhatsApp. I know many people who, when this whole privacy issue happened, lots of people downloaded the Signal app, groups shifted to Signal, things like that. Can you give us a sense of whether this was damaging to WhatsApp, or has WhatsApp, in a sense, weathered that entire storm? Because there were big gains to be made by your rival apps at that time.
I think, Shiv, two parts to it. One part is, I absolutely believe that we have to earn the trust of people every day. I don't think this is an episodic event where you look at this and say, hey, we are through it, we are in good shape. I think we have to earn the trust and keep the trust every day. And honestly, I think the teams at WhatsApp, the product managers and the engineers and the leadership and Facebook as a company, we are all very vested in the idea of, we want to make sure that even people who found this confusing and therefore, or received a lot of misinformation, we want to make sure that we are able to reach out to them and tell them what we are doing and what we are not, and earn the trust, or even for those who trust us still, make sure that we reinforce that. Having said that, I think, Shiv, to more directly answer your question, Will, who's the global head of WhatsApp, did mention that in a couple of weeks ago that as a service, we haven't seen a massive negative impact because of this. But that doesn't mean that we don't acknowledge that we could have done a much better job of explaining it, or that competition will continue to be intense, and that we have to earn the trust and keep the trust.
It's good. I will admit it's going to be very difficult for most people to leave WhatsApp, given, like you just said, that their entire lives, their work, their families, everything is on WhatsApp. So it's interesting to hear from you, but I'm also not surprised to hear that there wasn't much damage. Now, this is the Conclave East, Ajit, as you know, and we're about to enter into another election season here in Bengal, but elsewhere in the country as well. We all well know, not just here in India, but around the world, elections are a time when there's a lot of fake news that's, does the rounds. On the specific issue of fake news and the handling of fake news, can you tell us about any new features, any new tools or capabilities that Facebook either has or will be testing as we enter another election cycle? Not specific to this election cycle, but are there any new things that Facebook is trying to battle fake news?
It's a great question, Shiv. And I think both in terms of playing the responsible role to ensure the integrity of elections around the world.
Yeah.
And to do the best that we can to limit misinformation on our platforms. In many ways, you called out two agenda that have been critical for us for a while, especially after 2016. And our approach to elections has evolved on the back of experiencing multiple elections around the world, including elections in India. And in the Indian context, that framework largely relies on three material things. One, going back to 2019, working with industry associations and working with our peers, we have a collaboration with the Election Commission that essentially creates a collaborative code of conduct and framework for us to take down orders that we receive from ECI.
Yeah.
That process has been quite well established. I think over the last few elections, it has worked out well, including the election in Bihar. And that continues to be the case. And I think the Election Commission itself is on record calling out the work that platforms like ours have done in both creating that collaborative framework as well as adhering to what we have agreed with ECI. I think the second one is we work with 8 fact-checking organizations in 11 languages, including Bengali.
Yeah.
India Today, as you know, is one of them.
Yes.
And India is one of the countries where we have some of the largest number of fact-checkers. And we will continue to invest in that program. And essentially, it is to make sure that, I think, Shiv, you know this, one of the criticisms about the company has been that you should not be the arbiter for what is factual and what is fake news.
Indeed.
And we agree with that. We don't want to be the arbiters of truth. And therefore, we are relying on fact-checking organizations who have been certified by the International Fact-Checking Network, and essentially relying on fact-checkers who now have experience. They've used the tools in our systems over the last few years, and essentially when they call out something as misinformation, we limit the distribution. And the third part, and this is an where I do think as a company, we have raised the bar for the industry, is on transparency of political ads. It's very easy to find out, which entity is putting out ads, including political ads around elections on Facebook. And we have clear protocols in terms of the identification of the organizations. We archive those ads for 7 years. And I think even today, I would argue that the extent of transparency that we provide on our platforms and how different parties and players are using political ads, I think it's a benchmark that continues to be an outlier. So that approach will continue. And all of this has been influenced by elections over the last few years, including, the many elections in India.
Yeah. Speaking of unverified content, questionable content, I don't think any actions can be compared to the tectonic suspension of Donald Trump's accounts recently, Ajit. Now, I know you weren't directly involved in that, but everyone's been really curious about what that was like from the inside. For companies like yours to take those big decisions, I mean, I can only imagine what kind of a decision this was. Give us an inside view of what it must have been like to finally decide to pull the plug on someone like a Trump.
I think, Shiv, while
because it was something that was building up. That's why I'm saying many of his tweets were constantly marked as incorrect or questionable or unverified, and then the ban happened.
I think Mark has spoken about this publicly, Shiv, and when you think about a lot of what we have been saying, including from the CEO Mark to the leader in public policy, Nick Clegg. If you look at the founding of the company, we genuinely do believe that part of our responsibility is to expand the canvas of expression, right? And therefore, even as over the years, we have introduced new tools and systems and policies to the point that you mentioned in the beginning, limit the misuse of our platforms, to limit misinformation on our platforms. The bias always has been on the side of freedom of expression. And I think Mark has been very public and vocal and articulate about it in ways that created a lot of debates around the world. So if there has been any bias, it has been a bias towards keeping as much speech as possible, especially from political leaders, especially from elected leaders.
Yeah.
Because these are, especially in democracies like ours, in India, in the US, these are leaders who have been elected. What they say in many ways is consequential. People want to hear them. So, if anything, that is the additional canvas, right? That not just bias towards speech, but especially the intent to have people listen to their elected leaders in an as unfiltered a fashion as possible. So you can imagine that with all of those principles in place, some of the actions we took on the back of the violence in Capitol Hill, there was no precedence for it. It was a situation that had no parallel, and I think we reached a point where the calls that we took were the only right things to do in the context of what was happening, and in the context of our obligation in the United States, and being a responsible internet company.
Okay, because the banning of Trump, continues to be one of the biggest social media stories of our times, given that that really was his platform. That was something that Donald Trump depended on in such a big way, and that has spawned other apps, other platforms now, and the effect of the sort of ripple effect of that is going to still be felt, I assume, in the weeks and months ahead. Speaking of other apps, Ajit, Atmanirbharta in technology, in tech, Indian apps. In the last couple of days, we've seen, the Coup app on Twitter. We've seen a drove of union ministers. There's a message sort of being sent out, between the foreign apps and the so-called Atmanirbhar apps. Where do you stand on that? What did you think of this whole Coup affair on Twitter, going viral? And the thing is, it wasn't just a sort of flash in the pan, because you had ministers going there, setting up accounts there, putting out posts from there.
Again, I think, Shiv, I kind of tend to zoom out from the news of the moment and try and think in terms of, in the context of India, what is right for the country? What is right for building up tech capacity in India? And I have 3 points to make there. One is, I do genuinely think something big happened in the last 4 or 5 years. And all credit to the Digital India agenda and the enabling policies, as well as the work of platforms like Jio and Airtel and Vodafone. The innovation that Jio triggered in 2016, we have more than 500 to 600 million people who came online with access to affordable, high-quality broadband internet.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened anywhere else in the world with this space. And the reality is, this continues to be the case, right? We will get to 1 billion people with access to the internet soon. So I absolutely think we should look at, and because so much has happened in such a short period of time, I'm not sure whether all of us have really absorbed what does it mean for all of us to drive innovation, create models not just for India but for the world, and fundamentally leapfrog on the back of the foundations that's been built. And that agenda, I think it's the right agenda. I think as a country, we have an opportunity, given what's happened in the last 5 years, to spur massive innovation, to look at fundamental opportunities in sectors like education and healthcare, and really think about, how do we enable this massive canvas that we have created for ourselves to experiment and pilot and spur new models and innovation. And a lot of that will come from new ventures and new startups. So that's one thing. Second is, I actually think there is always going to be intense competition. I think often we kind of reduce this discussion and debate to, there are these very large foreign companies and there are these small Indian companies. Yeah. I don't think it's true anymore. I think all of us have to wake up every day and compete with each other. I think to our earlier conversation, the minute there is misinformation about WhatsApp's privacy policy, I think 5 other players can step in and provide a competing proposition. Many of them will be local, many of them may not be local, and that's true in every sector. So I actually think there is a lot of intense competition in the internet space, and it's only going to get more intense, and I think that's the right thing. Competition will spur all of us to do better. I want to call out one more thing, Shiv, and I think it's extremely important. Part of my agenda, leading Facebook in the country and with the platforms that we have in Facebook and Instagram and WhatsApp, is to make sure, to the point that you started with, these are platforms that are deeply embedded in the fabric of India.
Yes.
People use it every day. People trust us. Part of my job is to make these platforms can be used to drive the growth of other internet companies. And especially local startups,
right,
especially Indian companies. That's our entire business model, is how can other companies leverage the tools that we provide, leverage the scale that we provide to build their own growth. And our interests are aligned here. I'm passionate about that personally, but the company's self-interests are aligned with the interest of growing other platforms. So my response to all of this is the canvas is so big. Our opportunity to spur models that will allow India to leapfrog, as well as allow Indian companies and global companies to create models out of India that are exciting for the world, is so massive. Let's chase those big opportunities. Because there's been a lot of hard work done in the last few years that got us here.
And after a pandemic of this kind, that's a great note to end on. The opportunity is absolutely enormous. Access to quality internet is only going to go up. With 5G coming at some point in the future, things are going to move in a huge new direction, and there's much to look forward to in this space. Thanks very much for shining the light, Ajit. It was a pleasure to have you. And thanks for answering all of those questions. We look forward to what Facebook has next for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Can I start? Ladies and gentlemen, quickly moving on to our next session, and once again, great day for this session because India's Defence Minister earlier this morning gave a statement in Parliament about the disengagement process that has finally begun to happen tentatively between troops of India and China in Ladakh, and that's precisely what our session is about today. It's called Flashpoint: Breached Borders, India's China Policy, Combat or Compromise. Very privileged to have with us on this session at Conclave East, General Bikram Singh, former Chief of the Army Staff. Mr. Tapir Gao, he is the Lok Sabha MP from the BJP from Arunachal East. Ninong Ering is former Member of Parliament from Arunachal. He belongs to the Congress Party. And Rajiv Dogra, who's a former Indian ambassador to Italy and Romania, seasoned former diplomat and foreign policy analyst. So, once again, a very newsy day for a panel of this kind, because the Defense Minister, the Raksha Mantri, has just spoken in Parliament today. The standoff that has happened between India and China in Ladakh since May last year has taken some small steps in a different direction, where for our viewers and attendees who may not know, the two sides have finally arrived at an agreement after 10 months to start pulling back the troops from certain sectors where there has been quite a bit of friction. So I'd like to start with you. We've got two eminent politicians from Arunachal as well. But just for the moment, I'd like to start with the Ladakh issue because of what the Defense Minister has said. General Bikram Singh, your reading of this, after all, we are dealing with the Chinese. Nothing can be taken for granted or at face value, but talks have been happening. As a military man, as a former Chief of Army Staff, how do you see this? It's 10 months since this whole thing began, and today we have a statement saying small steps have been taken towards a structural disengagement.
Can you hear me?
Why don't you take this?
Hello. Shiv, thank you firstly for the invite to be here. This is the fourth conclave that I'm attending. The first one I attended as the chief, and then three, after I superannuated. A very interesting, very contemporary, subject you've chosen. What has happened in Eastern Ladakh, to my way of thinking, is on account of the Indian government having taken up the conflict. Because in the past, we had been very timid with regard to China, and whenever Chinese came into our area, the issues were resolved essentially through diplomatic and military channels, and that continued. I think this is the first time after a very, very long time that we looked into the eyes of China and mobilized our resources to take on Chinese challenge. So, given the fact that we have, challenged Xi Jinping and his military, I think the costs were very high for Xi Jinping. So one of the reasons I feel at the strategic level is the strategic costs, the political costs, which Xi Jinping realized that should China continue with the stalemate, it will not augur well for its reputational, image. As far as reputational, I would say, accruals it has had so far. And it's already having a large number of countries which are peeved with its BRI project and other projects, and the way it has been behaving through its expansionist policies. Now, coming on to the Eastern Ladakh, I feel we need to move ahead with cautious optimism. We cannot afford to take China at face value. We should continue. It's a good beginning, a good start, but I suppose we got to manage the risk at the strategic, operational, and tactical levels. Make sure that whatever we do, we are well poised in a manner that should the contingency arise, we are able to mobilize and again give a bloody nose, at least challenge the Chinese again. So that is important. And along with this, I personally feel we should continue with our other initiatives which are there to augment our combat part and to make sure we do not allow the Chinese to try this misadventure again as far as we are concerned.
General Singh, one of the reasons why people continue to be skeptical as far as such agreements is concerned is because these kinds of agreements have happened in the past, even in the last 10 months. Everyone remembers the Galwan flashpoint, the violence in which many soldiers on both sides died in action. Is there any reason to believe that things will be different this time, General? Because the last time also there was an agreement to pull back the troops, and then you had the Galwan flashpoint.
Shiv, I do not think we should look too much into this and take it as a very noble gesture on the part of Chinese. They have done it under duress, there's no doubt about it. But I do not, because they have a very poor track record. Look at the confidence building measures, look at the protocols. They have always actually dishonored these. If you see right from 1993 when the Peace and Tranquility Accord was signed, they've consistently dishonored the protocols and the confidence building measures. So given their poor track record, I think we need to be very cautious. The other thing which I feel is that the leadership of the PLA is very poor. Let me also bring out this aspect. And it's been actually proven. There are a large number of studies that have been carried out by the United States. And I, being a graduate of the US Army War College, I am in touch with my professors over there who keep sending me a lot of material. And let me tell you that the Chinese leadership perhaps was under tremendous pressure. They could not have continued. Unlike our leadership, which is used to fighting in such hazardous conditions, in high altitude areas, extreme cold conditions, our people who have drawn blood, each leader, starting from an officer, JCO, NCO, and even our Jawans, they are accustomed to facing such privations on the battlefield. Chinese aren't. That has been another factor because Xi Jinping knows that should he try anything which is, he gets into an ugly situation, he is going to actually lose out badly. And therefore, given the fault lines in China, which are there on the domestic front, on the external front, I think it's the right thing that Xi Jinping has done. And let me tell you, this couldn't have come from the military. Given the very fact that this has continued for 10 months, the entire decision-making in this regard is being undertaken at the political level. So it's by Xi Jinping, he's taken this call to make sure that this engagement takes place. So from that point of view, I think we need to be cautious, move ahead, hope for the best, remain on guard, continue to generate intelligence. I'm using the word generate intelligence to be able to identify the intent of Chinese. That's very important.
Very interesting that nothing can be taken at face value. China has a terrible track record in keeping its promises. We've seen that even in its recent promises as far as the Ladakh situation is concerned. Tapirji, we will come to Arunachal in just a moment, but I want to ask you about your reading of what the Raksha Mantri said today in Parliament on this disengagement. General Singh says, cautious optimism, we can move forward with disengagement, but you can never trust the Chinese. You have had a first-hand experience with that as well, but how do you see what the Raksha Mantri has said?
First of all, I thank India Today that you have brought two leaders from Northeast, and that is also from Arunachal Pradesh.
From the beautiful state of Arunachal Pradesh.
Thank you. India has tested the Chinese from Nehru and Chu Enlai, and today we are testing it with Modi ji and Jinping. Since Chu Enlai and Nehru, we have tested all activities, whether it is economic point of view, whether it is military point of view, whether it is on their expansionist policy. Because I have visited that except Galwan, up to Demsok, Chuchul, Pengong, I have visited every corner of all the places where we have got dispute. Right. When I was BJP General Secretary with Nitin Gadkari, we have a committee. I am one of the members there. So, what Modi ji has taken, the time taking, with diplomatically engaged, bilateral engagements, is the major policy that Xi Jinping have struck on the world today. So we have tested in Galwan, we have tested in Doglam. Today, the India Today has brought a good news. And I have personally here in Lok Sabha through television that Rajnath Singh ji has made the statement that the Indian PLA troops will back to Finger 8, and by Barsu, India will also back on the 3 or 4 on that side. Yeah. So this is an example where India need to learn more to deal with the Chinese PLA, whether it is military point of view, whether it is economical point of view, and whether it is all aspects. We need to act what Modi's resistance has shown to the world today, that India can deal the PLA, India can deal the expansionist policy somewhere they strike on the world today.
Has a message been sent out to China, Mr. Herring, do you think? that with this disengagement coming after 10 months, has India tired out China? As the general said, was it because of India's strength and rigid position in these areas that the Chinese have finally been persuaded to speak about disengagement?
Jai Hind. Jai Hind, everyone. It's nice that you have taken up this topic. Really we needed a chance. Arunachal Pradesh needed a chance to highlight our issues also.
And I'm going to dedicate a full round of questions to Arunachal.
Now you have taken up the issue of the Honorable Raksha Mantri. Yes. I have personally known him when I was a union minister. He was a member of parliament that time. And also after he took over as the Raksha Mantri, we had a lot of expectations from him. His statement in the Rajya Sabha that the Chinese and the Indian forces would come to a disengagement agreement, and it is nice. Of course, we have not got the Ministry of External Affairs or the other, a government release has not yet been made. It is just he has given assurance in the Rajya Sabha. But as you will come to the course of discussion in Arunachal Pradesh, and of course I'm not going to speak politics because I know my Chota Bhai will always allege me that Tumhara Congress mein is
no politics here. This is India first.
He will always say that. I know he always says that. But the thing is that we have to shoulder responsibilities. Now, if I take back what is mine and leave what was mine, do you think that it is right? I don't know, but General Vikram Singh will say, you had till finger 8. We were there till finger 8. So we are now come back to finger 3. And then we say, okay, we are in our position, you are in your position. Okay.
Since you've asked that specific question, General, would you like to take that, clear up that perception or add to that? That we are, there is always, you've heard Congress leaders in Parliament also say this before, that we are walking away from our own territory. So where is the victory in this? What have we gained from this? But let me also say that the Raksha Mantri in today's speech, sir, he said in the course of these discussions and negotiations with the Chinese, we have not lost anything. He said that very specifically. Yes, sir, General.
Yes, what Mr. Ehring has said, he has a point, but let's understand, the line of actual control is not something that is defined on the ground like the line of control with Pakistan. We have to understand that there are varying perceptions from both sides. That's number one. Number two, let me tell you, our patrols have been going to finger 8 and they have been coming towards finger 4 side in the past. In the lake, we got our speed boats. I was the chief that time when we got hold of them. We got state-of-the-art boats now in those areas. But we got to understand that the challenge that was given to us by the Chinese was in terms of coming in towards finger 4. Let's be very clear. They used to come and go back. In this particular case, they came and they did not go back. So therefore, it was a challenge. Now, the very fact that they are going back, it is on account of the leadership and on account of the political and military leadership. I have no hesitation in saying this. I'm sorry. I do not want to get, between the two political leaders. But I'm being very honest with you. I think kudos go to the political leadership of our country and to the military leadership. Let me tell you, it's been a very, very challenging assignment for the military leadership. And I think the way the Northern Army Commander, GOC 14 Corps have conducted themselves along with their subordinate commanders, it's been phenomenal. And Chinese would not have gone back if it was not a threatened being. It's a threatened being not just at the military level. It's a threatened being in terms of, as I said earlier, the image of China, the political costs that it would have been subjected to. Its upward trajectory of becoming a global power, a predominant power, and challenging the United States would have got derailed to a large extent. So Chinese, I think, have exercised wisdom in the backdrop of the kind of resistance that we have given, and that's the reason they have gone back.
There is a saying that is so true, and it really is borne out by what we've seen here. China, the only thing that China really respects is strength. And India has consistently spoken with strength. It had put the army at the front lines of the discussions. It was not the External Affairs Ministry, but the army which was actually leading the discussions. Ambassador Dogra, the Ministry of External Affairs was added to the mix as far as those discussions were concerned, which were happening in Chushul, Moldo for the last couple of rounds. But how do you see this, sir? This was a lot of posturing that happened on both sides. It was an incredibly tense situation. Only General Bikram Singh will be able to tell us how tense, given that troops were just a few hundred meters away from each other. And even at that time, these talks were going on. The freeze came over Ladakh, but finally this breakthrough was somehow managed. How do you read it? How difficult must it have been to come to that solution? And it's not yet a solution, but tentative solution.
You know, you use the word small steps twice. The defense minister has also used that. Then you use the word posturing. Now, posturing has had a tremendous effect. Whether we have a long-term strategy, that is the issue. But before I come to that, one thought which came to me as I was coming in from Delhi was that I should be prepared to answer Shiv's questions on aggression of China. This was the topic yesterday. This was continuing almost all through the evening on channels and so on. Suddenly, in one day, and this is a tremendous example of how one day can make a tremendous difference in diplomacy. From aggression of China, we are now talking about hope for peace. Now, which one is correct? Can Chinese turn around overnight and become doves from being eagles? I think the solution and the answer lies somewhere in between, because in my view, they would not have committed the aggression in the summer or spring as was being feared, for a simple reason. As the general mentioned, our boys looked in their eyes and did not blink. So Galwan was the first challenge. It was followed by Nakula. Chinese had been used to getting their way, not just in Arunachal, as you reveal later, but also in South China Sea. Whichever island they wanted to, they went down there and grabbed it. So no one in the world, including America, if you read strategic documents from American strategic experts, they have gone to the extent of saying that in case a war breaks out between America and China, China would win. From that position to what has happened yesterday is a tremendous change. And that too, a change which has been directly supervised by President Xi. That's another point I wish to make, that sometimes we tell ourselves things which we like to believe. For example, in 2014, when President Xi came to Gujarat and then to Delhi, there was a Chinese ingression. And we kept saying, look, this chap is innocent.
Demchok.
Yeah. He didn't know some rogue general or army commander there has done this to embarrass him. But if you look at the history, 2013, a year after Xi took over as president of China, there was Depsan, which still continues to worry us. 2014 was in Chumar.
Yeah.
2018 was Doklam. 2020 was East Ladakh. All these were authorized personally by President Xi.
Yeah, as General said, yeah.
So let us not give benefit of the doubt either to a particular leader or to a country, because China has been known never to give up the territory it has conquered. Yeah. And President Xi's mission, openly stated mission, is to take back all the territories that China has historically claimed. Whether that claim is right or wrong is a different thing. So come back to your point and answer whether this is a temporary phase or it is going to last. I don't think it is going to last. China has been embarrassed internationally by what it did in Ladakh and the kind of response it got. So it is a pause for it to think the cost that it has had to give for this action of its, because there are military costs and material costs also. They are also suffering in terms of finances and materials.
So strategically speaking, picture abhi baki hai, because on television also we tend to oversimplify what's happening. So
no,
I
won't blame you for that.
The subtext of what you're saying is that, but point taken. Tapirji, speaking of, since Ambassador Dogra mentioned claims, let's come to Arunachal Pradesh, the state where you're from. You've been very vocal about it. I hear that you also have some pictures and maps to show us. If we can put that on the screens for our viewers as well. Let's look at those pictures, if we can. And then Tapirji can tell us about his concerns. And he's been raising them for quite a few months and years now. Are we getting the picture on the screen? Okay, there it is, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, sir. Tell us about the concerns and about the Chinese ingress in Arunachal Pradesh, and also the fact that things are very different there, because this is a place which China completely claims. China claims all of Arunachal Pradesh. Okay.
I am lucky that the retired General Bikram Singh is with us, and my elder brother Nindong Iring Congress representative is also here. Both we are representing North Arunachal today, the India today, and with the Ambassador Rajivji. My concern is map 1 and the map 2. If Bikram Singh Sahab could see it. Second is my creation, which India need to do it earlier also. Finger 1 and finger 2, where we have got lot of controversies there. In the lower map, I have covered the finger 1 and finger 2. And there are, I would like to leave something which need for the security of our paramilitary and the army also. I will not speak more about anything beyond for the security of the country. In finger 2, our outforce is outside our territorial map. In which year this map have been drawn, I am trying to trace it out, but I could not trace it out yet. In that valley, we have got two valleys. In that another valley is Resham, outpost is Resham in the Kayo valley, through which we reached Hadigra Pass. And another valley is Kazab valley, sorry, Galaitagru. And in another valley is Kajam valley, where our ITBP outpost is 15 kilometers outside the map. And another valley 25 kilometers from outside the map. But whereas on Hatigra Pass and Galaitagru Pass, Bikram Singh Sahab has had the experience. Our soldiers used to patrol there. Again, every year, the Chinese PLA used to come up to 25 kilometers away from the Saglagam last outpost of that territory. It's a great concern, and if the operator can click the buttons.
Are they coming further and further inside, sir?
Yeah.
Tapirji, with each passing year, are they coming further and further inside?
See, the problem between Congress and the BJP is Congress hides the truth since Nehru to Manmohan Singh, and the reality behind the BJP is Modi ji never hide anything, whether it is Galwan, whether it is Pangong Lake, whether it is Daglam, or whether it is in Sikkim Natula Fast. Now, after Modi ji came to power, the military has been given, paramilitary has been given the authority to exercise along the international border. Bikram Sahab will also agree on me, with me. The operator can click the buttons. the star button. The right corner star, please click the right corner star button.
The right
Anjao.
button. Click on the star, the red
Star, it's the red star.
Okay, okay. While that's going up.
So anyway, now I will come to this one. I have pictures of all the PLAs, their constructions of wooden bridges.
We've seen that.
They are trekking tracks and all. And above, beyond that, in Finger 1, we have got that Finger 1 in Dibang Valley districts.
Okay. We've seen those.
So just a minute.
Okay.
The PLA used to come to that valley covering more than 40 kilometers. The difference is we do not have, I'm not blaming army and paramilitary. Since subsequent Congress governments, Nehru to Manmohan Singh, I don't want to politicize this India Today's platform. I have to go back to history.
Okay.
Even Anthony, the defense minister, has made a statement in the parliament. We are not constructing road to the border. My retired general is witnessing it.
Okay, let's hear from him. And I'm going to keep this as apolitical as possible. I'll give Ninongji a chance to respond to that. But General Bikram Singh, away from the politics, about this ingress in parts of Arunachal Pradesh where construction has been happening, Tapaji in many ways has been a sort of lone voice, putting out these pictures and maps, showing people where the Chinese salami slicing has been taking place in Arunachal. Give us the military perspective of this. You've operated there, you've seen it for yourself as well, sir. Is there a certain helplessness there that India is demonstrating elsewhere, like in Ladakh? Is there something that we cannot do in Arunachal?
Yeah, Shiv, I think the audience needs to understand, there's a very old adage about the mountains, that mountains eat troops. They are like a bottomless barrel which keeps sucking in boots. There is never adequate resources in the mountains because every hill, every spur gives you challenges. It's got to be understood that it's a zero-sum game. And the Indian Army, what it has, it's a zero-sum game. So you got to deploy that between our Western Front, Northern Front, keep reserves. I'm glad a decision has been taken at the strategic level of now converting one of the strike corps, which was on the Western Front, to a mountain strike corps. So the issue is of the resources. Number two, I must confess, since 1993, I won't hesitate in saying that there was a tendency to be slightly like a dice skill because we thought that peace and tranquility would continue. And with the signing of the Border Defense Cooperation Agreement of 2013, I was the chief that time, we found that a little bit of autonomy came to the army to deal with the situations on ground, which was not there before. Let me confirm that to you. I've been in the military operation as a colonel. In fact, we have Rahul Kamal, his father was with me as a colonel that time in the military operations. And we used to be working till 11 at night, and I'm sure he must be seeing his dad coming back at 12 o'clock at night. Because a little incident in Arunachal, or for that matter on the line of control or along the McMahon line, we used to have the MEA representatives coming over to the military operations and discussing with us. That's the kind of sensitivity we had, which has gone away. And thanks to the present government, and I would say even for that matter, during 2013 when the Border Defense Cooperation Agreement was signed, there was a little amount of autonomy which came to the army. We could take decisions. We could react the way we had to.
So you didn't need to keep running to the MEA for any kind of action to be taken on the ground.
Yes, of course. It's a whole of government approach, because we're dealing with a neighbor. So the other point which I want to bring out, yes, Mr. Gao, you want to say something? No.
Please continue, sir.
So what I'm saying is that given the fact that there is paucity of resources, we've got to take on certain places where we get deployed. Now we are going in for additional surveillance or generation capability, and I'm sure in times to come we'll be able to plug these gaps. We are going into more aerial resources, UAVs, helicopters. There is a focused commitment today of the government towards ensuring and enhancing our combat power. So with that, I think things are going to be improving over a period of time. Okay. The other thing I wish to clarify to the member parliament is that if there were 5 patrols of the Chinese along the line of control, I'm telling you as a former Eastern Army commander, we had at least 20 going over there. So it's not that, our people were sitting on the haunches that doing nothing. Let me tell you, we were responding equally well. There's the area which is the no man's land, in the sense that their patrols come to the perceived line of the LAC. Our patrols go to the perceived line of LAC, and our patrols have been far more than what they've been actually undertaking. So there is perhaps, and I'll be very honest with you, I have no hesitation in saying this, that as an Eastern Army commander, as a chief, and before that, I found that depending on which party is there, they tend to manipulate the Chinese aggressions to their advantage. And I'm sorry to both the political leaders who are seated here. You people have been exploiting this and manipulating it to your advantage.
We'll get both of them to answer. That's a direct statement on the both of you. Yeah, you first, sir.
I'm not countering.
Tapirji, on the specific point that the Indian Army is not sitting on its haunches, when they come in, we also go that side.
See, I stop for a moment from where I will start from there.
Yeah.
Even the Defense Minister A.K. Antony, with due respect, he made the statement in the parliament that we have not constructed the road to Megmohan line, in particular to Arunachal Pradesh, because in war-like situations, this road will be used by the enemy. In 1974, 78, then Arunachal was Union territory. P.K. Tungon was the Chief Minister. He started constructing road from Tawang to Lumla. Vikram Saab is fully well aware of it. And Bhutta Singh was the Home Minister. They called the High Commissioner in front of the then Chief Minister P.K. Tungon. He is still alive. He narrated the stories.
Okay.
He has been scolded like anything. Why you are constructing road towards the China?
Okay.
And this is the policy where our army could not carry rations, arms, ammunition, even the body themselves to the 13,000 feet.
Let Ninongji also add to that, because a couple of things have been said about UPA governments and the Congress party and the leadership as far as this. No, I have no intention to make this a back and forth between between the two parties. You are brothers from a beautiful state, but a comment has been made that even the infrastructure that has been built now, etc., has happened because of things that have happened in the past. Not about Congress and BJP, but something in India's history. How would you respond to that, sir?
Yeah. I'm grateful to my Tapir Gauji that he's really enlightened us with his maps and his presentations. Of course, I have my maps in my heart. I have the map of India in my heart. I love my country, and I think I'm more Deshbhakt than anyone else. लेकिन कभी-कभी सोचता हूँ, घोड़ा को इतना रफ्तार में आप रखिए, जहाँ उसको आप लगाम को आप संभाल सकते हैं. तो ऐसा ना हो कि आप इतना तेज में रफ्तार में जाएं कि आप कहीं गिर न जाएं. I'm speaking from one of my own colleagues, Mr. General V.K. Singh. He had just commented in a few days ago that if the Chinese have made some aggressions or they have made some incursions, they have made more incursions than the Chinese. So, you have to control what you say. So when you speak about, I think you will also agree, we have two, one is the McMahon line, the imaginary boundary, or the LAC which you say, and the other is the McCarthy-McDonald, which is in the Aksai Chin and the Ladakh areas. So let us be very frank that these, LACs or imaginary boundaries were made way back in 1914. Like my beloved Chief Minister, even though he is BJP beloved, because he always says, we do not border China, we border Tibet. Yeah. Even now we say that yes, we border Tibet because we don't know China. We still honor His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We always honor that Tibet is a separate country. Yes. So what I meant to say is that when these great people, Henry McMahon and his his name was Lama Lomchan and of course Luan Chen. So these were Ivan Chen. So these were people who made this map in 1914. And China had agreed to it. And that time, Tibet was an independent country. It was not under China. And China's representative has honored it. So why is it that after they have taken over Tibet, we don't accept that Tibet is part of China? But even if they said, okay, Tibet is in China, then we say that why don't you honor your own statements? It is just like Chawan Lai and saying Hindi, Chini, bye-bye. Or we come to Gujarat and sit in the swings and suddenly you see 20 people, 20 brave Jawans have lost their lives. Don't we think of that? Our diplomatic relations or our diplomatic discussions are like this? And the lives of the soldiers? Do we not any feeling? Why should we always talk politics? I will always support my younger brother. Okay. But if you say about the roads, yes, there was a wrong mindset that if we make these border roads, then the Chinese would come through the roads. But the Chinese are so expert, they have already entered Arunachal, they have already entered Bising, that is in his constituency. My own people are there and they have already entered. They have got all, you know, along Gailing, along Anini, they have already constructed. So these are things we have to think about, not about, okay, Congress has done this or BJP has done it. You know, Dr. Manmohan Singh has given 20,000 crores to us for the construction of the roads. So this also we have to think over.
Absolutely.
It's not only the BJP or the Congress.
Yeah, quick point, then I'll get the closing comments.
One more clarification. When we talk LAC in Arunachal Pradesh, that means we are surrendering the land occupied by the PLA inside Arunachal Pradesh. We should not use, I request all our media friends and electronics and the media friends, we must use the McMahon line in Arunachal Pradesh. In Ladakh, we must use the LAC. With Pakistan, we must use LOC. With Iring Saab has lightly mentioned, sir, just a minute. 1914, when the Simla Conventional Agreement was signed, there were no Chinese. Today, after occupying Tibet, they are claiming we have not agreed on this. And McMahon line is very, very clear on the art. Whether it is on the map, it's a different thing. From the high ridge of the mountain, on watershed policy.
Okay.
And in Arunachal, I am repeating it, in Arunachal, the military, paramilitary, public, all my media friends, we must use the McMahon, not LAC. When we say LAC in Arunachal, they have covered, constructed two-lane road inside Arunachal Pradesh in Upper Subansiri. That means we are surrendering that territory to the China. So McMahon is our border with Tibet, China.
Okay. Point noted. I'm going to zoom out for our final comments from all our panelists. I'll start with you, Ambassador Dogra, on this. Speaking specifically of what's happened in Ladakh over the last 10 months, developments in Arunachal as well, there is constantly one view that India's China policy is ad hoc, it's constantly shifting. What are the big learnings now? Could India have a more coherent China policy going forward? Does it need to? What are the big lessons that are drawn from what has just happened?
Well, I don't think the issue is coherence in policy. The issue is 1962. Till today, it continues to rankle not just in MEA, but with every Indian. And that was one major reason why successive governments hesitated to develop infrastructure close to the border or LAC or wherever else. Because the feeling was it will be an open invitation for Chinese military to walk into wherever they wanted to. But that was a wrong theory. And over the last 10 years, we have really made amends. We've also got over the hesitations of 1962, as I said, in 1967, then in 1987 in Arunachal, and now more recently in East Ladakh. So it's a gradual step because as a country, it was a traumatic experience to lose 40,000 square kilometers and more. So even now, we will have to measure our steps because we can't go into the wrestling arena without adequate preparation. So till then, we have to use diplomatic means. And there I want to give just one historical example, that in 1958, Burma was mentioned. The Burmese Prime Minister wrote to Pandit Nehru saying, don't trust Chow En-lai. Nehru trusted him. Let us not repeat that mistake.
Okay, great example from 1958. General Singh, going forward now, since Ambassador Dogra mentioned the 1962 war, and we've seen the 1962 war constantly invoked in view of what's been happening in Ladakh. Many of the places where our troops are currently deployed are places where famous battles of 62 were fought. Do you think the way we've been haunted by 1962 all these years, has that in some way been sorted out or exorcised by the strength we've displayed now? And can that shape our China policy going forward?
Yes, Shiv, I think the present government has turned the entire thing around. We were very timid. We were on the back foot vis-a-vis China. But I think our tail is up. The military's tail is up. They've done a stupendous job, as I said earlier. You talked about what should be our policy henceforth. And while Mr. Dogra has covered, just to add to it, I feel there should be two important components of our strategy, hitherto strategy vis-a-vis China. One is of engagement and the other is of deterrence. We must continue to engage at the political, diplomatic, military levels. Yet we should not be off guard. And deterrence, when I say, it is carrying a big stick, which we must continue to develop in terms of our combat power. It must be visible, it must be seen, it must be supplemented by, complementary, compatible information operations, psychological operations, and I think our media has done a great job. Let me compliment all the channels. You people have actually played a pivotal role in putting Chinese leadership on the back foot. And I think you've countered their doctrine, this wolf strategy, whatever their diplomats have been adopting and all that. I think you've been very focused in that regard. So it's a great thing. From the point of view of deterrence, I'm saying that let there be the utilization of smart power and not just the hard power. Smart power is the imaginative combination of soft power and hard power. So both have got to be utilized in concert with the engagement to see how China moves. Alongside, I think we should continue with the international fora to make sure we tie up with the like-minded democratic nations to create a lobby which can countervail the Chinese expansionist designs. And I think we need to be looking at China through all the diplomatic, political, economic, informational, military elements of national power to make sure it remains where it is. And the lesson that we have brought home to the Chinese, it must continue. Yes, a note of caution, which I think Mr. Dogra only made a mention. He brought it out, it could well be that, given the poor leadership of the Chinese PLA, they are under pressure and they want to actually disengage. So therefore, going by what he said, and I tend to agree with what he said, I think we need to be very careful after the winters are over. Let's not be taken by surprise. I think we need to have our reserves ready and our plans ready for all possible contingencies, which I'm sure our military leadership is taking into account.
Keep the powder dry, as they say.
Absolutely. Ear to the ground and keep your gunpowder dry.
Absolutely. Tapirji, I'll give the last 40 seconds to you. Ladakh, there is a disengagement happening, but you still have concerns as far as Arunachal is concerned. What is the one recommendation, policy-wise, you would make to the central government as far as Arunachal is concerned? Quickly, 30 seconds, sir.
Very quickly, I would like to say, India must have a strong comprehensive policy to deal with the China along the border. We must take the photocopy of the Chinese comprehensive policy along the border. Number one, China rebuild all the villages along the border from Walong to Galwan with RCC buildings and all. They come with RCC bridges and permanent roads and infrastructure. They inhabit populations in no man's land. The same thing should be adopted by Government of India, that along the border, villages must be well equipped with medical, education, road, and their houses must also be constructed. If Bikram Singh Sahab, remember, after 62, in Arunachal Pradesh, all the village youth and the citizens were engaged home guard. Firing practices has been given, medical aids and all evacuation training has been given. This sort of training should be re-engaged along the border of China.
What we can,
then it will be extended on the border.
There is an extensive program for border infrastructure to be built both in Ladakh, the central sector, as well as in Arunachal Pradesh. And I think that's a great prescription to end this particular discussion with, because at the end of the day, China is still, let's face it, far ahead of us as far as border infrastructure is concerned. It's something we have a lot of catching up to do on, but we are headed in the right direction, and what the Raksha Mantri has said today hopefully will be the beginning of better things on the frontier. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us on this panel. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shiv. Can we please raise a warm applause for our panelists? Thank you. Just give us about a minute to turn our stage and we'll be back with you. Once again, a quick reminder. The hall will be sealed for at least an hour from 7 o'clock until the Home Minister's session, Mr. Amit Shah's session concludes. Wherever you are, you will not be allowed to move. Once again, this hall will be sealed from 7 o'clock for 1 hour till the Home Minister's session is over. You will have to stay where you are due to security reasons. Once again, if you guys are tweeting, do tweet under the official hashtag ConclaveEast21. All right, viewers and ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly cut across to our next session this evening. The third pillar, the roadmap for Indian judiciary. To take it from here, I would like to call upon our session's moderator, Kaushik Deka, Deputy Editor, India Today.
Do you know, in India, in the lower courts and subordinate courts, we have 3 crore cases pending. And in high courts, there are over 41 million cases pending. And even in the Supreme Court, there are 65,000 cases pending. These are staggering numbers. But amid these numbers, there was one justice, Justice Ranjan Gogoi, who was known for his consistent performance in delivering justice to a time-bound manner. In fact, he brought closer to many contentious issues in India, one such is Ram Janambhoomi case, and then NRC in Assam, though his verdicts are now being debated for its fairness or lack of it. And added to that has been this suspicion or cynicism over Indian judiciary, whether it can withstand the political pressure or whether it's neutral or not. Recently, Justice Gogoi has made his transition from judiciary to legislature, and he now has a different perspective about judiciary or about legislature. And today we are lucky that he will share with us that perspective, and it's an opportunity to ask him to crystal gaze into the future of Indian judiciary. So may I request Justice Gogoi to talk to us about what he thinks should be the roadmap of Indian judiciary. You could speak from the dais, podium, or you could speak from the chair.
No,
also.
Kaushik, I think I have something different in mind. I had a speech prepared for about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll read out that speech.
So you'd like me to ask the questions?
No, let me say something to the audience, and then you can interact with me.
Sure.
There's been just a sudden change of mind. I keep changing my mind. How important the judiciary as a constitutional body is concerned, perhaps need not be emphasized. You want a $5 trillion economy, but you have a ramshackle judiciary. What is your opinion of your judiciary? Not very positive? Do you know that in the year 2020, when the functioning of every organization was somewhat at a low ebb, including the judiciary, the Indian judiciary succeeded in adding about 60 lakh more cases at the subordinate level. The figure from 3 crores, what Kaushik mentioned, has gone up to nearly 4 crores. We were struggling with 3 crores. Where are we with 4 crores? The figures in the High Court has gone up by about 3 lakhs, and in the Supreme Court by about 6,000-7,000. It is in this context that perhaps time has come when we have a roadmap. Why do we discuss about a roadmap in this forum? This is not the forum. The forum is elsewhere. We do it because the forums elsewhere have not done it. This is something for the judiciary to work out itself, which has not been done. Now, the roadmap, what I have in mind is have the right man for the job. You don't appoint judges as you appoint officers in the government. To judge is a full-time commitment. It is a passion. There are no working hours. It's a 24/7 job. You wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning, remember a point, go, jot it down. How many people understand that? This is how a judge works. In a country of over 2 million lawyers, about 18 to 20 lakh is the lawyer population. Can't we find 25,000 people, the right kind of people? The appointments have become a matter of routine. You sit in a competitive examination, you pass, depending on the marks you get appointed. That's not the way. Appointments in the highest judiciary, they're much debated. What is the role of the political executive? Why the political executive is sitting on the appointments? Why are they not clearing it? Half the high courts in the country are functioning at 50% of the strength. Delhi High Court has 31 judges against a sanction strength of 62. Similarly, the other day I was interacting with somebody, Madhya Pradesh is doing with about 40% of the judges. Why the appointments are not coming through? Is it that difficult? These are areas that need to be tackled. When you appoint a judicial officer, when you appoint a judge, train him up. He needs to be constantly reminded that yours is a commitment to the nation. It's not a 10 to 5 job. When you go to the academy, the judicial academy, the gorgeous judicial academy in Bhopal, what is being taught? The laws of the seas, the laws of the oceans. Nothing about judicial ethics, nothing about judicial morals, nothing about how to write judgments, nothing about how to conduct court proceedings. I'm sorry. I've come all the way from Delhi to tell you what I feel about the system. The system has not worked. It's not worked for more reason than one. Commercial cases. If you want a thriving economy, you must have a forum for deciding commercial disputes. Nobody is going to come to invest unless you have a robust system. Investments mean disputes. Disputes require resolution. Where is the mechanism? Commercial Courts Act. Every conceivable commercial dispute has been brought within the purview of the Commercial Courts Act. Anything above 3 lakhs of rupees is a commercial dispute which goes to the commercial court. All right, you have a quick procedure to deal with these cases. But then who is applying the law? The same judge who is doing the normal cases. Arbitration. The award passed by a Chief Justice of India is questioned before a district judge. The award passed by the Chief Justice of India is challenged before a district judge. What does the poor fellow do? He sits on it. Then there is an appeal to the High Court and there is an appeal to the Supreme Court. So the whole idea of going to arbitration, that we don't want to go to court, is defeated. This is the roadmap that we have to work on. And let me tell you, I don't think a beginning has been made. Through your forum, through this platform, I call upon my brother judges to engage themselves in drawing up a roadmap. It's not that difficult. Some time has to be found for this. 10 minutes was given to me for my speech. 10 minutes I have done. Kaushik, you may ask me now.
Sir, you said that judges work extra hours for judiciary to finish off cases, but there are questions also about, and you talked about appointment also, and there are questions about your appointment also. Before your appointment, you were a dissenting judge. Then after your appointment, you are seen now, all the people who praised you during your appointment, you are now seen as someone who favored the government, the existing government, BJP government, and as a quid pro, you got a Rajya Sabha membership. You had been attacked 2 days back in Parliament by a member of Parliament about certain allegations of misconduct against you. How do you react to these things? Because from being the favorite of certain group of people, you have now transformed into being the object of attack for certain group of people.
Kaushik, you didn't waste time. You come straight to the point. Right. What is this attack? Does a judge or a former judge get cowed down by attacks? Will he be able to function if he is afraid of being attacked while in office or after office? If a judge is made conscious that, look, you better do what I want. Otherwise, post-retirement, you will be attacked. In the media, India Today, NDTV 24/7, Indian Express, the web portals. We are telling you, conduct yourself the way we want, or else we will attack you. Can a judge get cowed down by that? Unfortunately, there are many who are succumbing. This is the real threat. So far as the attack on me 2 days back is concerned, perhaps you are referring to the statement made by a lady member of Parliament.
From TMC.
The lady member of Parliament. Well, what do you say? She didn't even have her facts correct. You are making an allegation. Have the courage to name the person. What do you react to a set of allegations where you are not even mentioned by name?
But we all know, sir.
One
it
minute.
was you.
1 minute, Kaushik. I deserve at least to be named. I have a name. Why you have not named me? Right? Why you have left it to imagination? And let me tell you, let me not go into the details. You can do your own research on that, but those allegations are wrong on facts. Next, favoring the government.
But before that, sir, they allege that you sat on your own judgments. You decided your own case. You were the judge over your own case.
What case?
The allegation of sexual misconduct.
There you are. No discussion of the judiciary is complete without a reference to that. If you want to discuss the Supreme Court, if you want to discuss the Indian judiciary, there must be a reference to that. What case did I decide? Who constituted the three-member committee? Did I constitute? On day one, I handed over the file by an order in writing. Justice Bob Day, the present Chief Justice, the senior most judge, will deal with the matter from now on. It is he who constituted and reconstituted the committee with the approval of all the judges. The committee was the prescribed committee under the in-house procedure. What case did I decide and give a clean chit to myself? Have the facts correct before you make allegations. This is the problem with this country. People jump around without knowing what is what. And in the process, what have you done? You have told the future generation of judges, be careful. We can survive and thrive on misinformation. And you have your mouth shut, because the one word from you, there will be 100 words from us. What is this? Yes, Mr. Kaushik.
Are you willing to take legal recourse, sir, as a member of parliament?
The fact that I have not taken legal recourse justifies this discussion today, roadmap. How?
You don't have faith in your judiciary, sir?
It's not a question of fate. It's a fait accompli. If you were to go to the court, you would be only washing your dirty linen in the court. You won't get a verdict. I have no hesitation in saying it. That's why I am here at your request for a roadmap. Who goes to court? Who goes to court? You go to court and you regret, or you go to court taking your chances. You are a corporate, and that's my speech. Sorry. You go to the court, if you are a corporate, take your chances. Right? If you succeed, crores will come. If you don't succeed, doesn't matter. This is the category of people who go to court, who go to the Supreme Court. Right? People who fight over property go to the trial courts in the Mofussil towns. And some of them come to the high courts in appeal. Who else goes to the court? That's why I say the system, the efficacy of the system needs serious consideration so that the system becomes a vibrant one. I have headed the system for 14 months. I know it. It's doing fine. We have very good judges. We have committed people who are working 24/7. But somehow things are not working out. Why is that it is not working out?
But sir, if we can't go to courts, then we are living in a very terrible situation, because if you have seen currently a lot of people, especially journalists and many other activists also, face cases, including cases of sedition, merely for dissent. So in that case, if the judiciary doesn't support, then where will you go? What do you have to say about this current situation where dissent is always...
Mr. Kaushik, do you have any doubt that we are living in very terrible times? Is there any doubt?
Where is the threat coming from, sir?
We are living in terrible times. The threat is coming from everywhere. Can't you perceive it?
Do you see it as a political conspiracy, sir?
Beg your pardon?
Do you see it as a political conspiracy? Because that's the political clash that's going on between right and left.
Every person who has power, every person who has a loud voice, and every person who is in the company of people who have loud voice is a potential threat. And they have been working on it. And they have succeeded.
Hearing this, I am very tempted to ask you this question because in recent times we have seen several hesitations, right from Ka in Delhi and in Assam, our home state, and also the recent farmers' agitation. How do you see the reaction from the establishment, the governments, different governments, to these hesitations? Are you happy with the way these are being handled? Because you were at the top of judiciary. Judiciary is the guardian of constitution. So as a former Chief Justice, as a citizen of India, how do you see this situation, the clash between the people, those who are against Ka or the farmers, and between the establishment, the government?
The judiciary does not run the country. The government does. The role of the judiciary is limited to ensuring that the government runs in accordance with law. So far as the Citizenship Amendment Act is concerned, Parliament in its wisdom has passed it. The people of Northeast, my state, are agitated about it. It kind of has given rise to serious concern in the minds of people because the threat to the very existence of the Assamese people as a race has come. It needs to be handled with extreme care. Otherwise, a part of the country which has got a very thin connection with the rest of India, the chicken's neck above Bangladesh is only 13 kilometers, right? That's that 13 kilometers, that chicken neck connects the Northeast to the rest of India. It's very vulnerable. Be careful. So far as farmers' agitation is concerned, this is something that the political executive have to work it out. All these matters are pending before the court. The constitutionality, the validity of all these laws are under challenge. I hope the court can find some time. But the pendency of the cases before the court is not a bar to a political solution to these problems, because a solution, legal or political, is a must.
But the solution is not coming, and instead what we are seeing, any kind of agitation that we see these days, the response to this agitation is, in most cases, sedition cases.
You see, if the solution is not coming, I don't have a solution to that. If the solution, if it's a legal solution, has to be provided by the Supreme Court. If it's a political solution, it has to be provided by the political executive, right?
But the handling of the situation, how do you see? Don't you think that it's a threat to Indian democracy?
No.
The voice is being suppressed?
The Supreme Court has said that this is a law and order situation. People have a right to dissent. People have a right to protest. But the dissent and the protest must be responsible. That's all that I can say. Rest is a solution that doesn't lie in my hands.
Coming back to one of your verdicts, sir, the Ram Janmabhoomi verdict, which you delivered, means it was pending for years, decades. Now, in a recent India Today Mood of the Nation poll, this has been regarded as the best achievement of Modi government. While it was a decision by judiciary, it has been attributed as a political success of Modi government.
Yes.
How do you react to that? And because of that verdict now, your Rajya Sabha seat is also seen as a quid pro quo. And there are some other verdicts also like Rafale.
Kaushik, I'm very glad you asked me that question. My day is made. My trip to Calcutta is... now, people projected the Ram Janmabhoomi judgment as a achievement of the biggest achievement of the Modi government, because in your questionnaire, the India Today gave the option. You gave the option. Which are Modi government's greatest success? X, Y, Z, Ram Janmabhoomi. Ram Janmabhoomi. You ticked Ram Janmabhoomi. The finer distinction between a judicial order and an achievement of the executive did not come into the mind of the people that you must have met and analyzed.
But sir, the BJP government has been taking benefits of this verdict.
Let the, you see, a court verdict will benefit somebody, will work to the prejudice of somebody. Therefore, the moment you decide a case, the judge has already got one enemy more in his pocket. Right? Now, you have asked me a question about the Ram Janambhoomi judgment being the point of entry of to the Rajya Sabha. Come on, Kaushik. I thought I'll do some constructive work in the Rajya Sabha. If I were to look for something, would I look for a Rajya Sabha seat? A man who is credited with writing the Ram Janambhoomi judgment is not given this much of credit. What should you bargain for? Come on. That is a worthless thought. So far as Rafael is concerned, it's very simple. In an aircraft procurement contract, do we apply the same parameters that are applied in award of a building contract? Right? When the state gives a building contract, the action of the state is to be judged on certain parameters. Would the action of the state be judged on the same parameters in case of an aircraft acquisition? I said no. The parameters would be far more stringent. That is the Rafael judgment. What is this seal cover procedure I am supposed to have invented? I did not give the details to the lawyers. Of course I did not. I did not for a good reason. The seal cover procedure, the papers in the seal cover had the cost of the armaments that the aircraft is going to be equipped with. How could I make it public? If I make it public, tomorrow the enemy will come to know what armaments are there in the Rafale aircraft. And then Pakistan would laugh at the Supreme Court of India. It's easy to talk, difficult when you sit in the Chief Justice's chair. Yes, Mr. Kaushik.
Sir, the question was actually not that you have accepted Rajya Sabha seat and it was a quid pro quo, but the issue is that here, as you talked about the quality of judges, within a year of your retirement, you accepted this position as a nominated member of Rajya Sabha. You don't belong to any party. But that perception was created because that Ram Janambhoomi verdict and the Rafale deal went in favor of BJP. And in a verdict, I understand that it has to go to one side. So everybody thought that there was a quid pro quo, and that perception is now growing only. How do you tackle this? How do you answer this?
I don't have to tackle anything. I have to only tackle my conscience. If my conscience is clear, no amount of what others perceive to be bothers me. I have told you, give this much credit to a man if he wants to, who has written the Rafale, Ayodhya, Sabrimala, give him this much credit that if he wants to bargain, he will make a good bargain. Give me this much of credit. Rajya Sabha is not a good bargain.
So you accept that it is not a bargain?
Or, what do you mean by accept? Do you think it is a bargain? If it is a bargain, if there had been a bargain, it would have been something bigger. ITC Royal Bengal. Not Rajya Sabha seat. And that too, I may tell you, Kaushik, till today, a year has elapsed, I have not taken a penny from the Rajya Sabha. I have given in writing that I don't want anything. Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? Mr. Kaushik, are you aware?
I am aware of that.
So why did you not ask me that question? That, sir, is it correct that you have not taken a penny from Parliament? If I have not taken a penny from Parliament, where is the quid pro quo? Tell me, why did you not ask that question? The media is very, very selective. Mind you, those who don't belong to the media. They are very selective. And this is as dangerous a proposition that you can have. They ask selected questions, they target selected people. This is not the role of the media that is expected.
But sir, we see that judiciary also has to take the blame, because why these perceptions grow is because at times we hear some justice of Supreme Court also, they make statements like the Prime Minister of India is God's gift and that kind of thing. A judicial member, a part of a judiciary making such statements on executives, don't you think this will actually add to this perception that there is a quid pro quo going between judiciary and the executive?
See, first of all, the learned judge should not have perhaps made that statement. If he had great admiration for the Prime Minister, it should have remained with him. Right? Beyond that, I can't answer anything. Why he did it, you ask him after his retirement, call him for a conclave and ask him. But a statement that the Prime Minister of India is a great man doesn't show any quid pro quo.
But sir, I'm again tempted to come back to that car issue, because you hinted at the situation in the chicken neck that Assam will face a trouble. Because some days back, a year back, some activists made a statement that the chicken neck would be severed from the rest of the country, and it made big headlines. Now you have made some similar statements, so there could be confusion. There could be confusion. That's why I'm coming to that, sir.
I have not made any such statement.
That's why I'm coming to that, sir.
Do
you think, sir, as an Assamese, that Ka is an existential threat to the existence of Assamese identity?
See, Ka has been enacted as a law. No matter how much you feel that this law was not necessary, is not going to help things. The only way you can get rid of that law is by a repeal or by a court declaration that it is invalid. Correct? But there are sufficient cushions to take care of. For instance, Clause 6 of the Assam Accord, which provides for protection to indigenous people. What has the government done about it? Nothing. Now that I have said that the government has done nothing, and I have criticized the government, are you convinced that I am not a pro-BJP judge? Are you now convinced that I am not a pro-BJP judge?
I'm not supposed to make statements in public forums, sir, because I'm a journalist. My job is to ask questions, not to give my opinion.
My problem is that I keep asking questions to journalists and I don't get an answer.
Because we are supposed to ask the questions, sir. But, sir, yes, rightly you have criticized that the state government and the central government both are run by BJP government. They are not implementing the Clause 6. But do you think it is even feasible when this particular government has repealed Article 370 in Kashmir and Clause 6 is more or less on the same line, so it will ever be implemented in Assam?
I don't know about that, but let me tell you one thing. The time is up. Let me tell you one thing. Whether it is the BJP government, it's the Congress government, is the X-government, party government, Y-party government, I am least concerned, I am least bothered. I am not a party man. I am a nominated member of the parliament. I remain until I choose to remain. I don't have a constituency, the entire country is my constituency. And who is that government who appointed me? Which political party appointed me is least of my concerns. I am not a political man.
Yes, sir.
Yes, no, I think our time is up.
Now I have one more question for you, because NRC is another, I would be tempted to say that it's a legacy of yours, because it was another pending case, it was another pending issue in the state of Assam, nearly for 3 decades, and then Justice Gogoi finished it off in a couple of years. So, and then controversy is there, people are for NRC, people are against NRC, but once that NRC was published, it was almost abandoned by everyone. Do you regret that you invested so much time and energy for publication of an NRC, which now is almost an orphan in Assam? The people who demanded it, BJP, ASU, all those leaders, they don't talk about NRC anymore.
I'll give the answer in 2 minutes. There is a book in Assam called The Game Called NRC. the game, G-A-M-E, game called NRC. NRC is a big game by the politicians. Nobody wants a NRC, whether it is the Congress government or the BJP government. The court can only do so much and not no further. The court has done it. There are no regrets. It's a vision document. It's a document of the future. Mark my words. Analyze it why it's a document for the future. We don't have the time to explain. But let me tell you, the NRC is a game. The migrants are told, the illegal migrants are told, we will protect you, vote for us. The other political party will say to the indigenous people, the migrants are your biggest threat, we will expel them, vote for us. This is the game. One political party protects the migrants for the vote, the other political party expels the migrant for the votes. This has been going on in Assam for the last 50 years. Right? Every time they promise a foolproof NRC, on 7th of November, Himanta Biswa Sharma, who's coming here tomorrow, spoke to the Indian Express and said, after the elections are over, we will give you a foolproof NRC. What is wrong with this NRC? Implement it. What is wrong? It's a court-mandated order. Kaushik, I think we would be encouraging...
Last question, sir. Do you think there should be a nationwide NRC as demanded by many political leaders?
You can't have an NRC in the state where it is most required, Assam. You have struggled with the NRC for the last 40 years, 50 years. What are you talking about, a nationwide NRC? These are slogans and phrases of the moment. You have an NRC in Assam, do it. Implement it. Why are you going somewhere where there is no NRC?
Justice Gogoi, thank you so much for being so candid with us. It is really an honor having you here. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful session. Pleasure was all mine.
Thank you. Thank you, the India Today group, for the great privilege. I am indebted.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you, Deka. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd request you all to stay put exactly where you are. We need just about 5 minutes to sanitize the hall, and our next session with the Chief Minister of West Bengal rolls. So just stay where you are, stay put, give us about 5 minutes, and then, of course, the session with the last lady standing between the juggernaut of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is ruling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Power Politics, Battle for Bengal, the last lady standing. To take it from here, I'd like to call upon Rahul Kamal.
Good evening, everyone. Our special guest at the India Today Conclave East is the ultimate fighter in Indian politics, a one-woman army, a street fighter, an irresistible force who single-handedly took on and vanquished the three-decade rule of the mighty left-front government in West Bengal. She now faces the toughest political battle of her life. The BJP wants to ride the Hindutva and development wave, and Didi is standing and fighting against them. A victory in the 2021 Assembly elections in West Bengal will pitchfork Mamata Banerjee as the single most important opposition leader in national Indian politics. How confident is she about pushing back the challenge of the most formidable election machine modern India has seen? Ladies and gentlemen, at the India Today Conclave East, join me in welcoming very warmly to our stage the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. Didi, welcome and thank you so much for joining us here at the India Today Conclave. सबसे पहले मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, you fought and won so many elections in your life. Over a 5-decade political career, आपने अलग-अलग तरह के elections देखे हैं, लड़े हैं, जीते हैं. ये election आपकी जिंदगी के बाकी election से अलग कैसे?
कोई अलग का कोई बात ही नहीं होता है. जिसको पास हिम्मत है लड़ने के लिए वो कभी डरता नहीं है. और हम तो एक स्ट्रीट फाइटर हूँ, वो हर रोज मेरे को स्ट्रीट में लड़ने पड़ता है. ये तो हमारा पास एक छोटा से बात जैसा होता है, जस्ट ए रूटीन मैटर, नथिंग एल्स.
आपके हिसाब से दीदी, what are the key issues in which you want the people of West Bengal? क्या मुद्दे हैं जिस पे आप चाहती हैं कि ये चुनाव लड़ा जाए?
देखिए, हमारा बंगाल में सबसे असली मुद्दा है, हमारा पूरा फ्री रेशन हम देता है. 10 crore population, totally free ration, no money is there, we give all the subsidy. Now we have the Sastha Swati card, that is only for one family we give 5 lakhs rupees, the smart card. So every family can spend 5 lakh rupees for their family treatment. So food is free, health is free, education is free, and there are so many schemes, social security schemes, through which we can work at the grassroots level. And अभी तो हमारा 10 crore population है, उससे ज़्यादा थोड़ा होगा, लेकिन हमारा 99% population को हम कोई ना कोई स्कीम पे कवर किया है. That is my advantage, and it will continue because so many कोई ना कोई हमको पूछता है कि आपका पार्टी का ideology क्या है. मैं यही कहता है कि हमारा पार्टी का ideology है, we are pro people, of the people, by the people, for the people. What you think about the democracy, the definition? So हम सोचता है कि हमारा पार्टी लोकतंत्र के लिए है, और जो पब्लिक चाहते हैं वो हम करते हैं. हम कभी टैक्स नहीं बढ़ाते हैं, हम काम करके, कठिनाई का साथ काम करके, मुकाबला करके हम काम करते हैं इसी के लिए कि जनता के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़े कि हर रोज एलपीजी का दाम बढ़ा दो, डीजल का भाव बढ़ा दो, पेट्रोल का भाव बढ़ा दो, किसान का जमी लूट लो, मजदूर का इंडस्ट्री बंद कर दो. हम कभी ऐसा नहीं करते. हम मजदूर को भी बचाते हैं, किसान को भी बचाते हैं, बेरोजगारी को भी बचाते हैं, ऐसे माँ बहन को भी सम्मान देते हैं. ऐसे हमारा काम है कि हम खेती भी देखते हैं, हम मजदूर भी देखते हैं, इंडस्ट्री भी देखते हैं. दोनों दो बहन का तरह है. तो इसी के लिए काम जो करते हैं उसका पास काम करना ही काम है।
अब तक जो इतिहास के इलेक्शंस रहे हैं पश्चिम बंगाल में वो लड़े गए हैं क्लास स्ट्रगल के हिसाब से, क्लास के हिसाब से। अब हम देख रहे हैं कि रिलीजन, धर्म और साथ ही साथ कास्ट भी जुड़ गया है, क्योंकि बंगाल में अब तक कास्ट पे ज्यादा चुनाव नहीं लड़े गए। आपको ये चेंज क्यों होता हुआ दिख रहा है एंड हाउ आर यू ट्राइंग टू डील विद इट?
मोस्ट अनफॉर्चुनेट, बंगाल में कभी ये कास्टिज्म पॉलिटिक्स कभी हुआ ही नहीं, लेकिन अभी बीजेपी इसको शुरुआत किया है और वो हर जगह में जाते हैं और जाके कास्ट का साथ कास्टिज्म करते हैं, कास्ट का साथ कास्ट को लगा देता है। पहले तो धर्म को लेके किया है, हर धर्म को तो एक साथ में लेके चलते नहीं है, वो तो कभी हिंदू एरिया में भी हिंदू से हिंदू को डिवाइड कर देते हैं। अब देखिए ना, पंजाबी में क्या है, हिंदू नहीं है, बहुत सारे हिंदू भी है, पंजाबी भी है, तो ये भी उसको डिवाइड कर देता है। स्टेट का अंदर में जो बंगाली है, बंगाली में भी डिवाइड कर दिया। कैसे? बोलता है वो बांग्लादेश का बंगाली है, वो इधर का बंगाली है। अरे भाई, और डिस्ट्रिक्ट में क्या होता है, लोकल लैंग्वेज होता है, लैंग्वेज के आधार पे हम लोग बात करते हैं। जैसे तो हिंदू मुसलमान तो करते ही है, सिख ईसाई करते हैं, कभी बंगाली और बंगाली भी कर देते हैं, नॉन हिंदी स्पीकिंग और बंगाली स्पीकिंग ये भी कर देता है, बंगाली का साथ बंगाली को भी लड़ाता है। ये इसका काम ही है कि इसको पता है अगर डेवलपमेंट का इशू पे लड़े तो पूरा हट जाएगा। ये इशू है कि उसका कोई काम देने वाला नहीं है, कोई काम तो नहीं करते हैं, हर रोज खाली गुंडागर्दी करते हैं, हर रोज खाली दंगा फसाद करते हैं, हर रोज खाली लूट लेते हैं और सबको इनकम टैक्स का डर दिखाता है, सीबीआई का डर दिखाता है, सुबह से रात तक यही एजेंसी को देखे कराता है। ये क्या कोई गवर्नमेंट चल रहा है? ये कोई गवर्नमेंट है? मैं अगर आपको बोलूं कि आई फील फॉर राजदीप सरदेसाई एंड अदर पीपल, दे वेर योर सोल्जर ऑल्सो, दे वर्क इंडिया, दे वेर वर्किंग इंडिया टुडे। यू टेल मी, अगर ये लोगों ने एक ट्वीट किया तो उसको पीछा में सेडिशन का केस लगा दिया और भी बहुत सारे जर्नलिस्ट को लगा दिया। अगर आपको बोलता है फोन करके कि आपको यही दिखाना है, आप नहीं सुनेगा तो आपको टीवी गया, तो आपको देखिए, एक जर्नलिस्ट को अगर कहेगा आप आज हमारा पास इंटरव्यू लिया, अब कल सुबह में देखो आपको नौकरी ना चला जाए। आई एम फीलिंग सो। राजदीप जी आया, मेरे को एक इंटरव्यू लिया वो दिन, और नेक्स्ट डे उसका गया, बोलता तुम टीवी में बोलने ही नहीं सकता है, बस उसका आवाज बंद कर दिया है। किसी को आवाज बंद करना लोकतंत्र में ठीक नहीं होता है, ये तो जबरदस्ती होता है। ये हमारा साथ ऐसे नहीं लड़ सकता है लोकतंत्र में। इसका काम है खाली बड़ा बड़ा बात करो और गुंडागर्दी करो। आज जो होम मिनिस्टर आया इधर में, मैं सुबह में जब मालदा से आ रहा था तो मेरे को जर्नलिस्ट ने पूछा, जी दीदी अमित शाह जा रहा है, आपको कुछ बोलना है? मैं बोला देखो, हम क्यों बोलेगा, उनका आने का हक है, वो आ सकता है, बोल सकता है, उसका फ्रीडम है, हम क्यों इसमें जाएगा। हम कुछ नहीं बोला, मैं तो एक लक्ष्मण का रेखा मैंने नहीं टूटा, लेकिन ये क्या किया, इधर में आके हमको धमकाता है, चमक दे रहा है, बोलता है देखा जाएगा, हम इसको बर्बाद कर देंगे, इसको यही करना पड़ेगा। What he thinks, I am his bonded labor or I am his maid servant. What he thinks himself, I am not. हिम्मत है तो हमारे साथ लड़के देखे। एक शायरी है ना, सर पड़ोसी का तमन्ना आज हमारा दिल में है, देखते हैं जोर किसका बाजू एक तीर में है। हम इसी के लिए लड़ते हैं। अगर आप डरोगे तो मरोगे, डरना नहीं चाहिए। मीडिया मस्ट कम टुगेदर एंड दे मस्ट फाइट द बैटल अगेंस्ट ऑफ दिस corrupted, inefficient, incompetent, irresponsible government। सबको पास खाली केस देता है, सबका अकाउंट ब्लॉक कर देता है, और अपन के लिए क्या करते हैं, टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर में भाषण देता है। लोगों तो समझते नहीं है, जो उसका जब भाषण देता है सोचता है गुजरात में जाके देखो, अच्छा गुजराती तो उसका मदर टंग है, हम नहीं बोलेंगे, बोल सकता है। बंगाल में आता है, सोचता है यार रविंद्रनाथ नजरुल ये सब नाम कैसे बोलता है। अरे हम देखा वो दिन नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का प्रोग्राम में वो टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर से बोल रहा था। वो तो मेरे को मैं देखता है, लेकिन सब तो नहीं जानता है कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो भी स्पीच देता है टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर, उसको अपन का कुछ नहीं है। तो अपन का कुछ नहीं है तो क्या करेगा, वो अमित शाह का माफिक नेता ही होगा ना, जो अपन को अपन लीडर मानता है और सबको गाली देता है। सोचता नहीं है कि आईना से आपका चेहरा पहले तो देखो, चैरिटी बिगिंस एट होम।
दीदी वो आपने नेताजी के इवेंट का जिक्र किया, वहां पे जो हुआ उस पर कभी आपसे बात नहीं करने का मौका मिला। तो मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि आप वहां मंच पे बैठी थी, आप क्या देख रही थी जब आपने देखा कि नारे लगे जय श्री राम के? आपने
नहीं, वो नारा नहीं, और कुछ नारा था। आप उसको एक ही को पकड़ा, लेकिन और कुछ था।
एक पॉलिटिशियन के पक्ष में,
पॉलिटिशियन का नाम पे बहुत सारे नारा था। नेताजी सुभाष चंद्र बोस का प्रोग्राम में कोई पॉलिटिशियन का, उसका जन्म दिवस जब हो रहा था तो उसको पॉलिटिकल नारा नहीं होना चाहिए था। बिकॉज व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट गांधी जी, नेताजी और अंबेडकर और मौलाना अबुल कलाम आजाद, whoever नेताजी, whoever it may be, we have to be submissive। सबमिसिव तो नहीं है। ओ क्यों ऐसा स्लोगान दिया, पार्टी का स्लोगान? गवर्नमेंट का प्रोग्राम में पार्टी का स्लोगान क्यों होगा? और पार्टी का स्लोगान दिया ऐसा स्लोगान कि जो स्लोगान में नेताजी को छोटा कर दिया। अब देखो, रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर का फोटो नीचे देता है और वो लोगों का फोटो ऊपर में देता है, पाए का सामने में रख देता है। और ये क्या है, ये क्या कुछ जानकारी नहीं है। बड़ा बड़ा नेता है, बोलता है रविंद्रनाथ ठाकुर जन्म लिया शांति निकेतन में। अरे नहीं बाबा, जन्म तो लिया है जोरासाको ठाकुर बाड़ी में। जब आपके पास जानकारी नहीं है तो जानकारी कर लो। इतना ऑफिसर है, इतना प्रोफेसर है, इतना सब है, इडियोलॉजी का बात पे बात करते हैं, धर्म का बात में टुकड़ा टुकड़ा करते हैं, और ये बात बताने का लोग नहीं है। स्वामी विवेकानंद को बोलता है स्वामी विवेकानंद ठाकुर है। अच्छा, रविंद्रनाथ का टाइटल उसमें जोड़ दिया। अच्छा, ईश्वर चंद्र विद्यासागर को मूर्ति तो तोड़ दिया। ट्राइबल लीडर बिरसा मुंडा है, एक आदमी को गला में माला दिया बोलता है बिरसा मुंडा जिंदाबाद। यही चल रहा है। स्वामी विवेकानंद ठाकुर नहीं है, उसका भी ये पता नहीं है, तो हिंदू धर्म का क्या गौरव करते हैं? जिसके पास कोई बोलने का ही कुछ नहीं है, जानता नहीं है। अगर जानता नहीं है तो जानकारी तो लेना चाहिए। जो भी माफी उल्टा पाल्टा बोल देता है, देखो हम अच्छा हिंदी नहीं बोल सकती हूँ, इसी के लिए मेरे को हिंदी थोड़ा टूटी फाटी हो सकता है, आप माफी चाहती हूँ इसी के लिए पहले। लेकिन मेरे को पास जब जानकारी नहीं होता, हम पूछ लेता है क्या ये बात ठीक है ना नहीं ठीक है। हम चलती भाषा में कहते हैं, जो भाषा में लोगों ने समझेगा कि हम तो पढ़ा नहीं है हिंदी, हम 8 तक पढ़ा है, हम लिख भी सकता है, हम पढ़ भी सकता है, लेकिन हम इतना अच्छा नहीं बोल सकता है। जो हिंदी में स्टडी किया है, जो उसको मदर टंग हिंदी है, वो अच्छा बोलेगा। हम तो इतना अच्छा नहीं बोल सकता है, लेकिन तब भी हम तो कोशिश करके बोल रहा हूँ। आप मेरे को उर्दू पूछिए, हम बोल देगा। अब पंजाब पूछिए, हम बोल देगा। हम जो भी लैंग्वेज, गुजराती भी हम बोल देगा, थोड़ा थोड़ा इधर उधर करके। असमी भी बोल देगा, नागामीज भी बोल देगा कि हमने नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न बहुत घुमा है। अरे कॉन्क्लेव आपको ईस्टर्न रीजियन का है, 12 कंट्री, 12 जो स्टेट का है, और दिस इज द गेटवे, कलकत्ता इज द गेटवे ऑफ नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न रीजियन एंड ईस्टर्न रीजियन, एंड ऑल्सो इट इज द गेटवे ऑफ आपका साउथ ईस्ट एशिया ऑल्सो, एंड इट इज द गेटवे ऑफ नेपाल, भूटान, बांग्लादेश ऑल्सो। सो दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया वेयर यू आर डूइंग दिस कॉन्क्लेव।
आपने दीदी लड़ाई की है लेफ्ट फ्रंट से भी, और 34 इयर्स के उनके रूल को आपने खत्म किया। अब आप लड़ रही हैं एक तरीके से राइट फ्रंट से, हिंदुत्व के फोर्सेस से आप लड़ रही हैं, बीजेपी से, संघ परिवार से। इन दोनों बैटल्स को आप कैसे कंपेयर करती हैं? क्या फर्क है लेफ्ट से लड़ने से और राइट से लड़ने?
हम संघ परिवार से नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, वो तो इलेक्शन में कंटेस्ट नहीं करते हैं, वो तो बीजेपी के सपोर्ट देते हैं। लेकिन हम लड़ रहे हैं बीजेपी का साथ, इसको हेटेड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का खिलाफ में लड़ते हैं। ऐसा हेटेड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हम नहीं देखा, कभी नहीं देखा। मैंने भी बहुत सारे गवर्नमेंट देखा, चाहे नरसिम्हा राव हो, चाहे राजीव गांधी हो, चाहे गुलजार जी हो, चाहे देवगौड़ा जी हो, चाहे जो भी 4, 5, 6 मनमोहन सिंह हो, मैंने देखा। लेकिन ऐसा गवर्नमेंट मैंने कभी नहीं देखा कि 2 आदमी देश चलाता है। चलाने दो, क्या है, लेकिन सबको बोलता है हम जो कहेगा वही चलेगा। सबको ये बात समझना है कि वो लोगों ने जो बोलेगा वही हमका मानना है। अगर हम नहीं मानेंगे तो जब तक भी जाना चाहिए वो जा सकता है, इतना दूर तक। इसको हम सपोर्ट नहीं करते हैं। उसका एटीट्यूड है, उसका एटीट्यूड ही है सबको खत्म करने का लिए। इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट फ्रेंड को पूछिए ना, वो सामने कुछ नहीं बोलेगा, कैसे बोलेगा? ये लोग तो सब डर में है, नोटबंदी से लेके घरबंदी तक पूरा डर में है, कोई कुछ नहीं बोल सकता है। आज देश का पूरा इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को, आप इंडस्ट्री को पूछिए क्या हाल है। लेकिन हम ऐसा एटीट्यूड नहीं पसंद करते हैं, हम तो एटीट्यूड को ग्रेटिट्यूड बनाते हैं। और ये तो एटीट्यूड के क्या बनाते हैं मेरे को पता नहीं है, गुंडा गद्दारी बनाते हैं।
वो तो कहते हैं कि आपका एटीट्यूड है, कि आप बहुत एटीट्यूड से सरकार चलाते हैं।
देखिए, हम सरकार चलाते हैं, हमारे साथ एक दिन बात करने दीजिए ना। सरकार क्या है, क्या होता है, उनको गवर्नमेंट का बारे में उनका क्या पता है, हमारा गवर्नमेंट का बारे में हमारा क्या पता है. Every issue you can ask me, every scheme you can ask me, every matter you can ask me. I will give you all the reply from every department. उनको पूछिए ना, टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर नहीं देख के तो कुछ नहीं बताएंगे. इसी के लिए तो हम गुंडा गद्दारी का बात कब करते हैं, जब हमारा पास कुछ जानकारी नहीं है, तो वही बात ही हमारा बात है. ये लोग वो लोग सोचता है, हम लोग नहीं सोचता है. हम सोचता है कि भाषा का भी एक इज्जत होता है, हर लैंग्वेज का, हर धर्म का एक इज्जत होता है. हर लैंग्वेज को इज्जत देना चाहिए, सम्मान देना चाहिए. हमें एक लैंग्वेज को हमारा पता है तो दूसरी लैंग्वेज को हम बेइज्जत नहीं करेगा. आज देखिए ना, किसान आंदोलन ने के क्या हुआ, आज आंदोलन जीविका नाम पे क्या बात करता है. वी आर ऑल्सो फ्रॉम द मूवमेंट. हम भी आंदोलनकारी बोलने से हमको गौरव होता है. क्यों बोलेगा ऐसे ऐसे बात. कभी कोई काम करता है, उसको साथ नहीं मिलता है तो खालिस्तानी बोल देता है, पाकिस्तानी बोल देता है, कभी कभी उसको जो भी मर्जी कह देता है, टेररिस्ट कह देता है. व्हाई? वी लव आवर कंट्री लाइक एनीथिंग, वी लव आवर मदरलैंड लाइक एनीथिंग. व्हाट डू यू थिंक दैट ओनली यू आर द मास्टर ऑफ द मदरलैंड एंड वी आर नॉट? वी आर born and brought up from this country and we are ready to give our blood for the motherland. We love our country like anything. It is not that. खाली झूठा बात कहते हैं, झूठा और गंदा बात, इसमें असर नहीं होता है.
आपने किसान आंदोलन की बात की. किसान ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि जो तीनों मोदी सरकार के न्यू फार्म लॉज हैं उनको वापस लिया जाए. सरकार फिलहाल नहीं कर रही है. आप कैसे देखती हैं इस एजिटेशन को? क्योंकि अगर नेशनल, क्योंकि ऑपोजिशन बीजेपी कहती है कि ये केवल पंजाब, हरियाणा और वेस्टर्न यूपी का आंदोलन है. बंगाल का किसान हो, एमपी का हो, गुजरात का हो, मध्य प्रदेश, कहीं का भी हो, बाकी स्टेट्स में इस तरह का एजिटेशन नहीं हो रहा, केवल 2.5 स्टेट्स का ये एजिटेशन. हाउ डू यू सी दिस?
ये ठीक नहीं है. किसान का मूवमेंट देखो, किसान ऐसा एक शब्द है, मजदूर ऐसा एक शब्द है, माँ ऐसा एक शब्द है, और यंग जनरेशन जिसको हम जनरेशन कहते हैं, यूथ, स्टूडेंट, एक एक कैटेगरी होता है जिसमें ऑल कैटेगरी को ये टच करते हैं. किसान का जो मूवमेंट है, हम लोग का पूरा सपोर्ट है. 3 बिल ड्रैकोनियन बिल है, इसको विड्रॉ करना चाहिए. बंगाल में आसन नहीं पड़ा, कौन बोला? हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे मूवमेंट किया और हम तो बंगाल में डिसीजन ही लिया है कि हम किसान को कुछ नहीं लूट करने देगा, हम लूटने नहीं देंगे. इसी के लिए बंगाल का किसान शांत है. बंगाल का किसान का पूरा सपोर्ट जो किसान मूवमेंट हो रहा है उसका साथ है. मैं भी किसान को लिए हम मूवमेंट करने के लिए 26 दिन हम हंगर स्ट्राइक किया था सिंगूर आंदोलन का टाइम में. ये मेरे को पता है, वो मूवमेंट हम किया है. इसी के लिए वो लैंड लॉ भी चेंज करना पड़ा. तो इसी के लिए किसान का जो आंदोलन है ये जस्टिफाइड है.
मोदी जी बार बार ये कहते हैं कि क्योंकि वेस्ट बंगाल की सरकार कोऑपरेट नहीं करती, इसलिए हमारी तरफ से प्रधानमंत्री किसान निधि का जो अमाउंट है वो वेस्ट बंगाल के फार्मर्स को नहीं मिलता. और दीदी बड़ी अनफेयर है, वरना केंद्र सरकार डायरेक्ट बैंक अकाउंट में भेजती है लेकिन दीदी जाने नहीं देती.
वो वेबसाइट उसका ही है, जो वेब पोर्टल बनाया है वो उनका ही है. हम लोगों ने लेटर देके बोल दिया बहुत दफे जी आप हमको पास, हम बोला पहले बोला कि आप उसको किसान को अकाउंट में दे दो. दूसरी बात उन्होंने लेटर देके बोला कि जब तक डेटा रिव्यू नहीं होगा हम नहीं दे सकते. तो हम बोला डेटा तो हमारा पास नहीं है, डेटा तो आपका पोर्टल में है, तो आप हमको दे दो डेटा, तो हम रिव्यू करके कह देते हैं. वो भी शुरुआत हुआ है 3-4 दिन पहले. हम एवरीडे हम 1 लाख रिव्यू कर सकते हैं. फिजिकली रिव्यू करना भी एक काम होता है ना, तो इसमें हम 3 लाख रिव्यू करके दे दिया.
वो कह रहे हैं आपने फार्मर्स के बैंक अकाउंट डिटेल्स नहीं दिए, सिर्फ नाम दिए. बैंक
अरे बैंक अकाउंट तो उसका वेब में है, बैंक तो उनका है, हमारा है. ये तो बहुत अजब की बात है. बैंक किसका? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ना गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल. बैंक मेरे को दे देने बोलो तो 1 सेकेंड में मैं कर देती हूँ. क्यों? जब नरेंद्र मोदी को छवि देके भेजता है तब बैंक किसका होता है, और जब कुछ नहीं करने होता है तो स्टेट को गलती समझते हैं. इसके तो बैंक बेच रहा है.
इस वक्त दीदी आप कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हो कि एक 3rd टर्म वेस्ट बंगाल में आपको मिलने वाला है? और अगर आपकी हैट्रिक लगती है, आपकी 3री दफा सरकार आपके पहले 2 टर्म से अलग कैसे हो? क्या करोगे अगले 5 इयर्स के लिए? आपका विजन क्या है?
हम लोगों ने जो भी करना था बहुत सारे हम कर चुका. इनफैक्ट अगर आप थोड़ा से भी एक जब आप पूछो मेरे को, कोई कोई कहता है कि डेप्ट जीएसडीपी रेशियो क्या है। देखिए, जब हमारा पहले का गवर्नमेंट था उसका टाइम से हमारा ये तो 2010-11 में इसको था 40.65, अभी हम इसको कमती करके 34.81% में ले आया। डेप्ट में भी हमारा कम हो गया है। टोटल बजट एलोकेशन आप देखिए 3.5 times more. If you see my just data, if you want, because this I have to give the correct data, that GDP, GSDP, India versus West Bengal. Let them reply. India 4 states gross domestic product, GDP, GSDP. India 4.18%, Bengal 7.26%. GVA, gross value added, India 3.89%, Bengal 7.39%. Industry sector, India 0.92%, Bengal 5.79%. Service sector, India 5.55%, Bengal 9.26%. Agricultural sector also 4.05% India and Bengal is 4.74%. इसका मतलब यही होता है कि आप देखो, एक गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का डेटा है, आप देख के आप बताएंगे कि हम कैसा काम किया और कैसा काम करने का बाद हम लोगों ने आप लोगों को कहते हैं। और हमारा इधर में ये भी है कि इफ यू सी दैट हम लोग कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर से शुरू करके पूरा जो बात है वो हम पूरा ऐसा काम किया कि देखिए हमारा अर्निंग भी बढ़ा। हम जब 2011 में आया था हमारा अर्निंग था 21,000 करोड़, अभी हमारा 84,000 करोड़ हो गया। अब देखो कोविड हुआ, पैसा नहीं दिया, अम्फान वो जो इतना बड़ा झड़ आया, तूफान आया, पैसा नहीं दिया, लेकिन हमको तो लोगों को हेल्प करना पड़ा, पूरा हेल्प करना पड़ा। कोविड पेशेंट आप बंगाल को पूछिए, वी गेव ऑल फ्री ट्रीटमेंट टू गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल। हम कितना प्राइवेट नर्सिंग होम को भी हम गवर्नमेंट का साथ लेके आया, उसका खर्चा भी हम लोगों ने दिया। अगर हमारा कोई कोविड वॉरियर का डेथ हो गया, हम 10 लाख रुपया दिया, और कोविड वॉरियर को कोई इफेक्ट भी हुआ तो उसको भी हम 1 लाख रुपया दिया। कोई कोविड हुआ तो उसको भी 1 लाख करके दिया, जो हमारा कोविड वॉरियर है। हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे काम किया। और ये बात नहीं है कि हम कहते हैं, आप देखो आई एम चैलेंजिंग गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, इट इज योर फिगर। एमएसएमई में वी आर नंबर 1 इन इंडिया, जो स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री है हमारा। आप देखिए, हम वेस्ट बंगाल जो रूरल रोड्स है, हमारा आने का पहले 60 साल में 25,000 किलोमीटर हुआ था, और हमारा ये 8 साल में, 1 साल तो कोविड हुआ, हमारे 8 साल में इसको हम 85,000 किलोमीटर्स में ले गया है। हम नंबर 1 है। रूरल हाउसिंग में हम नंबर 1 है। हम स्किल इंडस्ट्री में हम नंबर 1 है। ई टेंडर में हम नंबर 1 है। ई गवर्नेंस में हम नंबर 1 है। यूनाइटेड नेशंस का पब्लिक अवार्ड जो प्राइज हमको मिला था बंगाल का फॉर कन्याश्री प्रोजेक्ट, एंड फॉर सबूत साथी वी गिव फ्री साइकिल टू द क्लास 9 स्टूडेंट्स। There also we have got UN prize, and there are so many issues where we have got so many international acclamation also. They cannot deny it. Only politically, if you want to deny something, that's a different question. Politically, opposition party always oppose. So they are the opposition party here. So they will oppose. It is their political game. I don't blame for this because this is obvious. But you have to speak the truth according to as per the data is available.
आज सुबह ममता दी वेस्ट बंगाल के गवर्नर जगदीप धनखड़ इस स्टेज पे थे। उन्होंने तमाम बातें कही और चार्जेस लगाई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर कि यहाँ पे फियर है, यहाँ के कॉर्पोरेट्स डरे हुए हैं, यहाँ पे कोल माफिया है, यहाँ पे उगाही होती है, यहाँ पे करप्शन होती है। तो ये जो गवर्नर का पर्सपेक्टिव है वेस्ट बंगाल में चीज़ों को, उसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, आजकल तो डेफिनेशन थोड़ा उल्टा गया। पहले का गवर्नर जो डेफिनेशन था, आज का गवर्नर का डेफिनेशन थोड़ा चेंज हो गया। लेकिन आई डोंट वांट टू ब्लेम माय गवर्नर बिकॉज उन्होंने एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोजीशन है, इसीलिए हम कुछ कहने नहीं चाहेंगे। उसको बीजेपी कह दिया, आप एक कह दो, कह दिया, बेचारा क्या करेगा? क्षमा कर देना चाहिए।
ममता दी, कुछ जो इश्यूज हैं जो इस चुनाव में उठे, मैं उस पर आपका ध्यान खींचना चाहता हूँ। सबसे पहले आप खुद हिंदू हैं, आप हिंदू रीति रिवाज मानती हैं, लेकिन हिंदुत्व का इशू इस इलेक्शन में उठाया जा रहा है और ये चार्ज लग रहा है आप पे कि जो जय श्री राम का स्लोगन है उससे किसी तरीके से आपको परहेज है। आप ये जो चार्ज,
देखिए हमने बोला हर धर्म का अपन अपन का राय है, इसको हम इज्जत करते हैं, लेकिन हम जब फेस्टिवल करते हैं ये यूनिवर्सल होता है। रिलीजियन इज पर्सनल एंड फेस्टिवल इज यूनिवर्सल। तो इसी के लिए ये बात ठीक नहीं है। और जय श्री राम वो कहते हैं, हम तो जय सियाराम कहते हैं। जय सियाराम मीन्स सीता एंड राम। अब पहले तो देखो क्या कौन झूठा बोलता है कौन सच बोलता है। आप लोग जो झूठा बोलता है उसका साथ कौवा बोले, क्या वो है ना, कौवा बोले, बोलो झूठ बोले कौवा काटे, वही होता है। छुपा रुस्तम का माफिक कुछ बोल के चला जाता है, आप लोग वही कौवा का माफिक छूटते हैं, देखते नहीं है क्या बोलता है क्या बोलता नहीं है।
अच्छा, आप ये बार बार कह रही हैं, मैं आपको भी और जो तमाम लोग आपको इस वक्त इंडिया टुडे पे आज तक पे देख रहे हैं उनको बताना चाहते हैं कि आप क्या सोचती हैं, आप क्या कहती हैं, हमारे लिए बहुत मायने रखता है। इसीलिए हम कोलकाता में आए हैं और आपकी बात सुन रहे हैं और सब लोग आपको देश में इस वक्त लाइव इंडिया टुडे पे आज तक पे हमारे तमाम सोशल मीडिया फेसबुक पे। तो आप ये मत सोचिए कि मीडिया डर रहा है, मीडिया नहीं डर रहा, हम आपकी बात सुनना चाहते हैं और औरों को भी सुनाना चाहते हैं।
देखिए मीडिया का डर तो है जरूर, ये हमको छोड़ दीजिए। आप जिसको भी एक चाय वाला के भी पूछिए वो लोग बोलेंगे आपका हिम्मत है इसी के लिए आप किया है, लेकिन कल आपको भरोसा नहीं है कि कल का आपका उधर में इनकम टैक्स भेज देगा कि नहीं देगा। वो आपको तैयार रहना चाहिए, अगर भेज भी देगा तो लीगली फाइट कर लो, डरना नहीं है। जो डरते हैं वो मरते हैं और जो लिखते हैं वो लड़ते हैं वो जीतते हैं।
हम ना डर रहे हैं ना मैदान छोड़ के भाग रहे हैं, हम यहाँ बैठे हैं आपके साथ। हम बात
राजदीप का केस में क्या हुआ बताओ? वो तो बेचारा 15 दिन से टीवी में हम नहीं देख रहा है, बताइए। वो तो एडिटर गिल्ड भी इसको क्रिटिसाइज किया है। हम तो यही चाहते हैं, अगर मीडिया देश में नहीं रहेगी पावरफुल तो आम जनता का बात कौन करेंगे? मीडिया अगर पावरफुल नहीं रहेगा तो इनजस्टिस के खिलाफ में जस्टिस कौन देंगे? मीडिया जुडिशियरी इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन आवर डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप। हम तो चाहते हैं मीडिया आगे बढ़े। अगर आप लोग चाहते हैं आपके ऊपर जबरदस्ती कुछ हो रहा है, अरे हम लोगों को भी सोचो, हम लोग भी ऐसा नहीं है कि आपको पास में नहीं खड़ा होगा, हम लोग पूरा खड़ा होंगे और आप लोगों को मदद करेंगे कि आप लोग सच्चाई के साथ लड़ाई करें। आप लोग नहीं लड़ाई करने से क्या होता है, ये जो भी मर्जी करता है। आज हमको बताइए दिल्ली में दंगा में कितना लोगों को मौत हुआ, आज तक किसी को पता है? किसी को पता है इधर में जो है? हमको भी पता नहीं है, कोई इंफॉर्मेशन ही नहीं है। ऑल इंफॉर्मेशन इज मिसिंग एक्सेप्ट एजेंसी का इंफॉर्मेशन। क्या करेगा? तो इसी के लिए आप लोगों को आगे बढ़ना जरूरी है। आप लोगों ने इतना पावरफुल है आज तक। देखिए एक गवर्नमेंट से भी पावरफुल मीडिया होता है। मैं बहुत देखा पहले, एक एक लिखे इमरजेंसी का टाइम में, इंदिरा गांधी का टाइम में मीडिया प्लेड ए वेरी 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 इंपॉर्टेंट रोल। आज क्यों आप लोग और नहीं प्ले कर सकते हैं? अगर आप लोगों को कुछ करेगा ना, पूरा देशवासी आपका साथ में रहेगा। सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा आपका साथ रहेगा। पूरा हर जाति, हर कम्युनिटी, हर सेक्शन विल बी विथ यू। डोंट केयर, डोंट बी अफ्रेड, बी ब्रेव।
आपने दीदी राजदीप का जिक्र किया तो मैं बताऊं कि वो अभी भी इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप का हिस्सा है।
हिस्सा है लेकिन उसको बोलने नहीं देता है, वॉइस चोक कर दिया। बेचारा वॉइस है लेकिन वॉइस लेस कर दिया। ये सबसे बड़ा पनिशमेंट होता है। जो आप बोलता है, अगर कल आपको बोलने नहीं देगा तो आपको क्या होगा? पैल्पिटेशन होगा ना, तो आपको क्या होगा? आपका ब्रेन में क्या होगा? इसको भी सोचिए।
आ रहे हैं, वो जल्द वापस आएंगे। मैं आपसे कुछ और इलेक्शन के इश्यूज के बारे में बात करना चाहता हूँ। एक जो बात चार्ज लगता है दीदी आपकी सरकार पे बीजेपी जो लगा रही है वो करप्शन का। 2018 में आपने एक स्टेटमेंट दिया कि जो कट मनी है, जिस भी अगर किसी वर्कर ने लिया है आपको पैसा।
दिस इज अनफेयर। वो बीजेपी का एलिगेशन है और किसी का नहीं। छोटा से गांव में कौन पंचायत क्या किया है? हजारों लाखों पंचायत है, इसको तो पंचायत में करते हैं, हम लोग तो नहीं करते हैं। पंचायत में अगर कोई गड़बड़ भी हो उसमें भी गवर्नमेंट बंदोबस्त किया है। ये बात ठीक नहीं है, ये बीजेपी का प्रोपागेंडा था। सबसे करप्टेड तो बीजेपी है, भाजपा है। सब काला आदमी जाते हैं वॉशिंग मशीन में वॉश होके चला आता है। देखो काला आदमी जाके सादा होके चला आता है, सफेद हो जाता है। क्या भाई है, इसको तरीका हम लोग को पता है। आज जो मैंने बोला ना, चोर की माई जोर से बोले, मदर ऑफ थिप्स साउथ मोस्ट, चोरेर मायर बड़ो गला। जो सबसे ज्यादा चोर है, डाकू है, वो बहुत बहुत बड़ा बड़ा बात करते हैं। चेहरा देखो।
दीदी, इस इलेक्शन में पिछले कुछ महीने में आपकी पार्टी के कुछ नेता ज्वाइन किए बीजेपी को, आप इसको कैसे देख रही हैं? क्या आपके
बीजेपी का पार्टी का भी बहुत हमारा पार्टी में ज्वाइन किया। ये चुनाव का टाइम में होता है, कोई कोई पार्टी को लीडर को मालूम होता है कि हमको टिकट नहीं मिलेगा, टिकट नहीं मिलने वाला है। और बीजेपी तो अभी क्या किया, जिसका कोई अगर कोई करप्शन है तो वो लोगों का है, इसी के लिए वो बाँचने के लिए बीजेपी का पार्टी का गया कि वो लोग तो डायरेक्ट फोन करके डराता है ना, आप अगर हमारा पार्टी में नहीं आओगे तो आपको डिवोर्स हो जाएगा, आप अगर हमारा पार्टी में नहीं आओगे तो आपको हम जेल में भर देगा, ऐसे ऐसे थ्रेट करता है। उसी के लिए थ्रेट के लिए 2-4 गया है, जो गया है हमारे लिए अच्छा है। हम सफेद हो गया है, बीजेपी वॉशिंग मशीन में सफेद हुआ है, लेकिन बहुत काला हुआ है, काला मुख और काला हुआ है।
पर जिस जिस डिस्ट्रिक्ट से लीडर्स थे वहां पे उसको काउंटर करने के लिए उनकी एब्सेंस की कमी आपको
नहीं,
ना
कुछ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है। जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट से गया उसका साथ 2-3 एमएलए भी नहीं गया। सपोज 19 एमएलए इज देयर, 17 एमएलए इज देयर, नहीं गया। इतना सस्ता नहीं है बाबू।
आप नहीं डर रही कि लॉस, आपके हिसाब से कोई लॉस नहीं है आपके कुछ एमएलए जो छोड़ के?
It will be their loss. Their party is fighting. It is a big fight between the internal BJP party members. They are fighting like anything. अभी तो ओल्ड को हम नहीं देखता है, अभी सब गोल्ड में चला गया है। But I think the old is gold. But they are not giving importance to old party workers. Now अभी खाली वो जो पूरा अभी कुछ कुछ है, कुछ कुछ होता है, जिसका पास सब होता है ना, तो इसी के लिए वो लोगों को पसंद ज़्यादा है। ये उसका आपसी मामला है, हमारा कुछ कहना नहीं है।
दीदी, आपको अब करीब 5 डेकेड्स हो गए पॉलिटिक्स के अंदर, आपने हमेशा अपनी फैमिली को पॉलिटिक्स से दूर रखा है। 1970s से आप स्टार्ट कर रही हैं, तो यंग यूथ लीडर के तौर पे आपने स्टार्ट किया और फिर आप सीरियस और एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स में हैं। हाँ, आपके जितने भी भाई हैं बहन हैं, हमेशा आपने पॉलिटिक्स से दूर रखा। और आप जिस
तरह है तो एक आदमी अगर आएगा तो क्या है, नरेंद्र मोदी का परिवार को हर आदमी को देखो तो किधर किधर में है, हम डेटा दे दो, हम देता नहीं है कि हम जेंटल है इसके लिए, लेकिन कभी कभी जरूरत पड़ेगा तो दे देगा। तो क्या अमित शाह का लड़का क्रिकेट में नहीं गया? एक फिल्म स्टार का लड़का लड़की अगर फिल्म स्टार होता है तो क्या दिक्कत है? दिक्कत क्या है? दिक्कत क्या होता है? इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट का बेटा अगर इंडस्ट्री नहीं चलाएगा तो कौन चलाएगा? एक आध आदमी आने का कोई खराब नहीं होता है। अगर आप एक परिवार में तो वो जो लिया उसमें तो हर परिवार का 18 मेंबर्स सर, तो पहले तो उसको संभालने दो, हमको पूछने का पहले। एक आया ओनली, हमारा परिवार से हर लोग ग्रास रूट में काम करते हैं, लेकिन एमएलए एमपी कभी बनता नहीं है। अरे तो डायरेक्टली इलेक्टेड होके आया, एक आदमी आया था, उसका एतराज क्या है? अपन लड़का को भी अच्छा पोजीशन में भेज दिया, सबसे ज्यादा ऊंचा पोजीशन में कैसे आ गया? क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन है?
तो बार बार हर इलेक्शन
हम क्या करेगा? अमित शाह का लड़का भी मेरे को भतीजा है, तो अब हम क्या चाचा भतीजा का बात कहे ना? अमित शाह को हम भैया बोलता है, भैया भतीजा का बात करे, तो वो भी मेरे को भतीजा होता है, तो क्या करें? हम भतीजा का बात करके बाहर में क्यों गंदा करें? ये तो कर्सी नहीं है, पॉलिटिकल कर्सी नहीं है, हम कभी करते नहीं है। ये भी लक्ष्मण रेखा उल्लंघन नहीं करते तो हम कभी नहीं बोलते, हम बोलने भी नहीं चाहते हैं। बट दे हैव टू स्टॉप देयर ऑल दिस rumor, the bad propaganda, the dirty politics, the nasty politics, the naughty politics, the tricky politics, they have to stop it. Then they should speak the others. हम बहुत पॉलिटिक्स किया है, हम जिंदगी भर हम जिंदा लाश है, ये आप लोगों को पता होना चाहिए। हमेशा पॉलिटिशियन नहीं है कि हमारा कोई घर से लेकर मेरे को आ गया, मेरे को पास से माथा से लेकर ऐसा कोई जाएगा नहीं बचा जिसमें हमको नहीं पिटाया। हम जिंदा लाश का माफिक पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं आज भी। इसी के लिए मेरे क्रेडेंशियल्स, माय कमिटमेंट इज माय क्रेडेंशियल एंड माय ऑनेस्टी इज माय क्रेडेंशियल्स। आई शुड नॉट आस्क और टेक एनी क्लैरिफिकेशन और सर्टिफिकेट फ्रॉम देम हु आर करप्टेड, हु आर दंगाबाज, हु आर लुटेरा।
दीदी मैं कुछ मिनट नेशनल पॉलिटिकल सीन पे बात करना चाहता हूँ। जिस तरीके से 2014 और फिर 2019 में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत हुई, सरकार बनी, आपके हिसाब से ऑपोजिशन की क्या स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए रिवाइवल के लिए, और उसमें आप अपना रोल क्या देखती?
देखिए, ऑपोजिशन का स्ट्रैटेजी ठीक नहीं था, ये बात सच है। और जे लोगों को लीडरशिप देना था, ये चाहिए था, वो लोग लीडरशिप नहीं दिया। वो लोगों ने कैसे मेरे को पता नहीं है, बिकॉज आई कैन नॉट से अबाउट द अदर्स। लेकिन नेक्स्ट टाइम में तो यूनिटी होगा। मेरे को लगता है कि अभी देश का लोग, पहले लोगों ने समझते नहीं है, बाद में समझते हैं जब उसका ऊपर में अत्याचार होता है। तो दे आर द एट्रोसियस पीपल, टेरिबल, डेंजरस पीपल, ड्रैकोनियन पीपल्स, इनकॉम्पिटेंस, इरेस्पॉन्सिबल, व्हाट नॉट। ये लोगों ज़्यादा दिन रहेगा ना, देश को बेच देगा। देश को तो ऐसे ही बेच दिया, BSNL को बेच दिया, सेल को बेच दिया, कोल को बेच दिया, रेल को प्राइवेटाइज करने जा रहा है, बैंक को बेच दिया, इंश्योरेंस को 74% बेच दिया, पोर्ट को भी बेच दिया है। कहा? और सब इंडस्ट्री को दिया? नहीं दिया। एक दो, हमें दो, हमारा दो, वो एक स्लोगन था ना, इसी के ये स्लोगन उसको लगता है।
आप अपना रोल क्या देखती हैं? काफ़ी यहाँ पे वेस्ट बंगाल में चर्चा है कि अगर खास तौर से आपकी 2021 के चुनाव में जीत होती है तो दीदी को लग रहा है कि वो नेशनल ऑपोजिशन चेहरे के तौर पे उभर सकती है, क्योंकि इतना इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेट अपने दम पे कोई जीत के आए, अगर ऐसा होता है, और वो भी बीजेपी की पूरी ताकत।
पहले भी हम दम पे ही जीता है, लेकिन आम जनता हमको सपोर्ट दिया है। आई नेवर बाउ डाउन माई हेड टू दिस nasty people. I always respect the people of this country, people of my state. They all are lovable, affectionate. हम उसको बहुत पसंद करते हैं, उन्होंने भी मेरे को पसंद करते हैं। जनता को छोड़ के ममता नहीं होता है, इसी के लिए मेरे को जितना भी जरूरत भी है वो जनता के लिए है। जब तक जनता मेरे को चाहेगा, हम तो जनता के लिए काम करेगा। हमारा ऐसा कोई काम नहीं है। आई एम फ्री टू गिव सर्विस टू द पीपल। हम तो एक गवर्नमेंट से 1 रुपया सैलरी भी नहीं लेते हैं। हम जब हम पेंशन देखो ना, आप 10 साल का करीब है, अगर हम पेंशन मिलता तो पार्लियामेंट में हम 7 टर्म्स MP थे, हमको 1 लाख रुपया करके पेंशन मिलते थे। हम 1 पैसा भी नहीं लिया आज तक। हमारा इधर में जो चीफ मिनिस्टर को सैलरी मिलते हैं और डेली अलाउंस मिलते हैं, हम 1 पैसा भी नहीं लेते हैं। हम चाय का पैसा भी खुद अपन से करते हैं। अगर आप पूछोगे कैसे करते हो, अरे हम थोड़ा पुस्तक लिखता है, हम थोड़ा गाना में सुर देते हैं, हम लिरिक्स देता है, हम गाना में म्यूजिक देता है, तो इसी के लिए इसमें जो रॉयल्टी मिलता है उसमें मेरे को हो जाता है। मैं अकेला आदमी कितना चाहिए, इतना तो नहीं चाहिए।
इस इलेक्शन में एक जो थीम बन रहा है वो बंगाली वर्सेस बाहरी का है। आप कहते हैं कि बीजेपी बाहरी की वाली पार्टी है, बीजेपी कहती है कि हम बाहरी क्यों है, इंडिया एक है, यहाँ पे हम ऐसे क्यों सोचते हैं कि कोई लोग बाहरी।
हाँ, हम बाहरी उसको नहीं कहते हैं इंडियन को, कि हमारा इधर में भी चाहे राजस्थानी हो, चाहे बिहारी हो, चाहे यूपी हो, चाहे गुजराती हो, चाहे पंजाबी हो, चाहे बंगाली हो, चाहे नॉन बंगाली हो, सब है। ये सब हमारा से भी ज़्यादा बंगाली है। हमको पूछो तो दे आर मोर देन बंगालीज, हम उसको नहीं कहते हैं। लेकिन जो गुंडा गद्दारी करके बाहर से आते हैं, बंगाल में गुंडा गद्दारी करके जबरदस्ती कुछ करने के लिए हम उसको बाहर का आदमी बोलते हैं। क्या जरूरत है? बाहर में जो रहता है, इवन इंटरनेशनली ऑल्सो, वो लोगों का साथ भी संपर्क करके बंगाल का इलेक्शन NRI टीम बना के उसको हराना चाहिए। तो ये लोग कौन है? ऐसा बाहरी, हम बाहर का आदमी को, हम देश का आदमी को बाहर का आदमी क्यों बोलेगा? मेरे को इधर में महाराष्ट्र का आदमी नहीं है, राजस्थान का नहीं है, पंजाब का नहीं है, साउथ इंडियन का नहीं है। पूछिए तो कोई एक आदमी को कभी किसी को कोई दिक्कत हुआ? कभी नहीं हुआ। अगर वो लोग इंडिया को मानते हैं तो ओनली वाई द गुजराती ऑफिशियल्स विल बी द की पोस्ट होल्डर्स, वाई नॉट द अदर्स? पंजाब में भी हमारा IPS IAS है, राजस्थान में भी है, हरियाणा भी है, गुजरात में भी है, उसको भी ले, हमारा दिक्कत नहीं है। लेकिन आप क्यों किसी को नहीं विश्वास करता है एक्सेप्ट योर ओन पीपल? पहले इंडियन का क्या मतलब होता है उसको समझने चाहिए, उसके बाद किसी को बोलना चाहिए। हम बाहर से आके बंगाल को लूटने नहीं देंगे। एक बात तो मेरे को कहना, कोई झूठा बात तो नहीं है। दिल्ली से क्यों बंगाल को कंट्रोल करेगा? बंगाल ही बंगाल को कंट्रोल करेगा। दिल्ली से गुजरात क्यों कंट्रोल करेगा? गुजराती गुजरात को कंट्रोल करेगा, दिल्ली से पंजाब को क्यों कंट्रोल करेगा, पंजाब पंजाब को कंट्रोल करेगा। मेरे को कहने का मतलब यही है, यूपी में यूपी कंट्रोल करेगा, यूपी हमारा मतलब यही है। लेकिन दिल्ली में बैठ के पूरा एजेंसी लेके बंगाल को कंट्रोल करेगा, ये हम क्यों, कोई स्टेट नहीं करेगा, कोई स्टेट नहीं देंगे इसको।
सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट के इशू को आप इस इलेक्शन में कैसे देखती हैं? बीजेपी के प्रेसिडेंट कहते हैं
हमको पता नहीं है आज क्या बोला है उन्होंने, कुछ बोला है कि वैक्सीनेशन का बाद होगा। कौन वैक्सीनेशन का बाद? इलेक्शन वैक्सीनेशन के बाद रूल होगा बोलता है, इलेक्शन वैक्सीनेशन का बाद। पब्लिक का कब वैक्सीनेशन होगा क्या मतलब है, वो तो देता ही नहीं है किसी को। ओनली सपोज इन माई स्टेट वी हैव 10 crore people, we have got only 3 lakhs, मीन्स 1.5 लाख वी हैव ओनली, वैसे ही है 1.5 लाख हेल्थ वर्कर्स पुलिस इसको मिला के, कोई पब्लिक को तो नहीं दिया। और पब्लिक को देगा कि नहीं देगा इसका मालूम भी नहीं है। और कोविड सील दे सेड नो, हमने जो कहेगा वो स्टेट को लेना है। अगर हम भी चाहते हैं कि वैक्सीन हम लेके हम पूरा पब्लिक को बिना पैसा में दे दे, फ्री दे दे, तो बोलता है नहीं, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को पूछ के करना है। उन्होंने एक कंपनी को नाम बता देंगे और वही कंपनी से हमको लेना पड़ेगा। क्यों? कंपटीशन क्यों नहीं रहेगा? कंपटीशन क्यों नहीं रहेगा? हम तो देखेगा कि जो कौन अच्छा है, कौन जनता को देने से जनता मजबूत है। लेकिन हम मजबूरी का साथ क्यों लेंगे? कोविडशील्ड का एक रेपुटेशन हुआ है, मैंने देखा कि बहुत सारे लोग लिया है, ठीक है, अभी तक कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, 2 लोग छोड़ के, ठीक है। लेकिन वो जो नाम बोलता है ना, बाप रे बाप, वो तो हमने देखा जो दिन वर्चुअल हुआ वो लिख के ब्रैकेट करके दे दिया। हम बोलने नहीं चाहता है कंपनी का नाम, लेकिन वो पहले से अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो गया, डील हो गया। ये क्या है? और क्या अगर वैक्सीनेशन का बाद होगा तो इलेक्शन वैक्सीनेशन का बाद क्या होगा ही नहीं। अभी तक रूल्स नहीं कर पाया, 1 साल हो गया, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? बोलते हैं कुछ और करते हैं कुछ। जो भी बोलना है सब बता दो, लोगों को क्यों भड़काता है और लोगों ने डिवाइड भी क्यों करते हैं? अगर आज बोला है, मैंने सुना कि मुस्लिम को डरने का कोई बात नहीं है, कोई मुस्लिम नहीं जाएंगे, तो मुस्लिम के लिए आप निकाल दिया तो आपका काम ही आप दो तरफ कहते हैं, कभी इधर में एक बात करते हैं, उधर में एक बात करते हैं। आज वो बनगा का मीटिंग में कहा।
आप अपीजमेंट, तुष्टिकरण को कैसे देखती? एक जो
देखिए, ये सब बीजेपी का सवाल आपका मुख पे आता है, आई एम सॉरी टू से, और सवाल जो बीजेपी तुलता है, इसका मतलब यही है कि आपको मीडिया का पूरा बीजेपी डाइजेस्ट कर लिया। वो आपको मीडिया को बोल देता है यही बात आप रेस करो, आप वैसा ही करते हैं। ये आपका गलती नहीं है, और मीडिया के लिए करता है, मेरे को पता है, मेरे को सब पता है। देखो, हम इधर में बंगाल में रहता है, क्या दिल्ली में कौन क्या करता है मेरे को पता नहीं है, गुजरात में क्या कौन करता है मेरे को पता नहीं है, पता है। ये सब आप जो रेस कर रहा है, हर इशू इज रेस्ड बाय बीजेपी ओनली।
मैं तो इलेक्शन के इश्यूज की बात कर रहा हूँ, जो
इलेक्शन का इशू नहीं है,
चर्चा हो रही है, जो आप चर्चा कर रहे हैं।
हम चर्चा नहीं करते हैं,
हाँ।
वो बीजेपी चर्चा करते हैं।
आपके हिसाब से इट्स अ नॉन इशू?
नॉन इशू, व्हाट इज द इशू? आप पब्लिक इशू का बात करो ना। जो पब्लिक इशू में डरते हैं वो वैसे बात करते हैं। हम पब्लिक इशू में डरते नहीं है, हम डेवलपमेंट इशू में लड़ते हैं, हम पब्लिक इशू में लड़ते हैं, हम जनता का इशू में लड़ते हैं। लेट देम फाइट with the development issue.
Let's talk about development, Mamta ji. Let's talk about industrialization and your plans for industrializing Bengal further over the next 5 years. जैसे कल हम लोगों का एक वेस्ट बंगाल के रिपोर्टर्स का कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ, उसमें शिंगूर, नंदीग्राम का जिक्र हुआ, वहाँ के इश्यूज का जिक्र हुआ. How do you hope to resolve the issues of the farmers of Nandigram and Shingur who've got?
It's already settled.
They're saying कि बहुत सारा कंक्रीट है वहाँ पे और
नहीं, वो तो ये बात ठीक नहीं है, वो भी कर दिया। आप ढूंढो, वो 6 महीने पहले का बात करते हैं। ओ दैट इशू इज ऑलरेडी सेटल्ड, नथिंग इज देयर। एंड इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन का जो इशू है, अभी आप तो पहले आपको मैनिफेस्टो को बात नहीं कर देंगे, लेकिन अभी पूछिए, बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट है। हमारा इधर में ताजपुर पोर्ट हो रहा है, वो लोग नहीं चाहते हैं, 3 साल हमको नहीं करने दिया। हमारा इधर में देखो, परसों भी हम 72,000 करोड़ का हम इंडस्ट्रियल इन्वेस्टमेंट बताया। हमारा अभी 4.5 लाख इन्वेस्टमेंट हुआ खाली एमएसएमई में, 12 लाख करोड़ हमारा प्रोसेस में है, इंटरनेशनली जो एग्रीमेंट हुआ है। हमारा इधर में देवचा पाचमी जो कोल इंडस्ट्री हो रहा है, इस वर्ल्ड में 2nd लार्जेस्ट है। इसमें हमारा जो आने वाला दिन पावर का कोई प्रॉब्लम इंडिया में नहीं होगा। अगर इसको हम अच्छा से कर सकते हैं हम करेंगे। हम शुरुआत कर दिया कि 200 एकड़ ज़मीन है जो हमारा खुद स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का ज़मीन है, उसमें एविक्शन करने का ज़रूरत नहीं है, हम उससे काम शुरुआत करने के लिए तैयार है। अभी हमारा इधर में ONGC गैस मिला तो इसमें बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्री आएगा। हल्दिया में पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, गैस लाइन, पाइपलाइन वो होगा तो इसमें बहुत सारे एंसिलरी इंडस्ट्री भी तैयार होगा। हमारा डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जो डानकुनी से हमारा हो रहा है पुरुलिया में, रघुनाथपुर में, हम शिल्पोश्री कर्मनगरी उसको नाम दिया है, उसमें 62,000 crores वी आर इन्वेस्टिंग लाइक दिस फ्रॉम IT इंडस्ट्री टू MSME इंडस्ट्री। आई एम टेलिंग यू द ब्यूटी इंडिया में हमारा स्टेट में 40% हम जो बिलो द पॉवर्टी लाइन है जिसको हम कहते हैं उसमें 40% हम उसको कम कर दिया और कोई स्टेट नहीं। यू सी ऑल द लार्जेस्ट स्टेट हमने 40% पॉवर्टी कम कर दिया। हमारा एम्प्लॉयमेंट अब देखो खाली 100 दिन का काम में 7.8 crores हमने काम दिया है। इस साल में भी हम 1.1 crores दिया है। हमारा इधर में हमारा जो देवचापात्मी का बात किया है, ONGC का बात किया है, सेकेंड इंटरनेशनल ग्रीन एयरपोर्ट इज देयर इन ओंडाल, वी आर गोइंग टू मेक इट एज ए इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट देयर। एंड ऑल्सो हमारा IIT में सिलिकॉन वैली का रेप्लिका हम बनाया जिसमें 200 एकड़ जमीन दिया। इसमें फाइनेंशियल हब और जितना भी IT इंडस्ट्री है ऑल इम्पोर्टेंट, इट मे बी कॉग्निजेंट, इट मे बी टाटा, इट मे टिस्को, इट मे बी इन्फोसिस, मे बी विप्रो, सब इधर में सब जमीन लिया काम करने के लिए। ऐसे बहुत सारे इंडस्ट्री है। लेदर इंडस्ट्री, द ब्यूटी ऑफ दिस दैट साउथ इंडियन में जितना लेदर इंडस्ट्री था यूपी में, लखनऊ में था, वो लोग सब पूरा इधर में आ गया। उसमें हमारा लाखों हमारा एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ रहा है।
ऐसा सुनने में आ रहा है कोलकाता में कि जो टाटा ग्रुप छोड़ के गया था जिस प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, आपकी कोई चर्चा हुई है, यू आर ट्राइंग टू ब्रिंग देम बैक, ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है?
नहीं, वो लोग तो कर रहा है, वो तो टिस्को तो उसको तो है, वो तो IT में बहुत काम कर रहा है, बहुत सारे जगह में भी कर रहा है। मैंने सुना वो लोगों ने चिट्ठी भी दिया, लेटर भी दिया है कि वो और भी काम करने चाहता है। विल बी हैप्पी टू वेलकम देम, वी डोंट हैव एनी प्रॉब्लम, वी कैन वर्क विथ एवरीबॉडी।
मैं साथ ही साथ जानना चाहता हूं आपसे कि इस इलेक्शन में जो CPIM और कांग्रेस का अलायंस है, CPIM एक टाइम पे आपका मेन एनिमी था, आज की तारीख में उनकी ताकत कमजोर हुई है। CPIM और कांग्रेस के अलायंस के रोल को आप कैसे देखती हैं इस इलेक्शन में?
देखिए, अगर वो सच्चाई से लड़े तो हमारा कोई एतराज नहीं है। एनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी कैन फाइट अगेंस्ट ऑफ एनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, लेकिन वो वैसा नहीं करता है। बिहार में जैसे दीपंकर भट्टाचार्य एंड अदर्स होल हार्टेडली फाइट करते हैं BJP के, ये लोग वैसा नहीं है। ये क्या है, ये है कांग्रेस CPM मिलकर BJP को मदद करते हैं। दे आर द गुड फ्रेंड्स ऑफ BJP, दे आर द A टीम ऑफ BJP। आप पूछ लो ना सबको, हम एक बंगाली में कहते हैं जगाई माधाई गदाई, मीन्स CPM जगाई, कांग्रेस मधाई और BJP गदाई, इसको दो विदाई, ठीक है ना?
एक जो आपका वोट बैंक डेंट करने की कोशिश हो रही है वो मुस्लिम वोट बैंक के बारे में पूछना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि असुद्दीन ओवैसी ने बिहार में
क्यों इसका नाम करते हैं, पॉपुलर करते हैं आपको टीवी में बोल के, नाम क्यों लेते हैं?
यहाँ पे आना चाहते हैं वो?
आने चाहते हैं, आने चाहते तो खाने दीजिए ना, खाने दीजिए, आने दीजिए, बैठने दीजिए, रहने दीजिए, कोई बात नहीं है। लेकिन ये सब लोगों को नाम करके आप लोग पॉपुलैरिटी बना देता है। वो एक नेगेटिव पब्लिसिटी इज आल्सो ए पॉजिटिव पब्लिसिटी समटाइम्स। आप हमको जितना भी गाली दो, लेकिन हमको आपको दिखाना है, यही बात है।
एक वो फुरफुरा शरीफ वालों ने अब्बास सिद्दीकी ने
नहीं, उसको वो एक लड़का है, फुरफुरा शरीफ के जितना भी लीडर है, धार्मिक लीडर है, सब हमारा साथ है।
तो आपको
मीन सेकुलरिज्म का साथ में है।
जो आपका वोट बैंक है, आपको चिंता है कि वो स्प्लिट हो सकता है?
नहीं, हमारा वोट बैंक कभी स्प्लिट नहीं होगा, जुड़ेगा।
2019 के
अब देखो ना, ये सब प्रोग्राम करते हैं ना, रथो यात्रा, लोग नहीं है भागता है। इतना पैसा खर्चा करने का बाद भी पीछा सीट में लुका छुपा के रहता है, और हमको गाली देने से क्या होगा? हम तो मीटिंग करके ये लोग सब देखा, हम तो 5-6 दिन, 7-8 दिन, 10 दिन, 15 दिन से रैली करके आ रहा है। हमारा रैली में तो एक मीटिंग में लाखों से करीब ज्यादा आदमी आता है। माँ बहन का संख्या आप देखो, यंग जनरेशन को देखो, हर सेक्शन को देखो, हर आदमी का साथ हम है।
मैं आपका कल का स्पीच देख रहा था, आप तो स्टेज पे ऐसे लगता है कि आपका एक्सरसाइज भी साथ साथ चल रहा है। आप एक जगह खड़े होकर
देखो क्या बात कहते हैं, वो एक्सरसाइज का बात नहीं होता है। आई एड्रेस द पीपल बिकॉज इफ आई, अगर हम एक जगह से बोलेगा ना, जब सपोज दिस हमको दिखाने दीजिए, हम इधर से करेगा तो हमारा स्टेट आई जाएगा डायरेक्ट टू दिस सेंट्रल टीम ओनली. But if I go to left side, then I can address my left side people, I can address my right side people. सबको एड्रेस करने के लिए ये मेरे को हक मानता है, इसी के लिए मैं ऐसा ही करता है. अगर एक्सरसाइज होता है तो अच्छा ही होता है, होने दो ना.
तो अच्छा है कि आपने कभी स्टेज पे इंटरव्यू नहीं दिया, वरना इंटरव्यूअर भी आपके पीछे पीछे ऐसे आगे पीछे, आप जा रहे हैं पीछे आ रहा है ऐसे करके.
हाँ तो वॉक टॉक होता है ना, शेखर दा पहले करते थे.
हमारे रिपोर्टर्स बता रहे थे कि आप हर रोज आप एक्सरसाइज करती है, इज दिस करेक्ट कि 22 किलोमीटर आप कोशिश करती है कि हर रोज आपकी वॉकिंग हुआ. हमारे रिपोर्टर्स कंप्लेन कर रहे थे कि जब आपने कोलकाता में वॉकिंग आपने अपनी यात्रा की तो वो बेचारे थक गए थे आपसे हाफ एज के लोग.
नहीं, हम ट्रेडमिल में टाइम इतना नहीं मिलता है. देखिए ट्रेडमिल में 12 किलोमीटर करने से आपको 2 घंटा टाइम चाहिए, तो 2 घंटा टाइम हम 7 से 9 बजे तक करते हैं और ट्रेडमिल में ही काम भी करते हैं. ट्रेडमिल में मेरे को पेपर भी पढ़ लेता है, उधर में फ़ोन भी बात कर लेता है, मैसेज भी कर लेता है, कोई सोचना है तो सोच भी लेता है, कुछ पढ़ने का बात है तो पढ़ने का बात भी कर लिया. हम बजट बनाया वो ट्रेडमिल में बैठ के, ट्रेडमिल में मैंने वॉकिंग करते करते आइडिया आता है. लेकिन हम 12 किलोमीटर ट्रेडमिल करते हैं, बाद बाकी 10 किलोमीटर 10-12 किलोमीटर हम वॉकिंग करते हैं. दैट इज
ये थोड़ा सा डिटेल से बताओ, आपने ट्रेडमिल पे बजट कैसे बनाया?
हम अगर पूरा सब आपको बोल देंगे तो आप तो पूछेगा नहीं मेरे को कुछ. आइडिया आता है, आइडिया, इट्स अ विजन. इफ देयर इज ए एक्शन देयर इज ए रिएक्शन. हम जब चलते हैं ना, चलते चलते हमारा ब्रेन भी चलते हैं.
Didi, do you think of this as the toughest political fight of your life? Do you think कि
Not at all. Not at all. I don't mind for this. I love to see the all type of fight.
ऐसा लगता है कि you are one person standing and fighting against a full election machine.
नहीं, 100% people are there. I am with them. I accompany 100% people. All caste, all community, all religious, all.
2019 का जनरल इलेक्शन का जो रिजल्ट आया, डिड यू एक्सपेक्ट दैट कि बीजेपी जो पहले 4-5% की पार्टी थी 40% पे जंप करके,
तो सीपीएम दे दिया उसका वोट, तो क्या होगा? वही तो बोला ना, जगाई मधाई क्यों बोला? उसका पूरा वोट उसको परसेंट दे दिया शेयर करके.
पर वो जानबूझ के थोड़ी कर रहा है.
जानबूझ के किया,
जानबूझ के किया.
अब वो जरूर, मैंने बोला ना दीपंकर भट्टाचार्य के साथ ये लोग को तफात है, पार्थक है. दिल्ली का सीपीएम जो कहता है ये लोग वैसा नहीं है, ये लोग का अंदर में कुछ फर्क है. Kerala CPM is something different, Tripura CPM is something different, and Bengal CPM is something different.
एक थ्योरी जो सीपीआईएम की है वो ये कि शायद जब ममता बनर्जी इज द बिगर एनिमी, once she goes, then as a reaction to the right, the left will rise again like a phoenix. कि लेफ्ट तब स्ट्रांग होगा जब दीदी किनारे होंगे.
दीदी तो किनारे किनारे नहीं चलेगा. एक शायरी है, भौमोर से लड़ो तुम लहरों से उलझो, कितना तक चलोगे किनारे किनारे. ये सीपीएम को किनारे किनारे चलाना है, मेरे को नहीं.
आपने क्या कोर्स करेक्शन किया फ्रॉम द लोकसभा रिजल्ट्स टू नाउ? आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी हम देख रहे हैं.
देखिए लोकसभा है तब मोदी जी पुलवामा का बात किया है, लेकिन पुलवामा में क्या हुआ आप लोगों को पता है. हम नहीं कहने चाहूँगी कि देश का इज्जत है इसी के लिए, लेकिन हम इंटरनेशनल इशू पे भी कभी बात नहीं करते हैं. हम देश का सिक्योरिटी के बारे में भी कोई बात नहीं करते, ये हमारा पॉलिसी है. लेकिन आपको पता है क्या क्या कैसा करके वोट किया, और इसमें गड़बड़ भी बहुत था. वो जो वीवीपैट, इसमें 2% जो काउंटिंग जो स्लिप निकालता है उसमें भी हैकिंग होता है. अभी तो हमारा इधर में इतना आईएएस ऑफिसर मिलके, एक रिटायर्ड जो बड़ा ऑफिसर, सब लोगों ने इलेक्शन कमीशन को लिखा, एंड दे गेव द एविडेंस ऑल्सो. हम भी, आई एम ऑल्सो राइटिंग ए लेटर टू इलेक्शन कमीशन. I have also written a letter.
आपकी क्या शिकायत है इलेक्शन में?
हमारा शिकायत कुछ नहीं है. हमारा कहना ये है कि बीजेपी का बात पे मत चलो, इम्पार्शियल इलेक्शन करना है. दूसरी बात ये है, वीवीपैट में जो वोट 2% काउंट होता है, हम चाहते हैं इसको 100% हो, कि जो पेपर निकालता है हम किसको वोट दिया हमको देखना चाहिए. हमारा वोट हम देता है, पेपर में निकालेगा कि हम इसको दिया. हमारा वोट हैकिंग क्यों करेगा? और इसको बात तो आपको पता है, ट्रम्प से लेकर पुतिन तक सबको पता है क्या चल रहा है, क्या नहीं चला है. हम तो चाहेंगे कि जनता ने इतना मेहनत करके जो वोट देंगे उसका हर कीमत पर उसका हर वोट को ठीक से इस्तेमाल हो.
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन उनको फेवर कर रहा है, दूसरा
नहीं, वो बात हम नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम बोला इलेक्शन कमीशन मस्ट वर्क इम्पार्शियली, दे मस्ट गिव रेस्पेक्ट टू ऑल, एंड सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट दे आर इन पावर सो दे कैन कंप्लेन, But election commission, we have a great regards for them. We will expect that only central government cannot misuse their power against the federalism.
आप इस दफा 2 सीट से चुनाव लड़ेंगे कि 1 सीट से? नंदीग्राम से लड़ना ये फाइनल है आपकी?
पूरा फाइनल, हम जब कुछ कहते हैं वो हमारा फाइनल ही होता है।
और आप, क्योंकि अब हम बहुत सारे काउंटर क्लेम सुन रहे हैं कि नंदीग्राम में क्या होगा। एक कहता है कि हम दीदी को हटा देंगे, अमित शाह ने आज कहा कि दीदी अपनी खुद की सीट नहीं बचा पाएंगी नंदीग्राम।
उसको लड़ने बोलिए ना उधर में, जैसे होम मिनिस्टर का बात करते हैं ना, शोभा नहीं देता, उसको बोलिए इधर में लड़ने के लिए। अगर वो जीत जाएंगे तो उसको हम स्वराष्ट्र मंत्री बना देगा बंगाल का।
वो आ रहे हैं थोड़ी देर में इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव में भी, उन्होंने भी अपनी जिंदगी की तपस्या बनाई है कि बंगाल में भगवा झंडा होना चाहिए।
ओहो, क्या है, पहले तो उनको तपस्या करने दीजिए, उसका तबीयत अच्छा रहे। हम तो गॉड को प्रार्थना करते हैं कि उन्होंने अच्छा रहे, उसको बहुत उम्र दे, बहुत बड़ा हो, इंटरनेशनली प्राइम मिनिस्टर बने, इंटरनेशनली प्रेसिडेंट बने। हम सब हर टाइम चाहते हैं, लेकिन ठीक से बात कहे। फोर्स में है, इसी के लिए पावर में है, जो भी मर्जी हम कह दे वो ठीक नहीं है। हर आदमी डर सकता है, हम नहीं डरेंगे। हमको मार देंगे भी हम तैयार है, गोली चला दो हम भी तैयार है, लेकिन हम सिर नीचा करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। हम सिर देंगे लेकिन हम साथ नहीं देंगे।
कभी आपने सोचा है दीदी कि आप एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स में कब तक रह सकते हैं, कि व्हाट हैपेंस टू द टीएमसी इन अ पोस्ट ममता?
डोंट वरी, आई हैव 3-4 मोर न्यू जनरेशन।
आप खुद पॉलिटिक्स में कब तक रहना चाहते हैं?
हम क्यों आपको बताएंगे? इट इज द पीपल्स डिसीजन एंड इट इज नॉट माई चॉइस। इफ आई से दैट आई डोंट वांट टू कंटिन्यू, देन व्हाट आई विल डू? आई हैव टू डू सम वर्क।
कभी आप सोचती हैं, इफ यू वांट
No,
अ पॉलिटिशियन व्हाट वुड यू डू?
I don't want. I want to work and I want to be active in my life.
Curious to know,
Unless I alive, I want to be active. Whatever I can do the work. And TMC के लिए आपको चिंता करने का जरूरत नहीं है। हमारा 3-4 जनरेशन अभी है, वो बीजेपी को तपस्या करने दीजिए, कब आएगा?
नहीं, I am very curious to know दीदी, if you want a politician, what would you do? Of all the things you could have done, आपको सबसे ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट किस चीज में होता अगर आप पॉलिटिशियन नहीं होती?
हमारा लिखने अच्छा लगता है, हमारा पेंटिंग करने अच्छा लगता है, हमारा गाना तैयार करने अच्छा लगता है। इट इज ऑल्सो जस्ट लाइक ए मैथमेटिक्स। और आपको पता है हमारा जितना भी CD निकाला वो सब गोल्ड प्लेटिनम सब मिल गया सबको।
आपको अगर मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूं, आप कुछ फरमाइश पे कुछ थोड़ा सा गुनगुना के सुना सकते हैं?
नहीं करेगा?
नहीं,
वो नहीं करेगा तो हमारा आर्टिस्ट का क्या होगा? हम तो उसको लिरिक्स बना देते हैं, हम उसको म्यूजिक बना देते हैं।
तो सब लाइव देखेंगे तो आपका
नहीं,
पब्लिसिटी
नहीं,
होगा, आपके एल्बम
हमको पब्लिसिटी नहीं चाहिए।
आपके एल्बम का,
हमारा एल्बम का भी पब्लिसिटी नहीं चाहिए। हम पैसे लेके नहीं करते। आई डोंट वांट एनी पब्लिसिटी फॉर दिस। वो बीजेपी का पब्लिसिटी का आदत है, हमारा नहीं है।
आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में मटुआ
आपको पता है मेरे को 102 पुस्तक निकाला अभी तक, और उसमें बहुत सारे पुस्तक है बेस्ट सेलर ऑल्सो।
आपकी पेंटिंग्स भी बहुत हाई अमाउंट पे बिकती है, वो भी
जो मर्जी कर देता है, ठीक है।
आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में काफी चर्चा मटुआ वोट बैंक की हो रही है।
अरे तो कितना कम्युनिटी है, खाली आप एक का नाम क्यों करते हैं?
पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि आप भी उनके पास
वो भी है, थोड़ा करीब कुछ लाख है, लेकिन ऐसा बहुत सारे है। मटुआ है, बाउरी है, बागदी है, शाह है, बनर्जी है, चटर्जी है, अधिकारी है, पांडे है, सिंह है, कितना है? कितना बोलेगा? बहुत है। राजवंशी है, कमतापुरी है, सादरी है, कुरमाली है, कुर्मी है, वो महातो है, वो कुंभकार है, सॉरी कर्मकार है, ऐसे बहुत सारे है। ऑल कम्युनिटी, ऑल कास्ट है। ये मटुआ करते हैं, उसको पता नहीं था। जब बर्मा जिंदा था 20 साल उनको हमने देखा, हमने सब कुछ कर दिया। अभी आके फायदा ले रहा है झूठा बात कह के। बट आई वर्क फॉर ऑल। आप देखो बंगाल में तारकेश्वर टू दक्षिणेश्वर स्काई वॉक, तारापीठ टू बेलूर, फुरफुरा शरीफ टू पाचराचापी, कालीघाट टेम्पल टू कंकालीताला, हॉट सतीपीठ कितना है बंगाल में, सबको हम डेवलप कर दिया पूरा सब। बीजेपी को दिखाओ तो अपना स्टेट में क्या किया, क्या किया? त्रिपुरा में क्या होता है, थोड़ा रिपोर्टर भेज के देखिए ना। असम में क्या होता है अत्याचार, देखिए ना। यूपी में देखिए ना, माँ बहन रास्ता में निकाल सकता है? कितना हतरस होता है।
हम लोगों का दीदी इंटरव्यू का टाइम खत्म हो रहा है, वी आर कमिंग टू द एंड ऑफ दिस सेशन। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, इस एट दिस टाइम व्हाट इज योर लेवल ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस इफ यू वर इन इलेक्शन पंडित projecting and predicting the results of the assembly election of West Bengal, मैं आपसे पूछूं as the chief minister, what is your level of confidence and आपके हिसाब से आपकी कितनी सीट आएंगी इस इलेक्शन?
My level of confidence is 110%, and कितना सीट आएगा वो हम आपको नहीं बोलेंगे, कि इसी के लिए कि हमको इतना दिन 2 टर्म में जितना सीट मिला इससे ज़्यादा तो जरूर आएंगे, और 221 का कम नहीं होगा।
दीदी आप यहाँ इंडिया टुडे ईस्ट कॉन्क्लेव में आई, आपने वक्त निकाला। मैं एक कन्फेशन सबके सामने बोलना चाहता हूँ कि आपका इंटरव्यू करने से पहले मैं थोड़ा सा चिंतित था, डरा हुआ था कि दीदी नाराज ना हो जाएं, गुस्सा ना हो जाएं, कोई सवाल पूछूंगा तो, लेकिन आपने तमाम सवालों के जवाब दिए।
दीदी एकमात्र आदमी है जिसको पास आपको राइटिंग नहीं लेना पड़े, वो पहले तो लिख देता है, एक क्वेश्चन करो इसका रिप्लाई ये होगा। दीदी नहीं किया, दीदी पूछने भी नहीं दिया। आप
ये बात सही है,
हम स्पॉन्टेनियस करते हैं, हम वो लिख के रख के हम रिप्लाई नहीं देते।
आपने एक दफा नहीं कहा कि ये पूछो वो मत पूछो, ऐसा करो वैसा, एकदम कुछ भी नहीं।
जो मत जाए आप पूछो, कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन ये लोगों ने पहले भेज देता है क्या क्या बोलना है, उसका बाद बोलेगा, वो देख के आएगा। आप भी संभाल के करो ना, नहीं तो कल सुबह में देखेगा नहीं है, सूरज नहीं उठा है।
दीदी इस पे मैं ये कहता हूँ कि जब तक हैं तब तक बिना डरे बगैर किसी भय के काम करेंगे, नहीं करेंगे तो नहीं करेंगे, लेकिन जब तक हैं ईमानदार। इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म है जहाँ पे किसी से डरने की कोई वजह नहीं है। हम यहाँ पे हैं, आप आई हमारे गेस्ट के तौर पे, तमाम बातें आपने कही, सब लोगों ने लाइव आपको देखा, आपने हर तरह की बात कही, हर तरह का आपने सवाल दिया, कुछ अच्छे भी सवाल, कुछ नहीं भी आपको अच्छे लगे, लेकिन फिर भी आप खड़ी रही मैदान में।
नहीं, हम खुश है, हम खुश है, हमारा कोई एतराज नहीं है। आप बहुत बढ़िया सवाल पूछा, और कोई टफ सवाल पूछते तो मैं और भी खुश हो जाता, इसमें कोई बात नहीं है, कोई फर्क नहीं है। लेकिन लास्ट में हम जरूर आपको कहेंगे कि आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप बिकॉज यू हैव टेकन ट्रैवल टू कम ओवर हियर एंड इट्स अ गुड कॉन्क्लेव एंड ऑलवेज यूज टू डू इट। एंड मैं पुरी जी को, कुली पुरी जी को एंड सबको हम हमारा हम्बल रिगार्ड्स करते हैं, और साथ साथ में कहेंगे कि रोशनी चाँद से होता है, सितारों से नहीं। मोहब्बत देश का आम जनता को मीडिया से होता है, इसी के लिए मीडिया को डरना नहीं। थैंक यू सो मच।
We thank you very much. I want to end with the assurance कि आप बिल्कुल चिंता ना करें, हम ना डरेंगे, ना भागेंगे, ना झुकेंगे।
ठीक है, हम देखेंगे,
हम
इंतजार करेंगे।
Can we have a warm round of applause for the Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee? Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us at the India Today Conclave. Thank you.
So how many of you are wondering if the Chief Minister runs with the sari on the treadmill? Well, she does with the sari. Thank you, Madam Chief Minister. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, do raise a warm applause for Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister, West Bengal. So what we're going to do is we're going to sit where we are, and for the next 1 hour, we're going to be exactly where we are. We've been warning you that there's going to be a sanitization process for the Home Minister. So sit where you are, because the doors are going to be shut, viewers. And ladies and gentlemen, just sit there. And we're going to begin with our next session.
बंगाल में बड़ी रैलियां की हैं, परिवर्तन यात्रा की है। तो सबसे पहले अमित शाह जी, आपका स्वागत है इंडिया टुडे कॉन्क्लेव के इस मंच पर। और आपने नाम दिया है परिवर्तन यात्रा, तो परिवर्तन आते हुए देख रहे हैं कि नहीं?
देखिए, परिवर्तन यात्रा नाम रखने के पीछे भारतीय जनता पार्टी का उद्देश्य सिर्फ मुख्यमंत्री परिवर्तित करना नहीं है, सत्ताधारी दल को बदलना नहीं है, ना कोई एमएलए मंत्री को बदलने के लिए हम परिवर्तन यात्रा लेकर निकले हैं। हमारा मकसद है बंगाल की स्थिति में परिवर्तन करना। और स्थिति में परिवर्तन तब होता है जब जन जन के अंदर इच्छा और आकांक्षा हम जगाएं कि लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से जो गलत चल रहा है उसको रोकें और कुछ अच्छा शुरू करें। तो हमारा जो एजेंडा है, बंगाल के जनमानस के अंदर अभी जो चल रहा है उसको रोकने की इच्छा जगाना और उसको परिवर्तित करने की इच्छा जगाना। और मैं मानता हूं कि बंगाल की जनता हमारे साथ है, क्योंकि बंगाल की जनता कभी नहीं चाहेगी अभी का जो बंगाल है वो फिर से 5 साल तक ऐसा ही रहे, ज्यादा वर्स्ट हो जाए। ये बंगाल की जनता कभी नहीं चाहेगी।
तो ये परिवर्तन वोटों में या सीटों में कितना परिवर्तन हो जाएगा? क्योंकि आप तो टीम को टारगेट देकर खिलाने वाले कप्तान हैं।
देखिए, अभी शुरुआत है, आप ऑडियंस में से काफी लोग मेरे लिए कुछ कुछ सोचेंगे कि कैसे ये आदमी बोलता है, मगर 200 से ज्यादा सीटों के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार यहां पर बनाने जा रही है, ये निश्चित है।
इतने ही आत्मविश्वास के साथ थोड़ी देर पहले ममता बनर्जी भी यहां बैठी थी और उन्होंने कहा कि पिछली 2 बार से ज्यादा सीटें हम लेकर आएंगे।
चलो, अच्छी बात है।
किसको सही माने?
अब ये तो परिणाम ही बताएंगे।
इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में जब से आपने चुनाव का मोर्चा बंगाल में खोला है बीजेपी का और परिवर्तन यात्राएं आप निकाल रहे हैं, एक के बाद एक आपकी पार्टी को दिक्कतें सामने आ रही हैं। आपकी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा आए, उस वक्त हंगामा भी हो गया उस यात्रा के दौरान, और आपके प्रदेश अध्यक्ष को तो एक अनुमति के पहले ये तक कहना पड़ा, अनुमति मिल गई तो चंगा, नहीं तो होगा पंगा। लोकतंत्र में ऐसा क्यों?
आपका सवाल तो बहुत सही है, मगर एड्रेस गलत है।
नहीं, उनसे
अनुमति देने का काम ममता बनर्जी ने करना है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर संभालने का काम उनका है। मगर मैं इतना कहता हूं कि वो अनुमति दे न दे, उनके गुंडों को जो इंस्ट्रक्शन दे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ना रुकेगी ना थमेगी। हम हमारे लक्ष्य को अचीव कर रहेंगे।
ये टकराव की स्थिति क्यों है? क्योंकि चुनाव तो हर राज्य में होता है, हर राज्य में आप लोग लड़ते भी हैं, ऐसी परिस्थितियां और जगह तो नहीं आती हैं, क्यों? यहां कुछ विशेष है?
नहीं, विशेष कुछ नहीं है। पहले भी यहाँ पर हिंसा होती थी, कम्युनिस्ट जब थे तब भी हिंसा होती थी और अब भी होती है। मुझे लगता है हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद ये संस्कृति, ये कल्चर बदलेगा।
ये बंगाल का कल्चर है या कम्युनिस्ट कल्चर था जिसको
बंगाल का कल्चर कभी ऐसा नहीं रहा। बंगाल ने विश्व को अनेक प्रकार की बड़ी बड़ी उपलब्धियां भेंट दी है, भारत को भी दी है। ये बंगाल की संस्कृति नहीं है, एक राजनीतिक कल्चर विगत 30-35 सालों के अंदर बना है। मुझे लगता है अब सर्किट ब्रेक होने जा रही है।
तो रैलियों में केवल जय श्री राम बोलते हैं या जय बांग्ला भी बोलते हैं?
हम तो जो जनता चाहती है वो सभी बोलते हैं।
क्या क्या चाहती है जनता, आज बता दीजिए।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि अब दीदी नहीं है, बोलने में मुझे दिक्कत नहीं है, चिढ़ेगी नहीं।
टीवी पर
मुझे
तो
मालूम नहीं है वो जय श्री राम के नाम से क्यों चिढ़ती है इतना। और जय श्री राम ये कोई इसको धार्मिक नारे के रूप में इंटरप्रेट करने का प्रयास जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस कर रही है वो गलत है। अगर ये धार्मिक नारा होता तो मैं बंगाल की जनता की नस नस को जानता हूं, कभी स्वीकृति ना आती। जय श्री राम प्रतीक है एपिसमेंट के खिलाफ का, तुष्टीकरण के खिलाफ का। अगर आपको बंगाल के अंदर दुर्गा पूजा निकालने के लिए हाईकोर्ट के द्वार खटखटाने पड़ेंगे, बच्चे वसंत पंचमी के दिन सरस्वती पूजा नहीं कर पाएंगे, रामनवमी के दिन आप शोभा यात्रा नहीं निकाल पाए, कहां जी रहे हैं हम, किस स्थिति में पहुंचा दिया। और ये जय श्री राम का नारा जो आक्रोश के साथ सुनाई पड़ता है, वो आक्रोश ममता बनर्जी की सरकार की तुष्टीकरण की, एपीसमेंट की, वोट बैंक की राजनीति की जो इंतहा हो गई है, लिमिट आ गई है, इसके खिलाफ। और ये नारा परिवर्तन का नारा है, मेरी बात याद रखकर चलिए।
आप लोग ये नारा वाकई इसलिए लगाते हैं कि आपके दिल के करीब है, या इसलिए लगाते हैं कि ममता बनर्जी चिढ़ती हैं आपके हिसाब से?
देखिए, मुझे मालूम नहीं है आपको राजनीति को कितना नजदीक से देखने का अनुभव है। नारे तभी बनते हैं जब जनता इसको स्वीकार करती है, चाहे वो वंदे मातरम का हो, चाहे इंकलाब जिंदाबाद का हो, चाहे भारत माता की जय का हो, चाहे जय श्री राम हो। जनता जब इसको स्वीकारती है तभी नारे जनता के नारे बनते हैं, वरना नेता बोलते रहते हैं।
लेकिन जय श्री राम तो इस देश की संस्कृति का नारा है ना सर, वो चुनाव का नारा तो नहीं है कभी भी।
नहीं, चुनाव
में लग रहा है
भाई, चुनाव और संस्कृति को क्यों आप अलग करते हो? संस्कृति हमारा चुनाव का मुद्दा है, हमारा चुनावी मुद्दा ही बंगाल का कल्चर है, एक प्रमुख मुद्दा है, क्यों अलग कर रहे हो आप इसको? क्या चुनाव सिर्फ इकोनॉमिक इश्यू पर लड़े जाएंगे, सिर्फ राजनीतिक इश्यू पर लड़े जाएंगे, कि सिर्फ सुरक्षा के मुद्दे पर लड़े जाएंगे? संस्कृति समाज जीवन का एक महत्वपूर्ण अंग है।
तो इसका मतलब वो सही कह रही हैं कि आप जानबूझ के धार्मिक और
अरे भाई, पहले
भावनात्मक मुद्दों
पहले आप तय कर लो। अभी कहते हो ये सांस्कृतिक नारा है और अभी कहते हो धार्मिक नारा है, तुम तो तय करो।
और चीजें भी जोड़ रहा हूं,
पहले तुम तो तय करो कि नारा सांस्कृतिक है या धार्मिक है। दो सवाल में दो आप बात करते हो भाई।
मैं और चीजें भी जोड़ रहा हूं साथ में ना,
जी,
कि उनका ये आरोप है कि आप धार्मिक और भावनात्मक मुद्दों को उठाकर चुनाव लड़ना चाहते हैं और चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं।
धार्मिक और भावनात्मक मुद्दों को भी उठाना चाहते हैं। हमारा बंगाल के लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का मुद्दा है, हमारा घुसपैठ का मुद्दा है, हमारे शरणार्थियों को नागरिकता देने का मुद्दा हमारा है। यहां पर जिस प्रकार से इकोनॉमी हर मोर्चे पर फैल गई है वो मुद्दा है। जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन कितना नीचे आया है बंगाल का, देश की जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन, वो हमारा मुद्दा है। शिक्षा व्यवस्था पूरी चरमरा गई है, वो हमारा मुद्दा है। ढेर सारे मुद्दे हैं, उसमें एक ये भी है।
आज जब वो आई तो हमने उनसे पूछा कि प्रधानमंत्री का प्रोग्राम, उसमें अचानक आप इस तरीके से खड़ी हुई और ऐसी आपने बात कर दी, क्यों? जय श्री राम के नारे से चिढ़ी क्यों? तो उनका कहना था कि मैं जय श्री राम के नारे से नहीं चिढ़ी थी, मैं भी जय सिया राम बोलती हूँ, लेकिन वहां एक राजनेता के नाम के नारे लग रहे थे, मेरा गुस्सा उससे था। बीजेपी ने उसको ये कह के प्रचारित कर दिया कि जय श्री राम के नारे से ममता
शायद ममता दी के अलावा किसी ने नहीं सुना। आपकी चैनल ने भी यही कहा कि जय श्री राम के नारे से चिढ़ी है। हो सकता है हम गलत बोले, आप तो न्यूट्रल चैनल माने जाते हो।
माने क्यों जाते हैं, है नहीं क्या?
मैं क्यों इतना अभी सर्टिफिकेट देने में देरी है, मगर माने तो जाते ही।
जब मांगते नहीं है तब तो देते हैं सर्टिफिकेट, जब मांग रहे हैं तब आप अवॉइड कर रहे हैं। खैर कोई बात नहीं, मैं आगे बढ़ रहा हूं इस चीज से। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को लेकर पूरी बीजेपी का ये आरोप लगाया जाता रहा बंगाल की सरकार पर कि ममता बनर्जी किसान निधि का पैसा जैसे सरकार केंद्र की देना चाहती है, ये पहुंचने नहीं देना चाहती। ममता बनर्जी कह रही हैं कि हमने तो केंद्र को चिट्ठियां लिखी, लेकिन इन्होंने सही ढंग से जवाब ही नहीं दिया। सच्चाई क्या है आज आप बताइए।
चिट्ठियां नहीं, चिट्ठी लिखी है। पहले मैं थोड़ा सुधार कर दूं, वो भी 15 दिन पहले। अब इसकी जो पद्धति है बंगाल के किसानों ने समझनी चाहिए। ये जो पैसा होता है इसमें कोई बिचौलिया नहीं होता है, भारत सरकार सीधा किसान के अकाउंट में डालती है। इसके लिए किसान का सर्टिफाइड सूची चाहिए राज्य की ओर से, इसके सामने उसका बैंक अकाउंट का नंबर चाहिए। ममता दीदी को पूछिए कितने बैंक अकाउंट नंबर भेजे हैं आपने। सिर्फ फेस सेविंग के लिए चिट्ठी भेज दी, और क्यों इतनी देरी हुई? सहमति के लिए भी क्यों इतनी देरी हुई? अभी तो कंप्लायंस पूरा तो है ही नहीं। मगर मैं आपके कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से बंगाल के किसानों को बता रहा हूं, आप जरा भी चिंता न करिए। अभी अभी मोदी जी ने कहा है जो 12,000 रुपया किसानों का चला गया ममता बनर्जी के विंडिक्टिव अप्रोच के कारण, वो 12,000 रुपया भी हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद हम यहाँ के किसान को लौटाएंगे, देंगे, और नया 6,000 रुपया भी देंगे।
आज आपने जो रैलियां की उसमें CAA का भी जिक्र आया, और बंगाल को लेकर CAA का मामला हमेशा से तूल पकड़ता रहा, तनाव उसमें बढ़ता रहा, क्योंकि ममता बनर्जी ने कहा कि हम तो नहीं होने देंगे। और आपने आज एक बार फिर
भाई अब उनको करना भी नहीं है, हमें करना है बाद में, अप्रैल के बाद उनको नहीं करना है। आप मेरी बात समझ रहे हो ना?
मैं समझ रहा हूं।
सरकार बदल जाएगी, अब उनको कहां करना है?
असदुद्दीन ओवैसी कह रहे हैं करने की कोशिश कीजिए, हम फिर आंदोलन करेंगे।
चले भाई, सबका अपना अपना एक रोल होता है, सबके अपने अपने व्यूज होते हैं, सभी व्यूज डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर सब रखते हैं।
लेकिन कितने आंदोलन झेलेगा देश? पहले 3-4 महीने सीए का आंदोलन चलता रहा, किसानों का अभी चल ही रहा है, ये फिर से कह रहे हैं आप दोबारा बात कीजिए, हम फिर आंदोलन पे बैठ जाएंगे।
देखिए, देश की पार्लियामेंट में बनाया हुआ कानून है और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होना है और शरणार्थियों को नागरिकता मिलनी है।
ममता बनर्जी का यह भी आरोप है कि असदुद्दीन ओवैसी असल में बंगाल आ नहीं रहे हैं, आप ला रहे हैं उनको। पहले भी कहा जाता रहा कि बीजेपी उनके हेलीकॉप्टर में तेल डलवाती है।
ऐसा कोई नहीं मानेगा, ओवैसी हमारे कहने से आएंगे।
आप नहीं मानते, बाकी लोग नहीं मानते हो शायद, लेकिन आप जिनके खिलाफ चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं वो तो लगातार कह रही हैं ये बात। आप जहां जहां चुनाव लड़ते हैं, बिहार में चुनाव लड़े, वहां भी ये कहा विपक्ष ने कि आप उतार रहे हैं उनको।
मगर हम ऐसा कैसे कहे कि ओवैसी जी आप सिर्फ हैदराबाद में चुनाव लड़िए? देश का संविधान बदल दे क्या? वो तो हर एक व्यक्ति को, हर एक पार्टी को आजादी है अपनी पार्टी को एक्सपांड करने का, अपनी पार्टी को लेकर लोगों के बीच में जाने का। वोट देना न देना जनता को तय करना है।
वो फुरफुरा शीफ के जो पीरजादा हैं उनके साथ एक गठबंधन करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और साथ में कोशिश ये भी है कि लेफ्ट कांग्रेस का भी गठबंधन हो जाए। आपको लगता है इस तरह के गठबंधन होंगे तो आपको नुकसान होगा या ममता को नुकसान होगा? किसको नुकसान होगा?
देखिए भैया, ऐसे जो चीज मेरे हाथ में नहीं है इसके बारे में मैं क्यों सोचूं? ये सभी स्वतंत्र पार्टियां हैं, स्वतंत्र व्यक्तियां हैं। अपना गठबंधन किसके साथ करना, चुनाव कैसे लड़ना, वो उनको देखना है। हम हमारी तैयारी कर रहे हैं, बंगाल की जनता को हमारे साथ जोड़ रहे हैं, इसके लिए परिश्रम कर रहे हैं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमें 200 से ज्यादा सीटें मिलेगी और पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार हम बनाएंगे।
लेकिन इतना कैलकुलेशन तो आप करते हैं ना, क्योंकि आप ही चाणक्य हैं पार्टी के, तो ये गिनती तो आप ही करते होंगे कौन किसके साथ जाएगा, तो वोट का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किधर बटेगा।
नहीं, मगर कौन जाएगा वो जाएंगे तब देखेंगे। अभी तो मेरा कोई कंट्रोल नहीं है उन पर, ना ममता दीदी पर है, ना कम्युनिस्ट पर है, ना कांग्रेस पर है।
ममता दीदी तो कह रही हैं कि कम्युनिस्टों का सारा वोट आपको गया, इसलिए लोकसभा में आपका परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा हुआ।
चलिए, वो उनका एक एनालिसिस हो सकता है।
आपको नहीं लगता ऐसा?
मैं ऐसा मानता हूं हमारे वोट बढ़े हैं, ममता के आए या कम्युनिस्टों के आए, वो कोई नहीं ढूंढ सकता। मुझे मालूम नहीं ममता दीदी ने कैसे ढूंढा है, हमें वो थ्योरी सिखा दे तो हम थोड़ा एनालिसिस हम भी कर दे।
पिछली बार के चुनाव में और इस बार के चुनाव में बंगाल में क्या अंतर आप महसूस कर रहे हैं?
पिछली बार के चुनाव में बंगाल की जनता पसोपस में थी कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीत सकती है या नहीं जीत सकती है। इस बार बंगाल की जनता को भी भरोसा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनाएगी और परिवर्तन करेगी। ये बहुत बड़ा अंतर है। जनता के मन में पिछली बार एक शंका थी, जब मैं कहता था 20 सीटें जीतेंगे, तो ऑडियंस में से काफी लोग ऐसे दिखते, कहां से आए हैं भाई, मतलब मैं कहां से आया। अब मैं कहता हूं कि 200 सीट, तो अब क्या ऐसे देखते 200 क्यों बोल रहे हैं, ज्यादा आएगी। ये बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन है।
तो 200 क्यों बोल रहे हैं, ज्यादा क्यों नहीं बोलते? फिर
मैं 200 से ज्यादा ही कहता हूं,
कोई
200 का आंकड़ा कहता हूं, 200 से ज्यादा सीटें आएंगी।
तो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा इस बार के बंगाल के चुनाव का क्या है? ममता को हटाना ये मुद्दा है,
ना
जय श्री राम ये मुद्दा है, किसान ये मुद्दा है, राजनीतिक हिंसा मुद्दा है, नंदीग्राम मुद्दा है, क्या है आपकी नजर में?
देखिए, हमारे आजादी के आंदोलन में गोखले जी का एक बयान था कि बंगाल जो आज सोचता है, देश 50 साल बाद वो सोचता है। इतना कंट्रीब्यूशन हर क्षेत्र में बंगाल का था, चाहे साहित्य हो, चाहे विज्ञान हो, चाहे अनुसंधान हो, चाहे शिक्षा हो, चाहे बिजनेस हो, चाहे जीडीपी के अंदर कंट्रीब्यूशन हो। और राष्ट्रभक्ति के मामले में बंगाल कभी पीछे नहीं हटा। एक बहुत बड़ा इतिहास है आजादी के दोनों प्रकार के हिंसक और सशस्त्र आंदोलन, सशस्त्र और अहिंसक आंदोलन के अंदर बंगाल के कंट्रीब्यूशन का। हर मोर्चे पर बंगाल आगे रहता था और आज जो देखते हैं वो देखकर दुख होता है। हमारा प्रयास है कि परिस्थिति बदलनी चाहिए और बंगाल सीमावर्ती राज्य है, बंगाल की सीमाएं पोरस होती है तो देश की सुरक्षा को बहुत बड़ा खतरा है। यहाँ घुसपैठ इतनी बड़ी मात्रा में हो रही है कि एक ऐसी सरकार चाहिए जो घुसपैठियों को वोट बैंक की दृष्टि से न देखे, घुसपैठियों को देश की सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से देखे। इसलिए हम इस चुनाव के अंदर बड़े दमखम के साथ लड़ रहे हैं और मुझे भरोसा है कि बंगाल की जनता ने लंबे समय तक कांग्रेस को मौका दिया, उसके बाद लंबे समय तक कम्युनिस्टों को मौका दिया है, उसके बाद 10 साल तक ममता दीदी को मौका दिया है। इस बार हमें जरूर मौका देगी कि एक बार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम सोनार बांग्ला बनाने का प्रयास करें और सफल प्रयास करें।
2019 के लोकसभा चुनाव के प्रचार के दौरान प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने एक बात कही थी। उन्होंने कहा था कि ममता दीदी उन्हें गिफ्ट भेजती हैं, और आज का चुनाव प्रचार जो हम देख रहे हैं उसमें जिस तरीके की बयानबाजी हो रही है, ये कड़वाहट क्यों आ गई है अचानक?
हमारी ओर से कोई कड़वाहट नहीं है। मेरा पूरा का भाषण आप एनालिसिस कर लीजिए, मैंने कोई कटु बात नहीं की। मगर आपके राज्य में भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है, इसको उससे अगर उनको चिढ़ आ जाती है तो मेरे पास कोई रास्ता नहीं है, क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार होता है। आपके राज्य में घुसपैठ हो रही है, इससे अगर वो चिढ़ रही है तो घुसपैठ होती है। किसान का 12,000 रुपया आपने रोक लिया है, इससे चिढ़ जाती है तो आपने रोका है। आपने प्रधानमंत्री आयुष्मान भारत योजना को रोककर बंगाल के गरीब को 5 लाख रुपए तक का स्वास्थ्य का खर्चे से मुक्ति दिलाने का प्रयास को रोका है। अगर हम सत्य कहेंगे और किसी को गुस्सा आता है तो मेरे पास कोई रास्ता नहीं है। हमने राजनीतिक मर्यादाएं तोड़कर कभी कटुता नहीं बनाई।
हमने उनसे भी ये सवाल पूछा था आज कि इतनी कड़वाहट क्यों है। उन्होंने कहा कि अमित शाह आते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि उखाड़ के फेंक देंगे, निकाल बाहर करेंगे, तो मुझे गुस्सा नहीं आएगा क्या?
तो मैं क्या कहूंगा, संभाल कर रखेंगे ऐसा कहूंगा? मैं उखाड़ने ही आया हूं सरकार को भैया। यहां मेरी सरकार तभी आ सकती है जब ममता बनर्जी की सरकार को उखाड़ कर फेंक देते हैं। तो मैं ये कहूं मैं ममता बनर्जी की सरकार को संभाल कर रखूंगा? क्यों कहूं? ठीक नहीं चल रही है दीदी आपकी सरकार, ये उखाड़ने जैसी। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं बंगाल की जनता इस सरकार को उखाड़ कर फेंक दे एक बार।
उनका आरोप यह है कि इसीलिए बंगाल के चुनाव में हिंसा हो रही है, क्योंकि ये उखाड़ के फेंक देना चाहते हैं।
तो उखाड़ कर फेंक दें तो वो कहें हम नहीं उखड़ेंगे, इसमें हिंसा क्यों करती है? उनको कहना चाहिए कि नहीं भाई हम नहीं उखड़ेंगे, आप प्रयास करो जाओ।
हिंसा किस तरफ से है? कार्यकर्ता तो आपके भी मारे जा रहे हैं, कार्यकर्ता उनके भी मारे जा रहे हैं।
उनके कितने मारे गए
आपने लिस्ट किया है ना? आप अपने
मेरे पास तो लिस्ट है, मेरे 130 कार्यकर्ता। सुनो ना भैया, मेरे पास तो लिस्ट है, मेरे 130 कार्यकर्ता मारे गए। जरा ममता दी उनका लिस्ट प्रसिद्ध करे।
वो तो कहती हैं अनजान भी कोई मर जाता तो आप लोग जाके उसके घर खड़े हो जाते हैं कि हमारा कार्यकर्ता था। बाद में परिवार मना कर देता है कि नहीं, इसका हमसे कोई लेना देना नहीं था पार्टी।
वो आप डराती हो तब। उनकी सारी सदस्यता की चिट्ठियां हम दिखाने के लिए तैयार है, अगर ममता दीदी सच्चा इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहती है तो। और मैं बताना चाहता हूं, ऐसे आपके गुंडे बचेंगे नहीं। जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार आएगी, पाताल से ढूंढ कर उसको ढूंढ लेंगे, और हमारे कार्यकर्ता को जिन जिन ने हत्या करी है उसको कानून के दायरे में ले जाएंगे, जेल में पहुंचाएंगे। ऐसे बचेंगे नहीं। वो
कैसे ले जाएंगे अगर वो आपकी अपनी पार्टी की सदस्यता ले चुका होगा? जिस तरीके से भर्ती अभियान चल रहा है आपके यहाँ, तो लोग कह रहे हैं कि भगवा टीएमसी बन रही है बंगाल में दूसरी।
ऐसा है रोहित भाई, आपके लिए ऐसे सवाल पूछना बहुत सरल है। मेरी पार्टी की 3 स्तर पर स्क्रीनिंग कमेटी है, मंडल स्तर पर है, जिला स्तर पर है और प्रदेश स्तर पर है। ये तीनों स्क्रीनिंग कमेटी जिसका नाम अप्रूव करती है उसको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी अप्रूव करते हैं। ऐसा इतना सरल नहीं है। तुम मांग लो सदस्यता, देखो।
मैं टीएमसी से नहीं हूं ना अभी।
नहीं मैं
टीएमसी से रहता तो मैं भी कोशिश कर लेता शायद, लेकिन टीएमसी से नहीं हूं। मेरा सवाल यह है सर, जिसको आपने अपनी सदस्यता प्रक्रिया बता के मुझे लगता है थोड़ा सा टाल दिया, कि क्या आपकी पार्टी के भीतर आपके अपने कार्यकर्ताओं में इस बात को लेकर कोई आपत्ति, कोई नाराजगी, कोई विरोध नहीं होता कि आप दूसरी पार्टी जिसके खिलाफ हम खड़े हुए हैं उन्हीं के लोगों को लिए जा रहे हैं?
नहीं, स्वाभाविक रूप से सुख बुगाहट होती है, मगर मेरी पार्टी डिसिप्लिन पार्टी, हम खुले मन से चर्चा करते हैं। जब कहेंगे इनफ हो गया, इनको सदस्यता देनी है, तब कोई बोलेगा नहीं, सब निर्णय को स्वीकार करते हैं।
लेकिन जिनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप होते हैं वो भी आपके यहाँ के साफ हो जाते हैं?
कोई साफ नहीं होता है। किसी का केस हमने विड्रॉ किया है तो एक लाओ, हमने किसी का केस विड्रॉ नहीं किया, वो कायदे की अदालत में चलते ही है केस सारे।
जेल में भी तो नहीं गया कोई जो आपकी पार्टी में आ गया, जिनके लिए आप लोग खुद कहते थे कि ये देखिए भ्रष्टाचार की मूर्तियां हैं?
भैया वहां थे तब भी नहीं गए थे। इनके खिलाफ अगर प्रूफ होता तो उस वक्त भी चले जाते हैं। हमारे यहाँ आकर बचे ऐसा नहीं है।
तो मैं फिर पूछ रहा हूं, बंगाल की राजनीति का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा क्या है? 10 साल का भ्रष्टाचार, 10 साल की बोरियत कि अब हो गया इनका, या फिर बीजेपी को अब ये लगने लगा है कि यही हमारा सही समय है इसलिए अब यहां बदलाव होगा?
हमारा सही समय हम तय नहीं कर सकते, जनता तय करती है। ये लोकतंत्र है, किसी के कहने से कोई वोट दे देगा ऐसा नहीं होता है। जनता बड़ी मैच्योर होती है, सही समय किस पार्टी का है वो जनता को तय करना है। परंतु मैं इतना निश्चित मानता हूं कि बंगाल का आज जो स्वरूप होना चाहिए था वो स्वरूप आज बंगाल का शायद नहीं है। बंगाल के स्वरूप को बदलना चाहिए, बंगाल के जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन बढ़ना चाहिए, बंगाल के अंदर मुक्त मन से सभी धर्म के लोग अपनी अपनी मान्यता के अनुसार जीने चाहिए। उनको त्योहार अपने मनाने के लिए हाईकोर्ट में नहीं जाना पड़े, टोलबाजी बंद होनी चाहिए, गुंडागर्दी बंद होनी चाहिए और सभी डायमेंशन से बंगाल डेवलप होना चाहिए।
आप बंगाल को वापस सोनार बांग्ला बनाने की बात करते हैं, ममता बनर्जी कहती हैं कि ये बंगाल के बारे में जानते ही नहीं है, बंगाल की संस्कृति के बारे में इनको पता नहीं है, ये लोगों के नाम गलत लेते हैं, गलत मूर्तियों पर मालाएं चढ़ा देते हैं, ईश्वर चंद्र विद्यासागर की मूर्ति को तोड़ देते हैं। इस तरह के आरोप लगाए हैं आपके ऊपर।
चलिए, इनके आरोप है, मेरे कोई कार्यकर्ता जवाब देंगे इसका।
आप नहीं देना चाहते इसमें से किसी पर जवाब?
देखिए, हर चीज का जवाब मैं नहीं दे सकता, मुझे भी मेरा लेवल बनाना होता है भाई, मेंटेन करना होता है।
लेकिन एक जवाब आपने देश की संसद में दिया जिसमें आपके ऊपर यह आरोप लगाया गया कि आप गुरुदेव की कुर्सी पर जाकर बैठ गए थे।
इसके पहले ममता दीदी ने यहाँ लगाया था, मैंने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया था। संसद ऐसी प्रक्रिया है, देश की सबसे बड़ी लोकतांत्रिक पंचायत है, इसका रिकॉर्ड क्लियर रहना चाहिए, इसके रिकॉर्ड पर झूठ आरोप नहीं रहने चाहिए, इसलिए मैंने रिकॉर्ड क्लियर किया है। इसके बाद में ना मैं इसको प्रिविलेज में ले गया हूं, ना कहीं नहीं ले गए, बोल गए भाई, हमने रिकॉर्ड क्लियर कर दिया। इसके पहले ये आरोप ममता बनर्जी ने लगाया, उनका सुनकर ही वो सीधे अंदर बोल पड़े, तो ममता जी को हमने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया था, ऐसा नहीं हुआ है, क्योंकि उनको लोग अब मानते नहीं है।
लेकिन वहां आप संसद में जब खड़े हुए तो नेहरू जी और राजीव गांधी की फोटो भी निकाल के ले गए।
ये तो स्वाभाविक, ये लोग बैठे थे। ये तो मैं इतना समझा रहा था कि इसको क्यों ऐसा लगता है कि नेता वहां बैठ सकता है, क्योंकि उनकी पार्टी के नेता पहले बैठ चुके हैं, बाकी कोई पार्टी का तो बैठ नहीं सकता ना वहां। रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर की कुर्सी में कौन बैठने की हिमाकत करेगा? इतना सम्मान है देश के लोगों को इनके प्रति कि कोई नहीं बैठेगा, मगर उनको क्यों लगा कि मैं बैठा, क्योंकि इनकी पार्टी के लोग बैठ चुके हैं।
देश की संसद में इस समय जो चल रहा है, खासतौर पर प्रधानमंत्री का जब भाषण हो रहा था उस वक्त सदन में विपक्ष ने वॉकआउट किया। आपने खुद खड़े होकर एक बात पर आपत्ति जताई कि मुझे तथ्यों के साथ रखना पड़ेगा, जिसका अभी अभी हमने जिक्र किया यहाँ। उसके बावजूद विपक्ष ये कह रहा है कि आप चर्चा नहीं करना चाहते, आप बात नहीं करना चाहते। गतिरोध कहां पर है?
जरा भी गतिरोध नहीं। आप देखिए, संसद चल रही है मेरे हिसाब से।
विपक्ष कह रहा है कि हम
आज तो मैं नहीं गया, मगर संसद चल ही रही, कहीं गतिरोध नहीं।
विपक्ष कह रहा है,
वॉकआउट तो करते हैं, जब कोई मुद्दों का जवाब नहीं होता है तो छोड़ जाते हैं।
विपक्ष कह रहा है हम किसान के बिलों पे बात करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन सरकार करने को तैयार नहीं है।
तो करेंगे, वो करें ना, सेशन अभी आने वाला है। इतना ही हमारा कहना था कि जब भी बजट सेशन होता है तो उसके दो हिस्से पहले हिस्से में होते हैं। एक राष्ट्रपति जी के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा, इसके धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव पर चर्चा, और दूसरा बजट पर चर्चा। तो ये प्रायोरिटी होती है। तो हमने कहा है प्रायोरिटी समाप्त होने के बाद आप कभी भी चर्चा करो।
जो किसान आंदोलन देश में चल रहा है इस वक्त, खासतौर पर देश की राजधानी के बॉर्डर पर जिस तरीके की परिस्थितियां हैं पिछले कुछ समय से, आपको लगता है उसका असर बंगाल में पड़ेगा?
मुझे लगता है बंगाल में कहीं पर भी किसी भी किसान ने कोई ना धरना कराए ना प्रदर्शन कराए। जो धरने प्रदर्शन हो रहे हैं बंगाल में किसानों के, वो 6,000 रुपया प्राप्त करने के लिए हो रहे हैं, जो ममता दीदी उनको भेजती नहीं है। यहाँ पर ये 3 कानूनों के खिलाफ कोई प्रदर्शन नहीं हुआ है।
इस परिस्थिति में जब ममता बनर्जी यहाँ बैठ कर कह रही हैं, बंगाल में रैलियों में जाकर कह रही हैं कि आंदोलनजीवी कह के किसानों का अपमान किया जा रहा है, खालिस्तानी कह के किसानों का अपमान किया जा रहा है, देशद्रोही कह के किसानों का अपमान किया जा रहा है, आपको लगता नहीं कि वो नैरेटिव नुकसान कर सकता है आपको?
सिर्फ मैंने नहीं, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने भी कहा, सारे दलों ने कहा कि जो लाल किले पर चढ़े वो किसान नहीं हो सकते।
पर लाल किले पर चढ़ कैसे गए? अब तो मजबूत सरकार है देश में।
देखिए, ऐसा है कि दिल्ली पुलिस ने संयम रखकर गोली नहीं चलाई, इतना ही है। हम नहीं चाहते थे कि आंदोलन रक्त रंजित हो जाए।
लेकिन इस बात की तो जानकारी दिल्ली पुलिस को और एजेंसियों को पहले से थी कि उसमें इन्फिल्ट्रेशन हो सकता है कुछ ऐसे तत्वों का जो कुछ
हमने कहा भी
ऐसी
था
घटनाओं को अंजाम दे दें।
ऐसा है, हमने एक चर्चा भी करी थी, उन्होंने हमें लिखित में दिया था यही रूट पर हम निकलेंगे। जब वादा तोड़ते हैं तो संघर्ष भी हुआ, टीयर गैस भी चलाई, लाठियां भी चलाई, मगर हमने गोली चलाना उचित नहीं समझा और 2.5 घंटे में पूरा दिल्ली खाली भी करा लिया।
आपको दुख हुआ इस बात का? लाल किले पर चढ़ गया कोई और उसने वहां एक धार्मिक झंडा फहरा दिया।
चलिए भाई, मेरे दुख की अभिव्यक्ति का एक कार्यक्रम नहीं है, बंगाल के चुनाव पर डिस्कशन का कार्यक्रम है।
नहीं नहीं, बेशक है, लेकिन क्योंकि इसकी आंच यहां तक आएगी या नहीं, ये सवाल इसलिए पूछा जाना जरूरी था। मैं वापस फिर बंगाल पर आ रहा हूं। बंगाल को लेकर आपकी प्लानिंग, जिस तरीके से आप ये कह रहे हैं कि हम 200 पार जाएंगे और ये तय कर लिया हमने, लगता है कि पूरी तरह से क्लियर है। नेता कौन होगा बंगाल में बीजेपी का?
बंगाली ही होगा।
कैलाश जी नहीं होंगे, ये तय है?
स्वाभाविक रूप से कैलाश जी नहीं होंगे। बंगाल का ही मिट्टी का धरती पुत्र यहाँ का अगला मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बनेगा।
यानी कि टीएमसी से आया हुआ आदमी भी नहीं बनेगा, इसका मतलब?
मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा भाई, कहां से आया हो, बंगाल का धरती पुत्र का।
इस बंगाल के चुनाव में आप एक रणनीतिकार के तौर पर इसको टफ पा रहे हैं, इसको इजी पा रहे हैं, या आपके लिए ये सामान्य है जैसे कोई भी चुनाव आप प्लान करते हैं बाकी?
देखिए, कोई भी चुनाव, हर चुनाव टफ ही होता है, परंतु जहां तक जनता के मूड का सवाल है, मैं समझता हूं जनता ने मन बना लिया है। अब चुनाव एक संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है अपना मत व्यक्त करने की, और मैं बंगाल की जनता को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं, इस बार आपके बूथ पर कोई गुंडा आपको नहीं मिलेगा, डर मत रखिए, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार की जागृति जनता में आई है, गुंडों की भी हिम्मत नहीं है कि मतदान रोके, और चुनाव आयोग पुख्ता व्यवस्था करने वाले है।
लेकिन वो तो उल्टे आप पर आरोप लगा दे रहे हैं कि आप लोग मैनिपुलेट कर लेते हैं चुनाव को।
तो उनकी पुलिस क्या करती है?
आप बताइए ना।
मैं क्या बताऊं?
आप उन पर आरोप लगाते हैं कि वो मैनिपुलेट कर रही हैं, वो आप पर आरोप लगाते हैं कि आप मैनिपुलेट कर रहे हैं।
नहीं, मगर क्या हम मैनिपुलेट करेंगे? कलेक्टर उसका, डीएसपी उसका, थानेदार उसका, कांस्टेबल उसका, हम क्या मैनिपुलेट करेंगे?
लोकतंत्र में लोगों की आस्था कमजोर नहीं होती जब राजनीतिक पार्टियां इस तरीके से एक दूसरे के ऊपर ये कह के आरोप लगाती हैं? बिहार के चुनाव में भी हमने देखा, जब बाद में दब गई वो बात, कि भाई चुनाव में जो है गड़बड़ हुआ है, वोटों की गिनती तो दोबारा होनी चाहिए, ईवीएम पर तो हमें भरोसा नहीं है। क्या आपको लगता है कि लोगों की आस्था लोकतंत्र में, चुनाव व्यवस्था में इससे डोलती है, हिलती है?
देखिए, आस्था तब डोलती है, कांग्रेस पार्टी हमेशा जब हम जीतते कहते हैं ये में गपला हो गया, ऑपोजिशन भी कहता है, मगर जीतते हैं तो शपथ ले लेते हैं, फिर तो नहीं लेनी चाहिए। राजस्थान सीएम ने शपथ नहीं लेनी चाहिए थी, छत्तीसगढ़ सीएम ने शपथ नहीं लेनी चाहिए थी। गड़बड़ वाला चुनाव कैसे शपथ करते हो भाई आप? और हार जाते हो कहते हो तो गड़बड़ है, ऐसे तो नहीं होता भाई। दो में से एक चीज तय करो ना।
केवल चुनाव आयोग ही नहीं, आज तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के पूर्व चीफ जस्टिस भी यहाँ मंच पर थे, तो केवल चुनाव आयोग नहीं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट पर भी, सीबीआई पर भी, या देश की अन्य संवैधानिक एजेंसियों पर भी अचानक एक के बाद एक सवाल खड़े हुए हैं। और ममता बनर्जी केंद्र में रही हैं, लगातार वो उस सियासत का सेंटर पॉइंट रहते हुए आपके ऊपर हमले करती रही हैं। क्या आपको लगता है वो सारी बातें भी बंगाल के चुनाव का हिस्सा होंगी?
जरूर होगी। ममता दीदी ने हम पर हमले करने की जरूरत नहीं है, बंगाल की गरीबी पर हमला करना चाहिए, बिगड़ती हुई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की परिस्थिति पर हमला करना चाहिए, घुसपैठ हो रही है उसको रोकने के लिए हमला करना चाहिए। उन्होंने यहाँ फिर से एक बार सांस्कृतिक रूप से किसी के साथ अन्याय न हो, धार्मिक रूप से किसी के साथ अन्याय न हो, ऐसी परिस्थिति बनने के लिए मेहनत करनी चाहिए। हम पर हमला कर कर क्या ले लेगी? कुछ नहीं मिलेगा।
सुनार बांग्ला आप कह रहे हैं, सुनार बांग्ला का स्वरूप क्या होगा? आपका व्यू पॉइंट या आपका उसको लेकर आउटलुक क्या है?
देखिए, ये एक कंसेप्ट है, हर डायमेंशन से बंगाल देश की अन्य राज्यों की स्पर्धा में टॉप पर है, क्राइम के रिकॉर्ड में नहीं, शिक्षा में, अर्थ नीति के क्षेत्र के अंदर, हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत को पुनर्जीवित करना, मजबूत करना, उसके अंदर देश की बाउंड्रियों को सुरक्षित करना, इसके अंदर ये सब क्षेत्रों में बंगाल टॉप पर है और बंगाल देश का सबसे बड़ा जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूटर बने।
एक लड़ाई हम लोगों ने उस समय देखी जब सिंगूर का पूरा आंदोलन चला और इंडस्ट्री गुजरात जाती हुई दिखी। वो कड़वाहट आज भी ममता बनर्जी के जब भाषण होते हैं उसमें दिखाई देती है। उन्होंने कई बार कहा कि बाहरी लोग हैं, ये तो गुजराती आ गए हैं, गुजराती यहाँ पर आ जाना चाहते हैं। तो उसका क्या जवाब देंगे?
नहीं, वो डरे नहीं, गुजराती यहाँ चुनाव नहीं लड़ने वाले हैं सिर्फ बंगाली ही लड़ेंगे। हम तो प्रचार करने आते हैं। बंगाल को बंगालियों ने ही चलाना है, बंगाल के लोग ही यहाँ शासन करेंगे और बंगाल के लोग ही यहाँ सुशासन प्रस्तापित करेंगे।
वो ऑफर देके गई हैं आज कि अमित शाह चुनाव लड़ें, हम अपनी सरकार में मंत्री बनाने को तैयार।
मुझे लड़ना जरूरी भी नहीं है, मैं चुना हुआ प्रतिनिधि हूँ एक जगह से, मुझे लड़ने की जरूरत भी नहीं।
नंदीग्राम की सीट को लेकर इस वक्त जो परिस्थिति बनी हुई है, आपको क्या आपकी पार्टी टारगेट कर रही है कि भाई ममता बनर्जी को हराना है हमें या तृणमूल कांग्रेस को हराना है?
हमें तो तृणमूल कांग्रेस के हर प्रत्याशी को हराना है, मगर हम व्यक्तिगत टारगेट तय नहीं करते हैं। मगर ममता बनर्जी के सामने जहां पर भी खड़ी रहेगी डटकर लड़ेंगे और हराने का एडी चोटी का प्रयास करेंगे।
कभी कभार फंस जाते हैं, आपको लगता है कि आपकी पार्टी के नेता यहाँ ऐसी परिस्थिति पैदा कर देते हैं जिसमें जवाब देना थोड़ा सा अजीब हो जाता है?
ऐसा हर पार्टी का
तोड़ देंगे, हाथ तोड़ देंगे,
हर पार्टी का ऐसा होता है भैया। मगर बाय एंड लार्ज सभी पार्टियों की कंपैरिजन में हमारी पार्टी की स्थिति बहुत अच्छी है।
ऐसा क्यों लगता है आपको कि बाकियों के मुकाबले आपकी स्थिति अच्छी है?
घटनाक्रम का एनालिसिस होता है, इसके आंकड़े होते हैं, तो हम अच्छी स्थिति में हैं।
कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट दोनों मिलकर चुनाव लड़ेंगे, ये उन्होंने तय कर लिया है। उनका मिलकर चुनाव लड़ना आपके लिए फायदे का सौदा होगा, घाटे का सौदा होगा, या तृणमूल कांग्रेस के लिए फायदे या घाटे का सौदा होगा? वो किसको डेंट करेंगे?
देखिए, मैं मानता हूं निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को फायदा होगा। अब स्थिति ये नहीं कि एंटी तृणमूल कांग्रेस के वोट में बंटवारा होगा, अब स्थिति ये है कि एंटी बीजेपी वोट के अंदर बंटवारा होगा।
आज इत्तेफाक से जो पहला सत्र हुआ यहाँ पर, वो बंगाल के राज्यपाल थे और उन्होंने कानून व्यवस्था को लेकर कई सारे कड़े तीखे सवाल उठाए। ममता बनर्जी कहती हैं कि वो बीजेपी की भाषा बोलते हैं। हालांकि आज एक अच्छी बात ये रही कि उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा कड़े हमले राज्यपाल पर नहीं किए। उसके बावजूद क्या आपको लगता है कि ऐसी परिस्थिति आती है बंगाल में या आ गई है कि यहाँ राष्ट्रपति शासन की नौबत है?
देखिए, ये जो आप सवाल पूछते हो, इसके जवाब इस प्रकार के कार्यक्रम में मैं दे भी नहीं सकता। मैं शपथ लिया हुआ व्यक्ति हूँ और मैं गंभीरता से मेरी शपथ का पालन करता हूँ।
लेकिन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात तो आप भी कह ही रहे हैं लगातार कि यहाँ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर खराब है।
ऐसा कहाँ कहा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर? आप तो 356 की बात कर रहे हैं, राष्ट्रपति शासन की बात।
नहीं, मैं बतौर गृह मंत्री आपसे नहीं पूछ रहा हूँ, मैं बतौर बीजेपी के स्टार कैंपेनर जो आज यहाँ पर।
दो व्यक्ति है ही नहीं, अमित शाह एक ही होता है, गृह मंत्री है नाते और बीजेपी लीडर है नाते। मैंने संविधान की शपथ ली है, इसको नहीं तोड़ सकते।
तो आपने बाकी लोगों को ये छोड़ रखा है कहने के लिए कि तुम बोलते रहो राष्ट्रपति शासन, मैं नहीं बोलूंगा?
नहीं, मुझे बोलना नहीं होता है, डालना होता है।
तो आज की इस परिस्थिति में जब हम यहां पर बैठकर बात कर रहे हैं और बंगाल का चुनाव सामने खड़ा हुआ है, तो हम यहां से जब सोनार बांग्ला की बात आपसे करते हैं और आप एक रूपरेखा उसमें लेकर आते हैं, तो बंगाल की तुलना क्या हम करें कि आप गुजरात से बेहतर इसको करके दिखाना चाहते हैं?
मैं तो
पंजाब से बेहतर करके दिखाना चाहते हैं?
ऐसा है, मैं तो मानता हूं कि देश के छोटे से छोटे राज्य से लेकर बड़े के बड़े राज्य के बीच में एक स्वस्थ और तंदुरुस्त स्पर्धा होनी चाहिए आगे बढ़ने की। हर राज्य ने प्रयास करना चाहिए नंबर 1 पर पहुंचने का, बंगाल ने भी करना चाहिए, तभी तो भारत आगे पहुंचेगा। सभी लोग एक हेल्दी कंपटीशन से आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास करेंगे तो आगे, मगर आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे? यहाँ पर 3 चीजें हुई है ममता दीदी के शासन के अंदर। यहाँ पर एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का टोटली पॉलिटिसाइज किया गया है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को। यहाँ पर पॉलिटिक्स का क्रिमिनलाइजेशन हो चुका है और यहाँ पर करप्शन को इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज किया गया है। ये तीनों चीजों के रहते हुए मैं नहीं मानता कि बंगाल इस स्पर्धा में तेजी से आगे बढ़ सकता है। ये तीनों चीजें ऐसी है जो किसी भी राज्य को आगे बढ़ने के लिए रोड़ा है और रोकने वाले बहुत बड़े फैक्टर्स हैं।
अब आप गुजरात मॉडल नहीं दिखाते कि गुजरात मॉडल है और ऐसा हम आपको बना के देंगे आगे आने वाले दिनों में अगर हमारी सरकार आएगी?
नहीं, बंगाल स्वतः ही एक मॉडल था, पास्ट में स्वतः ही एक मॉडल था, बड़ा गौरवप्रद इतिहास रहा है। हम वहां पर भी पहुंचा पाए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग तो हमें बहुत संतुष्टि होगी और मुझे भरोसा है कि वो रास्ते पर हम जरूर चढ़ पड़ेंगे, द्रुत गति से चढ़ेंगे, तेजी से चलेंगे।
चुनाव फेयर हो पाएगा आपको लगता है बंगाल में?
इस बार जनता का जो मूड है, जो भी चुनाव को फेयर नहीं कराना चाहेगा, जनता उसको सहन नहीं करेगी।
लेकिन जिस तरीके से आपकी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष तक पर हमले हुए हैं और उसमें आपकी पार्टी को मुखर होकर यह कहना पड़ा है कि भाई ये ठीक नहीं है, क्या उसके बाद आपको लग रहा है कि चुनाव के दौरान आपकी चिंताएं सामान्यतः से ज्यादा होंगी इस बार?
नड्डा जी पर हमला तो निंदनीय ही है, परंतु 130 कार्यकर्ता हमारे मारे गए हैं, मगर अब परिस्थिति बदली है। तृणमूल के गुंडे भी उनके बॉस का ऑर्डर लेने में विचार कर रहे हैं कि अब सामने से मार पड़ेगी। जनता इतनी जागरूक हो गई है कि गुंडों को रोकने लगी है।
इस पूरी समीकरण में आपको इन सारी चीजों को देखने के बाद कहीं इस बात का डर या चिंता या आशंका नहीं होती कि पश्चिम बंगाल का चुनाव जिससे हम बाहर ले जाना चाहते हैं कहीं फिर वैसा ही ना हो जाए, खून खराबा जिससे हम लगातार बोलते रहे कि एक समय था जब 55,000 राजनीतिक मौतें हो गई बंगाल के अंदर, फिर वैसी ही कोई परिस्थिति चुनाव के दौरान न खड़ी हो?
जरा भी नहीं होगी ऐसी परिस्थिति। मैंने कहा जनता जब तय कर लेती है तब शांतिपूर्वक ही परिवर्तन होते हैं।
तो आपने क्यों चाहा कि एक लंबे कार्यक्रम में चुनाव हो बंगाल में, एक साथ में 2-3 चरण में क्यों ना हो?
हमने नहीं चाहा ऐसा।
आपकी पार्टी नहीं चाहती कि 7-8 चरणों में?
हमारी पार्टी ने अपना पक्ष रखा है, तय तो चुनाव आयोग ने करना है।
तय चुनाव आयोग करेगा, लेकिन आपने अपनी इच्छा तो जताई है।
हाँ, तो इच्छा जताई ना, उसमें क्या है?
तो क्यों आप चाहते हैं कि 7-8 चरणों में चुनाव हो?
क्योंकि पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस सब जगह पे पहुंच पाए।
तो ये तो फिर गृह मंत्री की चिंता हो गई ना,
ये
पार्टी के नेता की चिंता थोड़ी है।
पार्टी का मानना है फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन करना है तो हर बूथ पर पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस होने चाहिए।
यानी कि फ्री एंड फेयर इलेक्शन नहीं होगा ऐसा डर आप लोगों को है ना?
नहीं भाई, पार्टी के लोग कोई पॉसिबिलिटी छोड़ेंगे नहीं छोड़ेंगे, वो तो हर पॉसिबिलिटी को मतलब जितने भी लूपहोल्स दिखेंगे उसको प्लग करने का प्रयास करेंगे।
आप नाम नहीं देना चाहेंगे कि किसको नेता बनाएंगे अपना, कौन चेहरा होगा? नाम नहीं देंगे, किसको चेहरा बनाएंगे, कौन नेता होगा?
नहीं,
अंत में तय करेंगे।
मैंने कहा ना कि बंगाल का धरती पुत्र ही यहाँ का मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
मैं समझ गया इस बात को। मैं ये जो सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ वो ये कि जब आप चुनाव मैदान में आ चुके हैं तो क्या अपने नेता का नाम घोषित करेंगे कि ये हमारा मुख्यमंत्री होगा अगर हम सरकार बनाते हैं?
पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष और हमारे पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड ने तय करना है, अगर तय करता है तो जरूर घोषित कर देंगे।
अभी इस पर कोई चर्चा नहीं हो रही
ना?
ऐसा व्यक्ति मिला नहीं है या अभी तय नहीं किया है या
चर्चा ही नहीं,
अभी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं?
अभी चर्चा ही नहीं, व्यक्ति तो बहुत सारे हुए।
कौन कौन है, कुछ ऑप्शन ही बता दीजिए, एक नाम ना बताइए।
ऐसा है भैया, मैं बहुत सारे इंटरव्यू लिया हूँ, ऐसे तू टाइटल नहीं निकल पाओगे मुझसे यार, रहने दो ना, टाइम जाता है, आपका टाइम खत्म होता है।
मैं तो बहुत सारे विकल्प पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे कि आप कह रहे हैं बहुत सारे विकल्प हैं, क्योंकि आपकी पार्टी हमेशा ही कहती है कि हमारे पास बहुत सारे नेता हैं, वी हैव अ गैलेक्सी ऑफ स्टार्स। तो बंगाल में वो सितारे कौन कौन है?
बंगाल की जनता को मालूम ही है।
कैलाश जी का नाम तो कट गया, बाबुल हैं, दिलीप घोष हैं।
मैंने कहा ढेर सारे नेता है, यहाँ का मुख्यमंत्री बंगाल का धरती पुत्र ही बनेगा।
आप कल रात 3 बजे आसाम से यहाँ बंगाल पहुंचे, सुबह 7 बजे से फिर आपके चुनावी कार्यक्रम शुरू हो गए और अभी रात में 9:15 बजे हैं। अभी भी आप इस समय एक इंटरव्यू में बैठ के हिस्सा ले रहे हैं और आसाम की रणनीति के फौरन बाद बंगाल की रणनीति पे बात कर रहे हैं। आसाम की परिस्थिति आप क्या देख के आए हैं? आपका आकलन आसाम
अच्छी परिस्थिति है, हमारी सरकार बहुत अच्छा की है, मुझे भरोसा है आसाम की जनता फिर से एक बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद देगी।
एनआरसी सीए का जो मसला हुआ, क्या आपको लगता है कि आसाम में, बंगाल में नहीं तो आसाम में कहीं आपको वो नुकसान कर सकता है या चुभ सकता है किसी?
देखिए, जो पार्टी के सिद्धांत होते हैं, मूल सिद्धांत, वो नफा नुकसान के तराजू में हम नहीं तुलते हैं, देश हित के तराजू में तुलते हैं। हो सकता है फायदा हो या नुकसान हो, मगर जो मूल सिद्धांत है उस पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी अडिग रहती है और मुझे लगता है कि रहना चाहिए।
तो क्या हम ये माने कि जैसा आपने आज इशारा दिया, कोविड के वैक्सीनेशन के बाद सीएए का आरंभ होगा फिर से?
मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा है कि कोविड के वैक्सीनेशन के बाद शुरू होगा। मैंने ऐसा कहा है कि कोविड और वैक्सीनेशन के कारण लेट हुआ है।
ये डराने के लिए कहा आपने ममता बनर्जी को, या सीरियसली इस पर आगे कार्रवाई होने वाली है?
डराने के क्या, देश का कानून है, डराना क्या है इसमें?
देश के कानूनों को लेके एक बड़ी अजीब सी स्थिति आ गई है पिछले कुछ दिनों में, चाहे वो कृषि बिल रहे हों या फिर ये एंटी सीए के प्रोटेस्ट के दौरान की बात रही हो। और राज्यों ने, जहां आपकी सरकारें नहीं है, खुल के ये कहना शुरू कर दिया, हम अपनी विधानसभा में प्रस्ताव पास कर रहे हैं जी, हम इसके खिलाफ हैं, हम इसका समर्थन नहीं करते। क्या ये लोगों के मन में एक आशंका पैदा नहीं करता, लोगों के मन में?
जरा भी नहीं करता। ये कोई पहली बार ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि स्टेट में एक पार्टी की सरकार हो, सेंटर में दूसरी पार्टी की। हम भी ऑपोजिशन में लंबे समय तक रहे, ज्यादातर ऑपोजिशन में ही रहे। हमने कभी इस तरह से संसद के बनाए हुए कानूनों को राज्य के विधानमंडल से चैलेंज में नहीं डालता है। जो लोग कर रहे हैं वो फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर का नुकसान कर रहे हैं। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता का उनके पास कोई तोड़ नहीं है, उनके सुशासन का कोई जवाब नहीं है, उनके तर्कों का कोई जवाब नहीं है, इसलिए इस प्रकार से विवाद खड़ा करना चाहते हैं, मगर जनता सब समझती है।
लेकिन आपको नहीं लगता कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी वाला डेबिट कार्ड या एटीएम कार्ड जो है वो आपकी पार्टी जरूरत से ज्यादा यूज करती है? हर जगह पर केवल नरेंद्र मोदी जी का ही नाम आगे चलाया जाता है।
नहीं तो किसका दे?
और भी नेता होने चाहिए ना आपके?
नहीं तो सबके है भाई, नाम तो सबके होते हैं, मगर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये देश चल रहा है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हैं और लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री है, और ये प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जैसे नहीं है जो सभा ही न कर पाए। जनता उनको सुनना चाहती है, उसको स्वीकारती है। कांग्रेस ने बीच में शुरू कर, प्रधानमंत्री क्यों प्रचार कर रहे हैं? तो प्रधानमंत्री क्यों प्रचार न करे? जनता के सामने अपनी पार्टी का विचार लेकर देश का प्रधानमंत्री नहीं जाएगा तो कौन जाएगा? आपने ऐसे प्रधानमंत्रियों की परंपरा शुरू करी जिसको देश की जनता सुनना ही नहीं चाहती थी, तो नहीं करते थे वो पॉलिसी। आपको मुबारक।
बिहार के चुनाव के पहले पार्टी ने वादा किया कि फ्री वैक्सीन देंगे, बंगाल वालों को नहीं मिलेगा क्या?
नहीं, मेरी पार्टी ने बिहार सरकार के चुनाव में दिया है, किया है वादा। यहाँ घोषणा पत्र आएगा, इनकी टीम तय करेगी।
मतलब यहाँ भी चांस है फ्री वैक्सीन का?
मैंने ऐसा नहीं कहा भैया, तुम मेरे मुंह में चीजें मत डालो। यहाँ की टीम तय करेगी, ऐसा मैंने कहा।
एक आखिरी चीज पूछ रहा हूँ चलने से पहले, आंदोलन जब चला सीए को लेके, क्योंकि आज सीए का जिक्र आया यहाँ, हम बंगाल में बैठे हैं, तो बार बार ये कहा गया कागज नहीं दिखाएंगे, तो ये कागज मांगना कब से शुरू करेगी सरकार?
अरे भाई, इतना तो राम का सीता का हरण हो गया, मगर तेरी हरण की सीता नहीं हुई। तुम समझे ही नहीं मैंने क्या कहा है।
तो आप
मैंने कहा ना कि जब हम ये सारी चीजों से फ्री हो जाएंगे तब इसके रूल्स बनेंगे, रूल्स बनते ही इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन शुरू होगा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अमित शाह जी।
नहीं, मैं भी कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ
ना।
मैं बंगाल की जनता को कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने राजनीति के अंदर हमेशा से सुशासन को महत्व दिया है। मोदी जी जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री थे तब गुजरात के अंदर एक परिवर्तन करने का प्रयास किया और सफल प्रयास किया। इसके आधार पर 2014 में जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उनको देश के प्रधानमंत्री पद के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से प्रत्याशी बनाया और देश की जनता ने उनको पूर्ण बहुमत दिया, बड़े मन से आशीर्वाद दिया, और लंबे समय के बाद 30 साल के बाद एक दल की पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार आई। मैं 6.5 साल मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार चली है, इसके बारे में बंगाल की जनता को इसलिए बताना चाहता हूं कि हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बंगाल की सरकार उसी मॉडल पर चलेगी। देश के हर क्षेत्र के अंदर मोदी जी ने आमूलचूल परिवर्तन किए हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार फैसला लेने वाली सरकार है, फैसलों को नीचे तक पहुंचाने वाली सरकार है, देश के अर्थतंत्र को गति देने वाली सरकार है, देश की सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित करने वाली सरकार है, देश के 60 करोड़ गरीबों को घर, शौचालय, बिजली, पीने का पानी, गैस का सिलेंडर और 5 लाख तक का स्वास्थ्य का बीमा देने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। आजादी के बाद पहली बार 60 करोड़ लोगों को ऐसा विश्वास आया है कि हम भी इस लोकतंत्र के हिस्सा हैं। इनके जीवन स्तर को उठाने का प्रयास किया है। आमूलचूल परिवर्तन नीति विषयक चीजों में हर क्षेत्र के अंदर हुए। नई शिक्षा नीति भी आई है, बैंकिंग क्षेत्र में के अंदर भी भ्रष्टाचार कम हो इसके लिए आमूलचूल परिवर्तन किए हैं। इकोनॉमी के क्षेत्र के अंदर भी सारी पुरानी चीजों को छोड़कर नए ढर्रे से बाहर निकलकर नए रास्ते पर कदम रखा है, इसके अच्छे नतीजे भी मिल रहे हैं। कोरोना के खिलाफ की लड़ाई भी एक ढंग से लड़ी गई और दुनिया में सबसे सफल कोरोना की लड़ाई अगर कहीं लड़ी गई तो भारत में लड़ी गई और दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वैक्सीनेशन का प्रोग्राम भी एकदम सुचारू रूप से और गति से चल रहा है। ये मैं मानता हूं कि एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा के बारे में हमने कभी गोता ही नहीं करी। आए दिन घुस जाते थे, घुसकर हमारे जवानों के सर काट कर ले जाते थे। नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार के समय में 2 अटैम्प हुए, उरी में और पुलवामा में, दोनों जगह पर। एक बार सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक और एक बार एयर स्ट्राइक कर उनके घर में घुसकर हमने जवाब दिया है और दुनिया को यह दिखाया है कि भारत की रक्षा नीति और विदेश नीति दोनों के बीच में एक अंतर है। हमारी रक्षा नीति बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हमारी प्रायोरिटी देश की सुरक्षा है और विदेश नीति भी बहुत स्पष्ट है कि हम सबसे शांति चाहते हैं, सबसे मित्रता चाहते हैं, मगर हमारी सीमाओं के सम्मान के साथ चाहते हैं। ये पहली बार 70 साल में दोनों को अलग करने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। अवकाश का क्षेत्र हो, शिक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट का क्षेत्र हो और सेनाओं का आधुनिकीकरण का मामला हो, हर क्षेत्र के अंदर हमने रिफॉर्म्स किए हैं। खदानों के बारे में, कृषि के बारे में और ढेर सारी चीजों के बारे में हमने रिफॉर्म करे हैं और देश एक गति से आगे बढ़ जाए। मैं देश की जनता को और विशेषकर बंगाल की जनता को इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि आप मनमोहन सिंह जी के समय की भारत की स्थिति याद करिए और आज की भारत की स्थिति याद करिए। दुनिया पूरी नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री के नाते क्या बोल रहे हैं इसको सुनने के लिए लालायित रहती है। वो दुनिया में एक ट्रेंड बनता है, एक सशक्त भारत का निर्माण, आत्मनिर्भर भारत का निर्माण और गौरव के साथ जीने वाले भारत के निर्माण के रास्ते पर हम काफी आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। ये देश का पूर्वी क्षेत्र विकास से थोड़ा दूर रह गया है, चाहे नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो, चाहे बंगाल हो, चाहे उड़ीसा हो, यहाँ पर भी विकास पहुंचाना है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रिकॉर्ड है, जहां जहां हम गए वहां विकास हुआ है। बीमारू राज्यों में हमें सत्ता दी गई, चाहे बिहार हो, राजस्थान हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, छत्तीसगढ़ हो। आज कोई भी राज्य बीमारू राज्य नहीं रहा है, उसे बाहर निकालने का काम एनडीए ने किया है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि बंगाल की जनता हमारे साथ रहे, आपका आशीर्वाद हमारे साथ रहे। आप एक बार कम्युनिस्टों को बड़ा लंबा मौका दिए, तृणमूल कांग्रेस को दिए, एक मौका मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दे दीजिए। हम सोनार बांग्ला की रचना करेंगे और बंगाल का खोया हुआ गौरव फिर से एक बार वापस लाकर बंगाल को देश का सबसे बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूटर बनाएंगे। आप हम पे भरोसा करिए, हम सुशासन भी देंगे, सुरक्षा भी देंगे और एपिसमेंट और घुसपैठ को पूर्णतया इस राज्य से समाप्त कर देंगे। इतना ही मुझे कहना है। आपका धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद अमित शाह जी, आप आज तक पर आए, आपने समय निकाला। ईस्ट कॉन्क्लेव इंडिया टुडे का ज्यादातर बातें बंगाल पर हुई। हम उम्मीद करते हैं देश के और अहम विषयों पर भी आप ऐसे ही आगे समय देते रहेंगे हमेशा की तरह और सवालों का ऐसी ही साफ गोई से जवाब देते रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आज तक पर आने के लिए।
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause for Mr. Amit Shah. All right, do join us for dinner at the pre-function area and with